and timeless. Plus, there are civilizations that have vanished. There are cities that survive only in legend. There are kings whose names have been erased by time. Yet there is one land. After more than 5,000 years, it continues to captivate the entire world. That land is ancient Egypt. Tonight, before you gently bring this long day to a close, allow every worry to slowly drift away. Take a slow, deep breath. Relax your shoulders. Let your mind float along the peaceful Nile River, the lifeblood of one of the greatest civilizations humanity has ever known. This is not a history lesson, nor is it a journey filled with dry dates and endless facts. Instead, it is a slow voyage through time, where every story is like a gentle breeze sweeping across the desert. Every mystery sparkles like a grain of sand beneath the moonlight, and every fascinating truth brings us a little closer to the people who lived thousands of years ago, yet somehow still seem to be whispering to the modern world. The remarkable thing is this: ancient Egypt endured for so long that even later, Egyptians looked upon their own ancestors as people from an unimaginably distant age. And you may be surprised to learn that Queen Cleopatra lived closer to our own time than she did to the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza. History can sometimes be stranger than fiction. Throughout this journey, we will discover 100 fascinating facts about the land of the pharaohs. We will step inside colossal pyramids that have stood proudly for thousands of years. We will encounter gods with the heads of falcons, jackals, and cat symbols that reflected how the ancient Egyptians understood both the universe and themselves. We will follow the priests through magnificent temples filled with the fragrance of tree resins and incense. We will witness the mysterious journey of the soul after death, where the heart is weighed against the feather of truth. We will uncover why the Egyptians devoted 70 days to creating a mummy, why they believed a person's name could grant immortality, and why hieroglyphs were seen not merely as a language, but as a sacred source of power. But perhaps the greatest fascination does not lie within the pyramids, nor in the hidden treasures, nor even in the archaeological mysteries. It lies in the way this civilization reflects humanity itself. Psychologist Carl Gustav Jung once suggested that ancient symbols do not belong solely to the past. They continue to live deep within every one of us. When we gaze upon a pyramid, the Eye of Horus, or the Great Sphinx, perhaps we are not simply looking at history. We are looking at symbols that have accompanied the human imagination for thousands of years. Perhaps that is why Egypt has never truly disappeared. It still lives on in our dreams, in art, in literature, in film, and in humanity's endless curiosity. If all you seek tonight is a quiet moment to unwind, I hope these stories will become like the gentle waters of the Nile, carrying your thoughts peacefully beneath the star-filled skies of the desert. And if you love history, you may discover that every fact we explore tonight is a doorway into a world that is both more mysterious and more familiar than we ever imagined. Welcome to Live Kindly, a place where we explore history, nature, and the depths of the human mind through calm, gentle storytelling, so that every video offers not only knowledge, but also a sense of peace at the end of a long day. If you enjoy thoughtful stories like these and would like to continue joining us on journeys through ancient civilizations, historical mysteries, and the beauty of our world, please take a moment to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. It's the simplest way to make sure you never miss the adventures ahead. Now, find a comfortable position. Let the lights grow softer. Allow your breathing to become slower and steadier, and join me as we step through the gateway of time, where the pharaohs are still waiting, where the pyramids continue to stand silently beneath the sun, and where 100 fascinating stories about ancient Egypt slowly unfold, like stars appearing one by one across the desert sky as night gently falls. stepping into the world of ancient Egypt. If you're still awake tonight, if beyond your window, the world is still alive with glowing lights, busy streets, and lives moving at full speed, then for the next few minutes, you don't need to think about tomorrow. You don't need to answer another message. You don't need to finish one more task. Simply allow your eyes to grow a little heavier. Let your breathing become slower, and let your imagination gently carry us backward through time. Not a few hundred years, not even a single millennium, but more than 5,000 years into the past, to a land where every sunrise shimmered across the gentle waters of the Nile, where enormous blocks of stone were stacked by human hands with almost unimaginable patience, where kings were believed to be living embodiments of the gods, and where people devoted an entire lifetime to preparing for the journey beyond death. This was ancient Egypt, a civilization that endured for so long, that even for Egyptians who lived more than 2,000 years ago, their own ancestors already belonged to a distant and almost unimaginable age. Perhaps the first thing that makes Egypt so extraordinary is not its pyramids, not its mummies, nor its treasures of gold. Its greatest wonder may simply be the feeling that time itself seemed to flow differently there, standing before a monument that has endured for more than 4,000 years. Modern people suddenly realize how brief their own lives truly are. Today's worries, next week's plans, the things that once kept us awake at night, suddenly seem very small. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." Perhaps history is much like a mirror. At first, we think we are looking into the past, but the longer we look, the more we begin to understand ourselves, because every civilization reflects humanity's deepest longings, the longing to live, to be loved, to be remembered, and above all, the longing to transcend the limits of time. Perhaps that is why Egypt has never been merely a place. It has become a symbol, a shared dream that has endured for thousands of years, living in the imagination of countless generations. From historians, to archaeologists, to astronomers, to children seeing the image of a pyramid for the very first time in a book. At least once, everyone has wondered, what has allowed such an ancient civilization to remain so captivating even today? Is it the colossal stone monuments? Is it the stories of mysterious curses? Or is it because the land still seems to guard secrets that the modern world has not yet fully understood? Tonight, we will not rush to find the answers, because, like the Nile itself, the most beautiful stories never flow too quickly. Imagine it. You are standing atop a high sand dune. Before you, the first light of dawn begins to spread across the horizon. Golden rays touch the weathered columns of ancient temples. The air still carries the coolness of the desert night. In the distance, a flock of ibises glides across the rising sun. The Nile quietly reflects the pale golden sky, and on the horizon, the pyramids emerge, not magnificent in a way that demands attention, but serene, as though they have always been there, watching generation after generation come and go. There is something deeply remarkable about standing before those monuments. People feel more than admiration. They feel peace, because in a world that is constantly changing, some things have endured for thousands of years. Perhaps that is what allows Egypt to touch the human heart, not because it is immortal, but because it reminds us that every civilization, every human life, leaves its mark in one way or another. Jung devoted much of his life to studying the symbols that appear in dreams, myths, and ancient cultures. He believed that certain images and certain stories do not belong to any single people. They live within the deepest layers of the human psyche. He called this the collective unconscious. Perhaps that is why, when we see the image of a pyramid, the wings of Horus, or the sacred eye of Horus, Even those who have never set foot in Egypt often feel an unexpected sense of familiarity, as though, somewhere within humanity's oldest memories, those symbols have quietly remained alive. The fascinating thing is, we often think of history as the story of wars, of kings, of great conquests. But the more you learn about ancient Egypt, the more you realize it is also the story of farmers quietly sowing seeds along the banks of the Nile, stone carvers patiently shaping every detail into rock, scribes spending their entire lives preserving knowledge through hieroglyphs, mothers singing their children to sleep beneath a sky full of stars, and ordinary people who laughed, who cried, who hoped, just as we do today. Perhaps that is history's greatest miracle. It makes 5,000 years suddenly feel very close, because human emotions have never truly changed. We still love, we still fear, we still search for meaning, and we still ask ourselves, what will remain after we leave this world? Perhaps it was that very question that gave birth to the civilization of ancient Egypt, a civilization that devoted so much of its life to contemplating existence, death, and whatever awaits humanity beyond the passage of time. Tonight, you do not need to remember every historical event. You do not need to memorize the name of every pharaoh. You do not need to keep track of every dynasty. Simply let these stories drift past like flowing water, so that history is no longer just words on a page, but becomes a slow and peaceful journey, where every step brings us closer to the people who lived so very long ago, and a little closer to ourselves. In the next chapter, we will explore a surprising truth. Ancient Egypt is so old that even the Egyptians who lived during the era of the last pharaohs, they too looked back upon the builders of the pyramids with profound admiration, just as we look upon them today. And in doing so, we begin to realize that some civilizations do not merely survive in history, they live on forever in the imagination of humanity. If, in the previous chapter, we stepped through the gateway of time and stood quietly before the pyramids that still rise beneath the desert sky, then now, let us continue our journey with an idea that may surprise you. What makes ancient Egypt extraordinary is not simply its age. It is the fact that it endured long enough for the Egyptians themselves to look back upon their own past with awe. When we hear the words ancient Egypt, we often imagine a single era, as though every pharaoh, every pyramid, every god, and every mummy existed at the same moment in history. But history has never been that simple. In reality, Egyptian civilization lasted for more than 3,000 years, a span of time so immense that if a child had been born during the final years of the Ptolemaic dynasty, that child would have looked back upon the builders of the Great Pyramid of Giza, almost the same way we look back upon the Stone Age today. Perhaps that is the first lesson history wishes to teach us. Time is always greater than the human imagination. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Time is a child, playing like a child, playing a board game. The kingdom belongs to the child." To Jung, time was not merely numbers on a calendar. It was also the flow of consciousness, the way human beings experience existence itself. Perhaps the ancient Egyptians experienced time in a very different way as well. They did not see it as a straight line, but as an endless cycle. Each year, the Nile overflowed. Then its waters receded. The land became fertile once again. Seeds sprouted once more. The sun rose again. The stars returned to their familiar places in the heavens. To them, life did not truly end. It simply continued to transform. Perhaps that is why the Egyptians devoted so much care to preserving memory. They carved their names into stone, built monuments that could endure for thousands of years, recorded their stories on sheets of papyrus, and preserved the human body after death, not because they feared dying, but because they believed that what is remembered continues to live. There is one remarkable fact that surprises many people. By the time the earliest pyramids had already stood proudly in the desert for more than 1,000 years, they were ancient monuments, even to the Egyptians themselves. The pharaohs of the New Kingdom, including those who ruled during the reign of Ramses II, ordered the restoration of many ancient monuments, because even to them, they were the treasured legacy of their ancestors. Imagine that for a moment. Today, we visit a cathedral that is a few hundred years old and feel that we are standing before history. Yet the ancient Egyptians walked among monuments that were already more than 1,000 years old and gazed upon them with the very same admiration that we now feel toward Egypt itself. Perhaps history is not merely the story of the past, it is also the story of how every generation preserves the memory of the one before it. Jung believed that no human being truly exists apart from those who came before. He called this the collective unconscious, a deep layer of the human psyche, where symbols, myths, and the experiences of our ancestors continue to exist in quiet silence. Perhaps that is also why Egypt has always felt strangely familiar, even to those of us who have never set foot there. When we see the sun rising behind a pyramid, a solitary boat drifting along the Nile, or the outstretched wings of Horus, we cannot help but feel that we have seen these images somewhere before, perhaps in books, perhaps in films, or perhaps even deeper, within the shared treasury of symbols carried by all humanity. There is something deeply fascinating about that. Modern civilization often takes pride in its progress. We live among skyscrapers, computers, satellite, and artificial intelligence. Yet when we stand before a block of stone, weighing dozens of tons, positioned with astonishing precision more than 4,000 years ago, we are still filled with wonder, not because the Egyptians knew more than we do, but because they possessed extraordinary patience. They were willing to devote decades, even generations, to completing monuments they themselves might never live to see finished. Perhaps that is what allowed their civilization to endure. They did not build only for the present, they built for the future. And they also built as a conversation with the past. Tonight, as you listen to these stories, perhaps take a moment to think about the timeline of your own life. 1 year, 5 years, 10 years. Then try to imagine 1,000 years, 3,000 years. Suddenly, the worries of today, the things that once kept you awake at night, may begin to feel a little lighter, not because they do not matter, but because time has a remarkable way of placing everything into its proper perspective. Jung believed that people truly mature only when they learn to see life from a perspective greater than the limits of the ego. Perhaps history is teaching us the very same lesson. It reminds us that every human life is brief, but the good we create can continue to live long after we are gone. A lesson, a book, a monument, an act of kindness, or simply a story that continues to be told. Each can become a bridge between generations. Perhaps that is exactly what ancient Egypt achieved. After more than 5,000 years, the people who once walked along the banks of the Nile are no longer here, but their story continues to be told in museums, in archaeological excavations, in history books, and tonight, in this quiet conversation between you and me. In the next chapter, we will discover an even more fascinating truth. The most famous woman in Egyptian history, Queen Cleopatra Seben, Philopator, actually lived closer to our own time than to the age when the first pyramids were built. A paradox of time, powerful enough to remind us that history is always deeper and far more extraordinary than we usually imagine. If, in the previous chapter, we discovered that ancient Egypt stretched across more than 3 millennia, long enough for the Egyptians themselves to regard their own ancestors as people from a distant age, then our journey now begins with a fact that leaves many first-time listeners smiling in astonishment. The most famous queen of Egypt, Cleopatra Sapni Philopator, actually lived closer to our own era than she did to the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza. At first, that may sound impossible, because, in the imagination of many people, Cleopatra, the pharaohs, the pyramids, and the mummies all seem to belong to the same story, the same chapter of history. But history rarely follows the simple pictures we create in our minds. The Great Pyramid of Giza was completed around the 26th century BC, while Cleopatra ruled during the 1st century BC. Between those two moments lies a span of more than 2,500 years, a longer stretch of time than the distance between Cleopatra and our own world today. Perhaps, when we learn this, we are not only surprised by history, we also begin to question our own perception of time. Human beings naturally gather distant events into a single memory, because the mind loves to weave complete and coherent stories. Carl Gustav Jung believed that human beings do not live by events alone. We live by the meaning we give to those events. As he once wrote, "Man cannot stand a meaningless life." Perhaps that is why, when we think of Egypt, we do not simply remember a succession of dynasties or archaeological dates. We remember a symbol, a land where the sky always seems to glow with golden sunlight, where towering stone columns still stand in silence across the desert, and where time itself seems to move more slowly than anywhere else on Earth. Yet precisely because Egypt's history is so vast, it has never worn only one face. Every dynasty, every pharaoh, every century carried its own unique character. There were eras of unity and prosperity, times of division, ages when kings built magnificent pyramids, periods when power rested in the great temples, and centuries when the gods were worshipped in remarkably different ways. Then, by the time of Cleopatra, Egypt had entered an entirely new chapter. It was the age of the Ptolemaic dynasty, a Greek royal house established after the conquests of Alexander the Great. Cleopatra is remembered as the last ruler of that kingdom. But what is perhaps even more fascinating is that she was among the few members of the Ptolemaic dynasty who learned to speak the Egyptian language, while many of the rulers before her spoke primarily Greek. Perhaps, even in Cleopatra's own lifetime, people looked upon the pyramids with deep reverence, much like a modern visitor entering an ancient museum. They were no longer new monuments, but wonders inherited from a distant past. That realization reminds us, history always has many layers. A person living within history also has a history of their own. Jung spent many years studying the symbols that appear again and again across different cultures. He believed that people living in different ages, speaking different languages, still shared the same treasury of images buried deep within the human psyche. Perhaps that is why, when we think of Egypt, the first things that appear in our minds are not maps, but symbols: a golden crown, a sacred eye, a majestic sphinx, a mummy, or a pyramid standing silently beneath the blazing sun. Those symbols have crossed borders, crossed languages, crossed time itself, to become part of humanity's shared imagination. And tonight, we will walk through each of those doorways. We will meet the pharaohs, rulers who were not only kings, but were also believed to be the earthly embodiment of Horus. We will stand before the pyramids, not merely to admire their immense size, but to listen to what they have to teach us about patience, about time, and about humanity's longing to endure. We will explore the mummies, not as strange relics, but as expressions of a profound belief that death was not the end. We will step inside the temples, where priests awoke before sunrise each day to bathe the statues of the gods, burn incense, present offerings of bread, and care for the gods as though they truly lived among humanity. Then we will encounter gods with the heads of falcons, jackals, cats, and crocodiles, not because the Egyptians imagined their gods as animals, but because they recognized sacred qualities within every living creature: strength, wisdom, protection, and rebirth. Finally, we will journey into the world beyond death, a realm where the Egyptians believed the soul would face many trials, stand before its own heart, and prove that it had lived according to Ma'at, truth, balance, and the divine order of the universe. Perhaps that is what continues to make this civilization so captivating, not because it possessed more gold or grander monuments, but because it asked the very same questions we still ask today. Who are we? What happens after death? How do we live a meaningful life? What remains after everything else has passed away? These were never questions belonging only to Egypt. They are the questions of every civilization, and they are the very questions that Carl Gustav Jung devoted his life to exploring. Tonight, you do not need to remember every name. You do not need to memorize every dynasty. Simply let each story drift by like the waters of the Nile. Allow every symbol, every temple, every god, every pyramid to slowly take shape within your imagination, like stars appearing one by one across the desert sky as night gently falls. And in the next chapter, we will begin to discover the force that gave life to this entire civilization. Not gold, not stone, not the power of the pharaohs, but a river, the river that nourished an empire for thousands of years, the Nile. If, in the previous chapter, we stood before the gateways of the pyramids, listening to stories of pharaohs, gods, and a soul's journey after death, then now, before we truly step into the heart of this civilization, perhaps we should pause for just a little longer, not to learn another historical fact, but simply to feel. For some civilizations are remembered because of their victories, some empires because of their conquests, but ancient Egypt seems to be remembered for something entirely different. Its remarkable ability to transform time into stone, to transform faith into architecture, and to transform humanity's dreams into monuments that have outlived the very people who built them. Perhaps that is why we feel such peace when we look upon the pyramids, not because they are immense, but because they are so still. For thousands of years, dynasties have risen and fallen, empires have appeared and disappeared, languages have been born, wars have come and gone, yet those stones remain quietly where they have always stood. They do not argue, they do not explain themselves, they do not seek to prove anything, they simply exist, like a gentle reminder that some values can only be understood through the passage of time. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Your visions will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Perhaps when we stand before an ancient civilization, what truly awakens is not merely our curiosity, but our ability to look inward. For history has never been only about the people who once lived. History quietly asks each of us, if you had lived in that age, what would you have believed? What would you have feared? What would you have hoped for? And what would have given your life meaning? The Egyptians devoted their entire lives to preparing for death. At first, that may sound sorrowful, but the more we learn, the more we realize it was never an obsession with death. It was an expression of their love for life, because they believed that a life lived with integrity would continue in another world. They built temples, not merely as places of worship, But to preserve the balance and order of the universe, they raised towering obelisks toward the heavens. As though reaching to connect the earth with the light of the sun, they covered their walls with inscriptions, not simply to tell stories, but to resist the power of forgetting. Perhaps people in every age share the very same hope, to be remembered, not for power, not for wealth, but because their lives truly mattered to someone else. Jung believed that humanity's greatest symbols never belong only to the past. They continue to live. Whenever someone searches for meaning, whenever a dream emerges, or whenever we find ourselves standing before something greater than ourselves, perhaps that is why even those who have never traveled to Egypt often feel an unexplainable connection with this land, not because they know every detail of its history, but because the symbols of ancient Egypt have become part of the shared cultural memory of humanity. A sacred eye, an ankh, a scarab beetle, a pyramid, or the silhouette of the Nile. Each is like a dream, one that reveals a different meaning to every person who sees it. Tonight, we will not try to unravel every mystery, for just as Carl Gustav Jung devoted his life to exploring the deepest layers of the human mind, we will allow each story to find its own way to us. Slowly, gently, without rushing toward conclusions. There are some things that simply need to be heard to change the way we see the world. There are stories that do not make us wiser overnight, but leave our hearts a little more peaceful. Perhaps that is the greatest gift history can offer, not merely knowledge, but humility. For when we look upon Egypt's 5,000 years of history, we realize that every human life is only a fleeting moment. Yet those very moments, when lived with kindness, patience, and faith, can create something that endures far beyond our own lifetime. Tonight, you do not need to remember every pharaoh. You do not need to memorize every date. You do not need to distinguish one dynasty from another. Simply allow history to do what it has always done best: tell its stories. Let those stories flow by, like the waters of the Nile, like a gentle breeze drifting across the desert, like moonlight slowly settling upon ancient stone columns. Perhaps, when you awaken tomorrow morning, you will not remember every detail you heard tonight, but perhaps you will carry with you a quiet feeling that you have just traveled through a world that is unimaginably distant, wonderfully ancient, and yet astonishingly close to the human heart. And now, as the gateway to the civilization of ancient Egypt has slowly opened before us, the real journey is only just beginning. In the next chapter, we will leave behind the pyramids, leave behind the pharaohs, and travel to the place where it all began. Not a palace, not a temple, but a river. The river that quietly nourished every field, every village, every king, and an entire civilization that flourished for more than 3,000 years. The Nile, the river that the ancient historian Herodotus immortalized with a single unforgettable sentence: Egypt is the gift of the Nile. And from those gentle waters, one of the greatest stories in human history begins to unfold before us. A civilization born from the Nile. If, in the previous chapter, we stood beneath the shadow of the pyramids and opened the gateway into the mysterious world of ancient Egypt, then now let us leave behind the pharaohs, the temples, and the colossal statues for a little while, because before any of those existed, there was a river, a quiet river, a river that built no pyramids, wore no crown, held no royal scepter, yet quietly became the beating heart of an entire civilization. It was the Nile. Perhaps, if you were to look down upon Africa from far above, you would notice something remarkable. Amid the golden expanse of the Sahara Desert, a ribbon of green stretches across the landscape like a strand of silk. That is the Nile, a lifeline flowing through the wilderness, carrying water, carrying fertile soil, carrying trees, carrying people, and carrying hope itself. At first glance, it almost feels like a miracle. But nature rarely performs miracles in dramatic ways. It works slowly, patiently, drop by drop, layer by layer of fertile silt. Flood season after flood season, across thousands of years, it gave birth to one of the most enduring civilizations humanity has ever known. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Life has always seemed to me like a plant that lives on its rhizome. Its true life is invisible, hidden in the rhizome." Perhaps, when reading those words, most people think of the human soul. But when we look at ancient Egypt, we may discover another meaning just as beautiful. The pyramids, the palaces, the temples are like the visible trunk of a great plant reaching toward the sun. The Nile is its hidden root system, quiet, often overlooked, yet nourishing every part of its life. Without the Nile, there would likely be no Egypt as we know it today. It is difficult to imagine that only a few miles away from the riverbanks, the landscape changes completely. On one side, green fields, date palm groves, herds of livestock, small villages, children's laughter, bird song. On the other, an endless sea of sand, where the heat seems to stretch on forever. Two worlds, separated by only a short distance, yet as different as life itself and silent emptiness. The ancient Egyptians understood this better than anyone. To them, the Nile was never merely a river. It was a gift, a source of life, the heartbeat of their nation. Every morning, they awoke beside its waters, worked beside its waters, traveled upon its waters, traded along its waters, and at day's end, watched the sun disappear beyond the western bank of the Nile. Their lives began and ended with that river. Perhaps, modern people rarely stop to think about water. We turn on a faucet, and water simply flows. It feels so ordinary that we easily forget. For most of human history, water was the greatest treasure of all. A village could be founded because of a single spring. A city could flourish because of a river. And an entire civilization could survive for thousands of years because of a source of water that never ceased to flow. Jung believed that water is one of the oldest and most universal symbols of the human psyche. Across countless cultures, water represents life, rebirth, and the unseen depths within us. Perhaps it is no coincidence that nearly every great civilization in history was born beside a river, because just like the human soul, life always needs a place where its current can begin. For the ancient Egyptians, the Nile did not divide the land. It united it. The river became a highway, a bridge, the thread that bound together hundreds of villages, dozens of cities, and eventually an entire empire. Light wooden boats drifted gracefully along its current, carrying wheat, building stone, papyrus, spices, and stories. Perhaps, without the Nile, the Egyptians would never have encountered one another so often, nor would they have been able to build the extraordinary monuments that continue to inspire the world today. There is something deeply fascinating about that. People often assume that the strength of an empire lies in its armies, its weapons, or its kings. But Egypt offers us another perspective. Its true strength began with a river, not with a sword, but with water, not with war, but with fertile silt, not with conquest, but with the ability to feed millions of people. Perhaps that is also the gentle lesson nature has always been trying to teach us. The greatest achievements are rarely born from force. More often, they are born from perseverance, from countless small movements, repeated over and over again, just like the Nile, day after day, year after year, never in haste, never seeking attention, simply flowing onward in quiet silence. And then, across thousands of years, it nourished an entire civilization. Sometimes, our own lives are much the same. We often wait for great changes, a remarkable opportunity, a turning point, a miracle. But in truth, the things that shape our lives the most are often the smallest ones. A good habit, a few encouraging words, a peaceful day, or a simple decision. Just like the countless drops of the Nile, no single drop created a miracle, but billions of them created Egypt. Jung devoted his life to exploring the deepest layers of the human mind. He understood that what nourishes the soul is rarely life's brightest moments, but the quiet currents flowing beneath the surface, like the roots of a tree, or like the Nile itself. No one can witness all of its power in a single day, yet every living thing around it stands as proof of that power. Tonight, as you listen to this story, perhaps imagine that you are standing beside the Nile at the break of dawn. The water lies perfectly still, like a mirror. A thin veil of mist drifts gently across its surface. In the distance, a small wooden boat glides slowly downstream. Rows of palm trees sway softly in the breeze. The calls of waterbirds echo quietly through the morning air, and beyond the opposite bank, the desert remains perfectly silent, separated by only a few footsteps. Yet one side is filled with life, the other with an endless sea of sand. Perhaps there is no more beautiful place to begin the story of Egypt, not with a pharaoh, not with a pyramid, but with a river, quiet, patient, unassuming, yet powerful enough to change the course of human history. And in the next chapter, we will discover the miracle that returned to the Nile every year, the annual floods that carried fertile black silt, fields reborn with new life, the stars that announced the rising waters, and how the ancient Egyptians learned that to understand time, they first had to learn to listen to the rhythm of nature. If, in the previous chapter, we stood beside the Nile in the stillness of dawn and realized that its waters quietly nurtured an entire civilization, then now, let us remain here just a little longer. There is no need to hurry onward, because the greatest miracle of the Nile is not that it flows through Egypt, but that it taught humanity how to understand time. Today, when we think of a year, we think of 12 months, 365 days, calendars hanging on our walls, appointments, and clocks. But for the ancient Egyptians, time never began with numbers. It began with water. Each year, as summer drew near, a miracle quietly unfolded. Far upstream in the African highlands, heavy rains began to fall. The waters slowly rose, patiently, silently. Then the Nile carried them northward, bringing with them millions of tons of rich, fertile silt. No one could command those waters. No pharaoh could make them arrive earlier or persuade them to remain longer. Human beings could only observe, wait patiently, and learn to live in harmony with the rhythms of nature. Perhaps that was one of the very first lessons the Nile taught them. Not everything that truly matters can be controlled. Some things can only be received. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Nature must not win the game, but she cannot lose." Perhaps that was also the story of Egypt. People could build colossal monuments, res magnifiques temples, organize an entire empire, but in the end, every plan had to listen to the river. Nature was never their enemy. It was their teacher. When the floodwaters arrived, the fields disappeared beneath a vast inland sea. At first glance, it seemed like destruction, but only a few weeks later, as the waters receded, a blanket of fine black silt covered the land. Soft, rich with nutrients, overflowing with life. The Egyptians called this land Kemet, meaning the black land, not because of skin color, nor because of darkness, but because of the deep black color of its fertile soil, the color of life, the color of harvests, the color of hope. Opposite Kemet lay Deshret, the red land, the desert, where sand stretched endlessly toward the horizon, with little water, few trees, and little life. To the ancient Egyptians, these two lands were never enemies. They existed together, like light and shadow, like day and night, like life and death. Perhaps that is how they understood the world itself. Nothing was entirely good. Nothing was entirely bad. What mattered was balance, the principle they called Ma'at. Jung spent many years exploring the balance between opposing forces within the human psyche. He believed that true maturity comes only when we learn to embrace both our light and our shadow. Perhaps the Egyptian landscape had been teaching that lesson long before psychology ever existed. On one side stood Kemet, on the other, Deshret. One nurtured life, the other tested it. Both were necessary. For life to become whole, the Egyptians did not observe only the river. They also watched the heavens. Over countless generations, they noticed something remarkable. Just before the annual flood began, an extraordinarily bright star appeared once again in the dawn sky. It was Sirius, the brightest star visible in the night sky. Its reappearance, known today as its heliacal rising, became the sign that the floodwaters were approaching, that the planting season was about to begin, and that another cycle of life was unfolding. There is something deeply beautiful about that. For the ancient Egyptians, the heavens and the earth were never separate. The stars were not simply there to be admired. They told people when to sow their crops, when to harvest, and when to prepare for a new season. From these careful observations, the Egyptians developed one of the earliest and most remarkably accurate calendars of the ancient world. Their year was divided into 3 seasons: the season of inundation, the season of planting, and the season of harvest. Each season began with the movements of nature, not with a decision made by human beings. Perhaps that is what made their understanding of time so different. They did not race against time. They lived alongside it. Today, we often say, "I don't have enough time," but perhaps the ancient Egyptians would have answered that thought with a quiet smile. For to them, time was never something to possess. It was a current to journey with, just like the Nile. No one can hold on to its waters, but everyone can learn how to navigate them. Perhaps that is what allowed this civilization to endure for thousands of years. They did not try to force nature to change. They changed themselves in order to live in harmony with nature. Jung once wrote, "Everything that lives strives for wholeness." Perhaps wholeness is not about controlling everything, but about finding the right rhythm between ourselves and the world. Each year, the Nile rises, then recedes. Each year, Sirius appears, then disappears once more. Each year, the fields dry, then turn green again. Everything is always moving, yet nothing is chaotic. It is a slow symphony, one that nature has patiently been playing for thousands of years. Tonight, as you lie quietly listening, perhaps imagine that you are sitting beside the Nile at sunrise. The waters are beginning to rise a little higher each day. The farmers are not anxious. They smile because they know it is the sign of life. High above them, Sirius has just appeared. No one applauds, no one cheers, yet everyone understands. A new year has begun. Another season of hope has arrived. Perhaps our own lives have their own Niles, their own cycles, their own seasons. There are times that seem to be nothing but floodwaters. Yet in time, the very things that once worried us may leave behind the fertile soil from which better days can grow. And in the next chapter, we will discover how the Nile did far more than nourish the harvest. It shaped geography, trade, cities, temples, and ultimately wove them all together into one of the most enduring civilizations humanity has ever known. If, in the previous chapter, we listened to the rhythm of the annual floods and discovered that the ancient Egyptians measured time not with clocks but with the movements of nature, then now let us continue our journey downstream along the Nile. This time, we will see the river as more than a source of water. We will see it as a road, a guide, an invisible thread that stitched together thousands of villages, bustling cities, magnificent temples, and eventually an entire empire into a single living whole. There is something fascinating about looking at a map of Egypt. You quickly notice that nearly every ancient city stood close to the Nile. That was no coincidence, nor was it an accident, for in this land, the distance between life and desolation could be no more than a few hundred meters. Step away from the river, and you enter a world of endless sand. Return to the water, and you find trees, fields, people, and the laughter of children. It reminds us that sometimes a civilization is not defined by the size of its territory, but by the place where life can take root. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "In all chaos, there is a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret order." Perhaps, if viewed from high above, Egypt is one of the most beautiful expressions of that idea. Amid the seemingly endless disorder of the desert, the Nile draws a remarkably simple order. Every village, every field, every boat revolves around its waters. No great walls are needed, no roads stretching for thousands of miles. The river alone is enough. The remarkable thing is, the Nile carried more than water. It carried people. Today, when we travel from one city to another, we think of cars, trains, or airplanes. But thousands of years ago, for the Egyptians, the boat was the fastest means of travel. Wooden vessels with linen sails drifted quietly across the river, floating northward with the current, then raising their sails to catch the prevailing winds as they returned south. Nature itself seemed to have prepared both the current and the wind, so that people could travel with ease. No engines, no fuel, only a willingness to listen to the river. Perhaps that is one of the reasons Egypt became a unified kingdom so early in its history. Communities separated by hundreds of miles could exchange goods, news, and knowledge with remarkable regularity. Wheat from the south, granite from Aswan, limestone from the northern quarries, imported timber, papyrus, fine linen, all traveled back and forth upon the Nile. Perhaps the river carried more than merchandise. It carried ideas, stories, songs, rituals, and dreams. Jung believed that human beings are connected through shared symbols and shared experiences. It is no accident that we continually seek the currents that bring us together. For the ancient Egyptians, that current was the Nile. For the human soul, perhaps it is empathy. Another fact that continues to amaze historians is that the Egyptians did not orient their country according to East and West as many civilizations did. Instead, they thought in terms of the river. Everything was defined by upstream and downstream. To the south, where the Nile entered Egypt, lay Upper Egypt, while the northern delta, where the river spread into many branches before reaching the Mediterranean Sea, was known as Lower Egypt. At first, that sounds backwards, but when viewed through the flow of the river, it makes perfect sense. Perhaps that reveals something profound. Human beings do not merely live beside nature. We allow nature to shape the very way we think. Even our language, even the maps we carry in our minds, can be shaped by a river. Perhaps that is a beautiful lesson. The world we see is always influenced by what has nourished us. Some people grow up beside the sea, others among mountains, others in crowded cities. Each place creates a different way of seeing life. For the ancient Egyptians, every road eventually led back to the Nile. Not only people, but great temples, administrative centers, granaries, and sacred cities rose along its banks. Not because the Egyptians simply preferred living near water, but because they understood if life was to continue, it had to remain where the river still flowed. Even the enormous blocks of stone used to build the pyramids were transported largely by boat along the Nile during the flood season. That realization is remarkable. Even monuments that appear to be made entirely of stone actually began with water. Perhaps human life is much the same. Our greatest achievements rarely emerge from nowhere. They almost always begin with something wonderfully ordinary. A chance encounter, a word of encouragement, a daily habit, or a quiet current flowing beneath the surface, unnoticed. Jung repeatedly emphasized that the forces guiding human life usually lie beneath what we can see. Just like a river, we see its surface, but not its current. We see the green leaves, but not the roots beneath the earth. We see the pyramids, but seldom think about the river that carried each stone into place. Perhaps that is another lesson history quietly offers us. Behind every wonder, there are unseen things, rarely celebrated, yet absolutely essential. Tonight, as your body relaxes, and these stories drift gently through your thoughts, perhaps imagine that you are sitting in a small wooden boat, floating peacefully down the Nile at sunset. Along both riverbanks, palm trees cast long reflections across the water. In the distance, thin trails of cooking smoke rise above villages built of mud brick. Children laugh. A farmer leads his cattle home after a long day's work. On the horizon, the red sun slowly sinks behind the towering columns of an ancient temple. Everything moves so slowly, so peacefully, as though the river itself carries time, and with it, the quiet breathing of millions of people across countless generations. Perhaps it is no coincidence that historians often say, if you wish to understand Egypt, do not begin with the pharaohs. Begin with the Nile, for it was those waters that united the land, its people, their beliefs, and their history, creating a civilization that humanity is still telling stories about more than 5,000 years later. And in the next chapter, we will bring our journey along the Nile to a close with one final reflection. Perhaps the greatest gift nature ever gave to Egypt was not simply water, but a way of living, a way of understanding time, patience, and the bond between humanity and the natural world. If, in the previous chapter, we drifted along the Nile past emerald fields, boats laden with wheat, and temples mirrored upon calm waters, then now, before leaving behind the river that gave birth to an entire civilization, perhaps we should pause one final time, not simply to admire its beauty, but to ask ourselves, what allows a single river to change the course of human history? At first, the answer seems simple. The Nile brought water, Reichsut, and abundant harvests. Yet the more deeply we listen to Egypt's story, the more we realize that what the river truly gave was a sense of order, a rhythm, a stability that very few places in the ancient world ever knew. Year after year, the waters rose, then receded. The land was covered with fertile silt. Seeds were planted. The wheat grew tall. People gathered their harvest and prepared once again for another season. No one commanded nature. No king ordered the sun to rise. Everything unfolded according to a quiet and enduring rhythm. Perhaps That was the greatest gift the Nile gave to the Egyptians. Not simply food, but faith. The faith that, after the dry season, the floods would return. After waiting, the harvest would come. After months that seemed silent and still, life would blossom once again. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it." Perhaps the Egyptians never saw the Nile as merely a natural phenomenon. They saw meaning within it, a gentle reminder that human beings do not exist apart from nature. We are strongest when we learn to live in harmony with forces greater than ourselves. Perhaps that is why, for thousands of years, the Egyptians held the river in such deep reverence, not because they worshipped water itself, but because they understood there are gifts whose true value is recognized only after they are gone. Today, when we look at satellite images, we can easily see a narrow ribbon of green stretching through the golden sands of the Sahara. From above, Egypt appears almost like a painting with only two colors, the green of life and the gold of the desert. A single river created the boundary between two worlds. Perhaps the human heart is much the same. Sometimes a single hopeful thought, a small measure of hope, or one beautiful memory is enough to separate despair from peace. Jung devoted his life to studying the invisible currents flowing through the human mind. He understood that the things which truly nourish us are not always visible to the eye. Just like the Nile, its greatest gift is not its surface, but what it quietly carries within. Fertilized minerals, the seeds of future harvests. Life is much the same. Some things seem very small. A word of encouragement, a book, a meaningful encounter, a moment in which someone truly listens. Yet they can become the fertile soil that nourishes an entire chapter of our lives. Perhaps we pay so much attention to life's grand moments that we overlook the quiet currents sustaining us every single day. There is a famous saying by the ancient Greek historian Herodotus, repeated for more than 2,000 years. Egypt is the gift of the Nile. Only a few simple words, yet they seem to summarize the entire history of this remarkable land. Not gold, not the pharaohs, not mighty armies. The river itself was the greatest gift. What is especially fascinating is that Herodotus did not say that the Egyptians conquered the Nile. He said, Egypt was the gift of the Nile, a gift that cannot be forced, cannot be possessed, only received with gratitude. Perhaps that is something the modern world sometimes forgets. We often speak of conquering nature, controlling nature, changing nature, but the ancient Egyptians seem to understand that if humanity wishes to endure, it must learn to cooperate with nature rather than defeat it. Perhaps that is one of the reasons their civilization flourished for thousands of years. Tonight, as you listen to these stories, perhaps imagine that you are sitting beneath a date palm beside the Nile. The afternoon is slowly giving way to evening. The last golden light spreads softly across the water. Small boats quietly return home. The sound of wooden oars gently brushes against the river's surface. A flock of white egrets glides across the sky. In the distance, fields freshly enriched by the floodwaters are preparing for another season of planting. No one is rushing. No one is competing. Everyone seems to trust that the river will return again, just as it always has. For thousands of years, perhaps true peace is not a life without change, but a life that trusts the natural rhythms of existence. There are seasons for action, seasons for rest, and seasons for waiting. Just like the Nile, it never hurries toward the sea. Yet in the end, it always arrives. Jung believed that human beings discover wholeness only when they stop resisting the deepest truth of who they are. Perhaps the ancient Egyptians learned that lesson from nature long before psychology ever existed. They never tried to force the river to change its course. Instead, they built their lives around its flow. They did not resist the annual floods. They prepared to welcome them, not with fear, but with gratitude. Perhaps that is the most beautiful lesson this chapter has to offer, that the things which truly sustain life are rarely loud. A river, a rainfall, a kind word, someone who quietly remains by our side, or a moment of stillness long enough for us to hear the beating of our own hearts. We usually recognize their value only when we pause and truly pay attention. Now, as the sun slowly sinks behind the palm groves along the riverbank, our journey also begins to leave the Nile behind, for from those life-giving waters, a new kind of power gradually emerged. A man who was believed to be not merely the king of Egypt, but the living embodiment of the divine upon the earth. In the next chapter, we will meet the pharaohs, the rulers who wore the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt, who carried the sacred responsibility of preserving Ma'at, and who served as the bridge between humanity and the gods. It is a story that reveals that in the world of ancient Egypt, power came not only from strength, but from faith, Pharaoh, the living God upon the earth. If, in the previous chapter, we quietly left behind the Nile, whose annual floods nourished fertile fields and gave birth to an entire civilization, then now, from those very lands, another figure slowly begins to emerge. No longer the river, no longer the farmers, but a single man, a man wearing the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt, a man before whom millions bowed their heads as he passed, a man believed to be not merely a king, but the living embodiment of the divine upon the earth. That man was the pharaoh. Today, when we think of a king, we usually imagine the ruler of a nation, a sovereign, a lawgiver, or the commander of an army. But in the world of ancient Egypt, the meaning of kingship was far greater. The pharaoh did not rule only over people. He was also believed to safeguard the balance of the entire universe. Perhaps that sounds extraordinary to the modern mind. Yet if you had lived 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, you would likely have looked upon your king through the very same eyes. For to the ancient Egyptians, the world consisted of more than land, more than rivers, more than cities. It was also an invisible order, a harmony binding together humanity, nature, and the gods. If that harmony were broken, the Nile might fail to rise, harvests might fail, disease might spread, and chaos would follow. There was one concept that stood at the very heart of Egyptian civilization. It was called Ma'at. Ma'at was not only the name of a goddess, it also embodied truth, justice, balance, and the sacred order upon which the entire universe depended, and the person entrusted above all others with preserving Ma was the pharaoh. Perhaps this reminds us that for the ancient Egyptians, power was never merely a privilege. It was always inseparable from responsibility. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." At first glance, those words seem to speak only of each person's individual journey. But viewed more broadly, they also remind us that every role in life carries its own responsibility. A father, a mother, a teacher, or a king. Each bears more than a title. Each carries the hopes of many others. Perhaps the pharaoh is one of history's clearest examples of this truth. What is especially fascinating is that the ancient Egyptians did not believe the pharaoh was simply a god who had descended from heaven. Instead, they believed that while he lived, the pharaoh was the earthly embodiment of Horus, the falcon-headed god of the sky, a symbol of light, vision, and rightful authority. After his death, the pharaoh became one with Osiris, the god who ruled the realm beyond death. Then, his successor would become the new Horus, and so the cycle continued. Power did not belong to a single individual. It flowed from one generation to the next, like the Nile, never truly coming to an end. Perhaps there is something deeply beautiful about that idea. Human beings are finite, but values, responsibilities, and ideals can continue to live on. Jung spent many years studying what he called archetypes, universal patterns that appear across every culture. Among them was the archetype of the king. According to Jung, the image of the king symbolizes far more than power. It represents order, protection, maturity, and the ability to bring stability to an entire community. Perhaps that is why nearly every civilization has imagined its own ideal king. The Egyptians elevated that archetype to its highest expression, transforming the king into a bridge between heaven and earth, between the gods and humankind. Yet this did not mean that the pharaoh was free to do whatever he wished. Quite the opposite. That belief made his responsibility even greater. For if the pharaoh failed, the Egyptians believed it was not only the kingdom that was endangered, the balance of the entire universe itself was at risk. Perhaps today we no longer believe the fate of the cosmos depends upon a single ruler, yet we still understand that every person can become the center of the small world surrounding them. A father preserves peace within his family. A teacher safeguards knowledge. A physician protects life. A friend preserves trust. Power does not always come from wearing a crown. Sometimes it comes from the ability to bring peace into someone else's life. Perhaps that is the greatest form of power. Imagine it. A morning more than 3,000 years ago, the sun has just risen above the Nile. Its first rays illuminate the roofs of the temples. The calls of ibises echo across the river. The priests begin their sacred rituals, and in the distance, the pharaoh appears. No one calls out his name. No one shouts slogans. The people simply bow their heads, not because they are afraid, but because they believe this is the man who bears the responsibility of ensuring that the sun continues to rise, that the Nile continues to flood, that the harvest continues to flourish, and that Ma'at continues to endure. Perhaps it was that shared belief that helped sustain a civilization for more than 3,000 years. Jung believed that human beings cannot live by material needs alone. We always need symbols, stories, and images that give meaning to our lives. To the ancient Egyptians, the pharaoh was never merely a man. He was the symbol of order, hope, and continuity. Perhaps that is what history still whispers to us after thousands of years, that every society needs an anchor, and so does every individual. It need not be a king. It may be a belief, a value, or a purpose great enough to guide a life. Tonight, as you listen to this story, perhaps imagine that you are standing in the great square of an ancient city. Before you rise enormous stone columns. The pharaoh's banner stirs gently in the breeze. Sunlight glitters upon his golden crown. Yet what brings silence to the crowd is not his wealth, but the feeling that the man walking before them represents not merely power, but the order of the entire world. In the next chapter, we will explore the symbols that made the image of the pharaoh immortal: the ceremonial false beard, the royal scepter, the shepherd's crook, the cobra upon the royal crown, and many other seemingly simple objects, each carrying an entire philosophy of kingship. For in ancient Egypt, nothing was created merely for decoration. Every symbol had a story to tell. If, in the previous chapter, we met the pharaoh, the man believed to be the earthly embodiment of Horus and the guardian of Ma'at, then Now let us move a little closer. Do not look first at his face. Look instead at what he wears. For in the world of ancient Egypt, power never needed to announce itself. It was spoken through symbols. Perhaps that is one of the things that made this civilization so unique. Today, we usually recognize a leader by a title, a public speech, or the decisions they make. The Egyptians allowed symbols to speak first. A crown, a royal septi, a ceremonial false beard, or a golden cobra could express more than the longest speech ever could. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The symbol is not a sign for something known. It is an expression of something not yet fully known." Perhaps that is precisely why the symbols of ancient Egypt continue to fascinate us thousands of years later. They do not speak only about a king. They speak about humanity's understanding of power, responsibility, and ultimately, ourselves. The first thing that captures many people's attention is the pharaoh's ceremonial false beard. At first glance, it appears to be little more than an ornament, but in reality, it was a symbol of divinity. Many pharaohs, even those who could never have grown such a beard, wore one, crafted from metal or woven fibers during sacred ceremonies. That beard was never intended to make the king appear older or more imposing. It reminded everyone that the person standing before them represented something greater than an individual. What is especially fascinating is that even Hatshepsut, a female pharaoh, was depicted wearing the ceremonial beard, not because she wished to disguise the fact that she was a woman, but because the beard had ceased to symbolize gender. It had become the symbol of a sacred office. Perhaps this is remarkably close to Jung's understanding. He believed that deep within the psyche, human beings carry many different roles, and sometimes the most important question is not who we are, but what we represent. Next comes the royal scepter. In many relief carvings, the pharaoh holds a long staff. It was never merely a walking stick. It symbolized guidance, just as a shepherd guides a flock across open fields. The Egyptians believed that a good king did not lead his people through fear. He showed them the way. Perhaps there is something profoundly beautiful in that idea. True authority does not compel, it guides. Often held together with the royal scepter was the flail. Today, when we hear the word flail, we often think of punishment, but within Egyptian symbolism, the pharaoh's flail, or more precisely, the flail, originally symbolized agriculture, harvesting, and the care of the land. When paired with the shepherd's crook, these two royal emblems, known together as the crook and flail, represented two inseparable principles. The crook symbolized protection. The flail symbolized the responsibility to uphold order, discipline, and justice. It is no coincidence that in so many statues, the pharaoh stands with his arms crossed over his chest, holding these two emblems close, as though embracing the two inseparable sides of true authority, compassion, and responsibility. Perhaps a leader guided only by kindness cannot always protect the people, yet a leader guided only by power will eventually lose their hearts. The Egyptians understood that both must exist together. Jung devoted many years to studying the opposing forces within the human psyche. He realized that maturity does not come from eliminating one side of ourselves, but from learning to balance opposing qualities. Perhaps the crook and the flail offer exactly that reminder. Next comes the crown. In truth, there was not just one. The pharaohs wore many different crowns throughout Egypt's long history, yet one symbol appears again and again, a rearing cobra rising from the front of the crown. This sacred emblem is known as the uraeus. The cobra was not placed there simply to frighten enemies. The Egyptians believed it embodied the goddess Wadjet, the divine protector of Lower Egypt, always ready to breathe fire against anyone who threatened the pharaoh. Perhaps, to modern eyes, a snake often represents danger, but to the Egyptians, it also symbolized vigilance, constant awareness, and the sacred duty of protection. Interestingly, many cultures throughout the world have viewed the snake as a symbol of transformation because it sheds its skin, is reborn, and begins life anew. Jung was especially fascinated by the image of the serpent in dreams and mythology. To him, it was one of humanity's oldest symbols of psychological transformation. Perhaps, the Egyptians placed the uraeus upon the royal crown, not merely to proclaim strength, but to remind every ruler that a king must continually renew himself, remain vigilant, and never become complacent in power. One detail has deeply moved many archaeologists. Nearly every object belonging to a pharaoh was crafted with extraordinary care, not because the Egyptians delighted in luxury, but because they believed every symbol carried a soul. Every line, every color, every detail held meaning. Nothing was accidental. Perhaps that invites us to reflect. Today, our world is filled with images, but how many truly carry meaning? The Egyptians did not create countless symbols. They created symbols capable of living for thousands of years. Tonight, as your thoughts grow quieter, perhaps imagine a pharaoh walking slowly through the corridor of a great temple. The morning sunlight glitters upon his golden crown. The uraeus cobra shines beneath the rising sun. The ceremonial beard moves gently with each measured step. His crossed arms hold the crook and the flail. There are no cheers, no displays of grandeur, only silence, and the quiet feeling that every symbol upon the king's body is telling an ancient story, a story of responsibility, balance, and faith. Perhaps that is what continues to make ancient Egypt so captivating. Not its gold, not its power, but its remarkable ability to transform invisible ideas into visible symbols, so that thousands of years later, the sight of a crown, a royal sceptre, or a golden cobra can still allow us to feel the spirit of an entire civilization. In the next chapter, we will explore an even deeper paradox, that although the pharaoh was regarded as the living embodiment of the divine, although he possessed supreme authority during his lifetime, after death, every pharaoh still stood before the scales of Ma'at, still had his heart weighed against the feather of truth. For in the world of ancient Egypt, no one, not even a king, stood above truth. If, in the previous chapter, we admired the symbols that shaped the immortal image of the pharaoh, the ceremonial beard, the royal scepter, the shepherd's crook, the flail, and the protective cobra, then now our journey leads us to a truth that may be even more astonishing. It is this: in the world of ancient Egypt, even a king believed to be the earthly embodiment of Horus could not stand above truth. Even the pharaoh, after closing his eyes for the final time, had to walk the same path that awaited every human being. There were no exceptions, no special privileges, no hidden doorway reserved for the one who wore the crown. Perhaps this is one of the most beautiful ideas ancient Egypt left behind. Power may earn a person's reverence while they are alive, but only character determines what awaits beyond death. Today, when we stand before the colossal statues of the pharaohs, it is easy to imagine them as invincible, men who possessed everything: power, armies, temples, gold, and the admiration of millions of subjects. But the Egyptians told a different story. They believed that after leaving this world, the pharaoh also entered Duat, the realm beyond death, just like everyone else. There, he would no longer be judged by his authority, nor by the number of monuments he had built, nor by his wealth. The only thing placed upon the scales was his heart. Facing that heart was not a sword, nor a crown, but the white feather of Ma'at, the symbol of truth, justice, balance, and the divine order of the universe. If the heart proved as light as the feather, the soul could continue its journey. If it had become heavy with lies, greed, or wrongdoing, it would be devoured by Amit, the fearsome being with the head of a crocodile, the body of a lion, and the hindquarters of a hippopotamus, not as an act of furious punishment, but as the end of a soul that could no longer exist in harmony with Ma'at. Perhaps that gives us reason to pause, for in many civilizations, kings stand above the law, yet the Egyptians placed the law of the universe above the king himself. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "No tree, it is said, can grow to heaven unless its roots reach down to hell." At first glance, those words seem to speak about inner growth, yet they also remind us that no one can become truly great without first facing themselves. Perhaps the Egyptian ritual of weighing the heart is one of the most beautiful images of that journey. No one can carry a title beyond death. No one can carry gold. No one can carry power. The only thing that remains is who we truly are. Jung devoted many years to studying what he called the shadow, the hidden darkness within the human soul. He did not believe the shadow should be destroyed. He believed it must first be recognized, faced honestly, and ultimately integrated. Perhaps the Egyptians expressed the same truth in their own way. A heart becomes heavy, not simply because mistakes were made, but because a person has never been honest with themselves. A light heart is not the heart of someone who is perfect, but of someone who has lived in harmony with Ma'at. One detail is especially fascinating. During the process of mummification, the Egyptians removed almost every internal organ. The liver, the lungs, the stomach, the intestines were placed within the sacred canopic jars. Even the brain was discarded, but the heart was always left inside the body, because they believed the heart was where memory lived, where character resided, where morality dwelled, and where the story of an entire human life was preserved. Today, we know that the brain is the center of thought, yet even in modern language, we still say, "Listen to your heart." A broken heart, a kind heart, perhaps. Not every truth belongs only to anatomy. Some truths belong to symbols, and symbols were the very language that Jung devoted his life to understanding. He believed human beings are not defined by reason alone. We also live through images, stories, and symbols. Perhaps the scales of Ma'at do not speak only about the afterlife. They also speak to us about the life we are living today. Every day, our own hearts are being weighed, not by our God, but by our own conscience. There are things that only we know, words that no one else has heard, choices that no one else has witnessed, yet all of them quietly leave their mark upon the heart. Perhaps that is what the ancient Egyptians wished to remind us. A good life is not measured by what others can see, but by what the heart carries when no one else remains. Imagine that you are entering a vast hall within Duat. The winds of the desert are gone. The brilliant sunlight has faded. Only silence remains. At the center of the chamber, a magnificent golden scale stands perfectly still. On one side, the white feather of Ma'at. On the other, the heart of a pharaoh, a man who once commanded tens of thousands of soldiers, who raised magnificent monuments, who caused an entire kingdom to bow before him. Now, he stands in silence. Like every other soul, no one speaks for him, no one offers a defense, only truth remains. Perhaps it is the most equal moment the ancient Egyptians could ever imagine. a place where every title disappears, and only the true nature of a person remains. Jung believed that the ultimate goal of life is not to become famous or powerful, but to become whole. Perhaps the ancient Egyptians would have smiled upon hearing those words. For thousands of years earlier, they had been telling the very same story, in their own way, that no one, not even the pharaoh, could carry a crown into the world beyond. The only thing that could be carried was the heart and the way one had lived. Tonight, as you listen to these stories, perhaps allow your mind to grow a little quieter. Think of the scales of Ma'at, not as a sentence, but as an invitation to live more slowly, more honestly, more gently, so that with each passing day, the heart itself becomes a little lighter. And in the next chapter, we will leave the Hall of Judgment behind and return to the world of the living, where the pharaohs were not merely kings upon their thrones, but leaders of armies, builders of temples, guardians of Ma'at, and the men who carried upon their shoulders the responsibility of preserving the balance of a civilization that endured for more than 3,000 years. If, in the previous chapter, we entered the Hall of Judgment, where even a pharaoh was required to place his heart upon the scales of Ma'at, then now, before closing our exploration of Egypt's kings, let us return to the world beneath the sun, where sails still drift upon the Nile, where fields of wheat still sway in the breeze, and where a pharaoh begins another day, not merely with a crown upon his head, but with an immense burden upon his shoulders. Today, when we hear the word power, we often think of privilege, the authority to command, or a position above others. But to the ancient Egyptians, power meant something very different. It was a burden to carry, a promise to uphold, and a balance to protect. The ideal pharaoh was not the wealthiest ruler, nor the one who built the greatest monuments. He was the one who preserved Ma'at. As we have already seen, Ma'at was more than truth, more than justice. It was the sacred order of the entire universe. As long as Ma'at endured, the Nile would continue to flood, the harvests would continue to flourish, and people would continue to live in peace. If Ma'at were broken, chaos would follow. The Egyptians called that chaos Isfet. It was not merely war or famine, it was the condition in which the world itself had fallen out of balance. Perhaps this helps us understand that the pharaoh ruled more than a kingdom. He was striving to preserve the order of the universe itself. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." Perhaps every great responsibility demands a measure of sacrifice. No one truly matures by seeking only what is easy. A king, a father, a mother, a teacher, or anyone entrusted with the care of others knows this truth. There are decisions no one wishes to make, yet must still be made because they are right. Perhaps the Egyptians saw this reflected in the image of the pharaoh. There is one fascinating detail that many modern observers overlook. In countless relief carvings, the pharaoh does not appear only within the palace. He is also shown standing upon a chariot, drawing his bow, leading his army. This does not necessarily mean that every pharaoh fought personally on the battlefield. Rather, it reflects an ideal that the king should never remain safely behind. He must step forward when his people need him. Perhaps this closely resembles the archetype of the king that Jung described. A king exists not to be served, but to serve the survival of his people. Today, we seldom think of power in that way. Power is often seen as a destination. The Egyptians saw it as a duty. Perhaps that understanding helped their civilization endure for more than 3,000 years. Jung believed that every person carries many archetypes within. Sometimes we are the child, Sometimes the healer, sometimes the seeker, and sometimes we must become the king of our own lives, not to rule over others, but to rule ourselves. Perhaps that is what the image of the pharaoh still whispers to us today, that the greatest form of power is not making others obey, but preserving balance within our own hearts. There is one thing that has always moved me whenever I read about ancient Egypt. It is this: although the pharaohs were believed to stand close to the gods, the Egyptians never forgot that they were still human. They could triumph, they could also fail, they could be loved, and they could be forgotten. Many kings once possessed magnificent palaces. Today, only a few carved inscriptions remain. Meanwhile, anonymous craftsmen, skilled artisans, and humble farmers have left enduring traces within every stone of monuments that still stand today. Perhaps history is remarkably fair. It remembers not only those who stood upon the highest peaks, but also the quiet hands that built the foundations. Jung often spoke of the journey he called individuation, the lifelong process of becoming one's true self, not by accumulating greater power, but by living in harmony with one's deepest nature. Perhaps, seen from that perspective, the pharaoh's crown does not rest only upon the head of an ancient king. It symbolizes the responsibility that every person will carry at some point in life. We may never govern a nation, but each of us must learn to govern our fears. We may never command an army, but each of us must learn to guide our own thoughts. We may never build a pyramid, but each of us is building something that will remain after we are gone. Perhaps a family, a book, a cherished memory, or simply the way we treated other people. Tonight, as you listen to this story, perhaps imagine the sun slowly setting behind the stone columns of an ancient temple. The pharaoh stands upon the high steps, watching the Nile flow quietly past. In the distance, farmers return home after another day's work. Cooking fires begin to rise above mud-brick houses. Children run along the riverbank. Water birds call through the evening light. Perhaps, in that moment, what truly makes a king is no longer the crown, but the peace enjoyed by the people living beneath his protection. And perhaps that is the deepest meaning of power, not to be admired, but to make it possible for others to live more peacefully. Together, we have journeyed through the image of the pharaoh, from the earthly embodiment of Horus to the symbols of royal authority, from the scales of Ma'at to the responsibility of preserving the order of an entire civilization. Now, as the palace doors slowly close behind us, another gateway begins to open, no longer a story about people, but a story about stone, about time, and about monuments that challenged history itself. In the next chapter, we will stand before the greatest architectural wonders of ancient Egypt: the pyramids, the temples, the great Sphinx, the towering obelisks reaching toward the heavens. And we will discover that, perhaps, stone was not used merely to construct monuments. Sometimes, it was used to preserve dreams that human beings wished to leave behind for thousands of years yet to come. Architectural wonders. If, in the previous chapter, we left behind the palaces of the pharaohs and discovered that their greatest power lay not in the crown, but in their responsibility to preserve Ma'at, the sacred balance of the universe, then now our journey brings us before the monuments that have inspired awe for more than 4,000 years. Imagine that you are standing upon the Giza plateau. The sun has only just risen above the horizon. The world is still wrapped in silence. The first breeze of the day glides softly across the desert sands. And before you, an immense mass of stone slowly emerges within the morning light. Not a mountain, nor a cliff sculpted by nature, but a monument built by human hands. The Great Pyramid of Giza. Perhaps it is one of the very few structures on Earth that no matter how many thousands of photographs you have seen, no matter how many documentaries or films you have watched, the moment you stand before it, you realize nothing could truly have prepared you, not because it is so tall, but because it is so profoundly still. For more than 4 millennia, empires have risen and fallen, civilizations have flourished and disappeared, languages have been born and quietly faded away. Yet those stones remain where they have always stood, as though time itself had never touched them. Perhaps what makes the pyramid a wonder is not merely its size, but the question it quietly asks: what compels human beings to devote decades, even an entire generation, to building a monument they themselves may never live to see completed? Perhaps the answer is not found in the stone, but in the human soul. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Man needs difficulties. They are necessary for health." At first glance, those words seem unrelated to architecture, but if we reflect more deeply, perhaps every great monument is the result of people embracing what is difficult, not to prove their strength, but to discover meaning. To the ancient Egyptians, the pyramid was never merely a tomb. If its sole purpose had been to bury a king, there would have been no need to create something so immense. The pyramid was a symbol, a bridge between earth and sky, an image of the sun's rays descending upon the world. Many Egyptologists believe that the pyramid's shape was inspired by the radiant beams of Ra, the sun god, its sloping sides rising toward a single summit, as though inviting the pharaoh's soul to continue its ascent into the heavens. Perhaps that is why the pyramid is neither a cube nor a circle. Every one of its lines leads upward toward a single point, just as humanity's deepest aspirations always reach towards something higher. Jung devoted his life to studying symbols that appear again and again across civilizations. He believed symbols are far more than images. They are the language of the deepest layers of the human psyche. Perhaps the pyramid is one such symbol, not only for Egypt, but for all of us, because when we look upon its shape, we see more than stone. We see humanity's longing to rise beyond its own limitations. One remarkable fact is the astonishing precision with which the Great Pyramid was built. Its 4 sides align almost perfectly with the cardinal directions. The margin of error is extraordinarily small. Even by modern standards, that has led countless people to wonder, how could builders more than 4,000 years ago, without computers, without satellites, without laser instruments, achieve such extraordinary accuracy? Perhaps the answer lies not in miracles, but in observation, patience, and decades of tireless work. The Egyptians watched the heavens every night, observed the movements of the stars, studied the shadows cast by the sun, again and again, until nature itself became their greatest teacher. Perhaps that is something modern people sometimes forget. We often long for quick answers, yet much of humanity's greatest knowledge was born through very slow observation. Another fascinating truth is that the pyramids were not perfected on the very first attempt. Long before the Great Pyramid of Giza, the Egyptians experimented. They corrected mistakes. They learned from failure. The earliest pyramids were built in stepped forms. Later, some cracked, some required changes to their angles. Some designs failed to meet expectations, yet they never stopped. They learned from every imperfection, then continued building until they achieved something astonishingly close to perfection. Perhaps that is one of history's gentlest lessons. No wonder is ever created without first passing through imperfection. Jung repeatedly reminded us that true growth begins only when we are willing to face the unfinished parts of ourselves. Perhaps the first stones of the pyramids are telling exactly the same story. It is not perfection that creates a wonder, but perseverance. Imagine it. A morning 4,500 years ago. The sun has just risen. Thousands of workers begin another day's labor. There are no engines, no towering steel cranes, only the sound of ropes pulled tight, wooden sledges sliding across carefully wetted sand, voices calling rhythmically to one another. Each massive stone moves only a little farther, then a little farther still, day after day, year after year. None of those workers could possibly have imagined that thousands of years later, people from lands they had never known would stand before their creation and ask, how was this even possible? Perhaps the greatest achievement of the pyramid is not its size, but its ability to humble every generation. Standing before it, we realize that a single human life is brief, yet things built with patience can endure beyond time itself. Tonight, as these stories gently carry you towards sleep, perhaps imagine that you are standing alone before the Great Pyramid. There are no tourists, no voices, only moonlight washing softly across ancient stone. The desert breeze whispers gently. Stars shimmer above the pyramid's summit. In that moment, you no longer wonder how tall it is or how many blocks it contains. You simply feel that something there is profoundly peaceful, profoundly enduring, as though those stones are quietly whispering that everything truly worthwhile requires time, and just like a pyramid, every human life is built not from a handful of extraordinary moments, but from thousands of small stones, placed patiently, one day at a time. In the next chapter, we will continue exploring monuments that tell stories. The great Sphinx gazing silently toward the rising sun, obelisks reaching into the heavens, the temple of the female pharaoh Hatshepsut, embracing the cliffs from which it rises, and Abu Simbel, where sunlight touches its sacred statues only on particular days of the year. Together, they reveal that for the ancient Egyptians, architecture was never merely about construction. It was a conversation with time itself. If, in the previous chapter, we stood before the Great Pyramid of Giza and felt the quiet presence of stones that have endured for more than 4,000 years, then now, let us continue our journey. This time, we will discover monuments built not only from stone, but from light, the heavens, stories, and the profound imagination of a civilization that found sacred meaning in every form of the natural world. Perhaps the first thing awaiting us is Afate, a face that has silently watched the sunrise for thousands of years, the great Sphinx of Giza, one of humanity's most mysterious symbols. At first glance, it is the body of a lion, bearing the face of a king. Yet, the longer one stands before it, the more one realizes its greatest mystery is not its form, but its gaze. Those eyes do not look toward the ground, nor toward the pyramids behind it. They face the east, where the sun rises every morning. For thousands of years, the first light of every dawn has touched that face, as though the Sphinx has been patiently waiting for something. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The dream is a little hidden door in the innermost and most secret recesses of the soul." Perhaps the Sphinx resembles a dream. It does not offer answers. It simply invites questions. Why does a king possess the body of a lion? Why does the monument face the rising sun? And why, after thousands of years, does it still feel at once familiar and profoundly mysterious? Perhaps because the Sphinx is far more than a statue. It is a symbol of union between human wisdom and the strength of nature, between reason and instinct, between earth and heaven. Jung believed the most powerful symbols emerge when humanity seeks to unite things that appear to be opposites. Perhaps The Egyptians achieved that union. In stone, leaving the Sphinx behind, we encounter soaring pillars of stone, more slender than the pyramids, yet possessing a beauty entirely their own. These are the obelisks, monolithic monuments, carved from a single block of granite. Some rise more than 30 meters into the sky, weighing hundreds of tons. Their greatness is not measured only by their size, but by their form, a single shaft of stone reaching toward the heavens, ending in a pointed summit, often covered with gold, or electrum, to reflect the brilliant light of the sun. The Egyptians believed that the obelisk symbolized the very first ray of sunlight from Ra at the dawn of creation. Perhaps that is why these monuments always point upward, not to challenge the heavens, but to connect with them. Today, standing beneath an obelisk, one cannot help feeling that it points towards something far beyond a physical destination, toward an idea, the idea that humanity has always longed to rise, to transcend its own limits. Perhaps that longing belongs to every civilization. Continuing southward, along the Nile, we arrive at the mortuary temple of Hatshepsut, a monument that still leaves modern architects in awe. The temple does not seek to dominate the cliffs behind it. Instead, it becomes one with them. Its orderly colonnades, broad terraces, and ascending platforms appear almost as though they were born from the mountain itself. Perhaps it is one of the finest examples of Egyptian architectural philosophy. They did not always seek to conquer nature. They sought to collaborate with it. That stands in striking contrast to many modern structures, where landscapes are often reshaped to accommodate human designs. The Egyptians sometimes reshaped the building itself to harmonize with the landscape. Perhaps that is another gentle lesson. Greatness does not always come from standing apart. Sometimes it comes from belonging. Jung repeatedly emphasized that human beings become whole only by reconciling what appears divided. Perhaps this temple is itself a symbol of harmony between humanity and nature. Yet if there is one place where light itself truly became part of architecture, it is Abu Simbel, the magnificent temple commissioned by Ramesses II, carved directly into the face of a mountain. Before its entrance stand 4 colossal statues of the king, each nearly 20 meters tall, watching silently over the Nile. Yet its greatest wonder lies deep within. Twice each year, around the traditional dates associated with Ramesses II's birthday and coronation, the morning sunlight travels through the temple's long corridor, illuminating 3 sacred statues within the sanctuary. While the statue of Ptah, the god associated with darkness and the underworld, remains in shadow, this was no accident. It was the result of astonishingly precise astronomical planning. Perhaps this is the moment when architecture, astronomy, religion, and art cease to be separate disciplines. They become one. The Egyptians did not build monuments merely to be seen. They created experiences, moments, encounters between light and stone. Perhaps each stone was placed with the quiet hope that it would continue speaking long after the hands that shaped it had returned to dust. Perhaps that is why these monuments still feel alive, not because the stones themselves possess life, but because the intentions within them have never truly faded. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The creation of something new is not accomplished by the intellect, but by the play instinct, acting from inner necessity." Perhaps the ancient Egyptians did not build merely because they possessed knowledge. They built because something deep within the human spirit longed to leave behind a conversation with eternity. To them, architecture was not only engineering, it was memory, faith, hope, and imagination carved into stone. There is something deeply moving about knowing that many of the people who shaped these monuments never witnessed their final completion. A young craftsman may have carved stone for 20 years, only for his son, or perhaps even his grandson, to place the final blocks. One generation began the work, another continued it, a third completed it. Perhaps that is one of the greatest lessons these monuments quietly offer. Some dreams are simply too large to belong to a single lifetime. Jung believed that human beings become more complete when they recognize that their lives are part of something larger than themselves. Perhaps the builders of Egypt understood this intuitively. They were not building only for today, nor only for themselves. They were building for people they would never meet, for eyes that would look upon these stones thousands of years into the future, including ours. Today, when we stand before these monuments, we often wonder, how did they move such enormous blocks? How did they measure such astonishing precision? How did they organize so many workers? Those are important questions. Yet perhaps there is another question, even more important. How did they preserve a dream across generations? How did thousands of ordinary people continue believing in something long enough for it to become real? Perhaps that is the true wonder, not the stone, but the shared purpose. History often celebrates kings, architects, and famous names. Yet every monument also belongs to countless invisible hands. The person who shaped a single block, the worker who carried water, the baker who prepared bread, the physician who treated injuries, the sailor who transported granite along the Nile. Without any one of them, the wonder before us would never have existed. Perhaps the pyramids are not monuments to one pharaoh alone. They are monuments to cooperation itself. Jung frequently reminded us that the deepest human achievements arise when individuals become connected to something beyond the boundaries of the individual self. Perhaps every civilization, every family, every community still grows according to that same principle. No lasting achievement is ever created alone. As the centuries passed, empires rose, empires disappeared, languages changed, religions transformed, roads shifted, borders moved, yet the pyramids remained, silent, patient, watching humanity continue its endless journey. Perhaps their silence is part of their wisdom. They do not argue, they do not persuade. They simply endure, and sometimes endurance itself is the strongest lesson. Imagine the desert at twilight, the day's final light slowly sliding across the limestone, long shadows stretching over the sand, the wind carrying nothing but silence. The workers are long gone. The pharaoh has been gone for thousands of years. The priests, the merchants, the farmers, the children who once laughed nearby have all become history, yet the stones remain, not to glorify death, but to remind the living. That time does not erase everything. Some things patience can protect. Some things love can preserve. Some things meaning can carry farther than any human life. Perhaps that is why so many people describe an unexpected feeling when they first visit Giza. Not excitement alone, but calm, as though the monuments are quietly inviting us to slow down, to breathe, to remember that the greatest things rarely happen quickly. Modern life often teaches us to measure success by speed, by constant progress, by immediate results. The pyramids tell another story. One stone, one careful measurement, one patient day, repeated thousands of times, until something extraordinary appears. Perhaps our own lives are built the same way, not through a handful of dramatic moments, but through quiet choices, made faithfully, again and again. Jung once observed, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside, awakes. Perhaps, standing before these ancient monuments, we begin by looking outward, at magnificent architecture, at astonishing engineering, at one of history's greatest civilizations. Yet eventually, our attention turns inward. We begin asking different questions. What am I building? What will remain after I am gone? What invisible stones am I placing today that someone else may one day stand upon? Perhaps that is the greatest gift Egypt still offers humanity. Not answers, but better questions. Questions that continue echoing across thousands of years. Tonight, as your breathing becomes slower and the desert sky grows darker, imagine yourself sitting quietly upon the warm sand. The Great Pyramid stands before you, bathed in silver moonlight. The stars above appear almost unchanged. From those watched by the ancient builders, a gentle breeze moves across the plateau. Nothing asks for your attention. Nothing needs to be solved. There is only stillness, stone, sky, and time. In that quiet moment, you may realize that these monuments were never built only to survive. They were built to remind future generations that human beings are capable of creating something greater than themselves. Not through haste, not through perfection, but through patience, cooperation, purpose, and hope. Perhaps those are the strongest foundations any civilization or any life can ever possess. And now, as the moon slowly rises above the pyramids, our journey through Egypt's great monuments gently comes to a close. But another doorway is already beginning to open. Until now, we have explored the world the ancient Egyptians built with their hands. In the next chapter, we will enter the world they built with their imagination. A world filled with gods who walked beside humanity, sacred animals that embodied eternal qualities, the mysterious stories of Osiris, Isis, Horus, Anubis, Thoth, and Ra, a universe where every sunrise, every star, every river, and every human heart was connected by invisible threads of meaning. For perhaps the greatest architecture the ancient Egyptians ever created was not made of stone at all. It was the invisible architecture of belief, a world of symbols, powerful enough to survive long after kingdoms themselves had vanished. Perhaps that is exactly what Horus came to represent. Not merely a ruler, but clear vision, not only authority, but wisdom, the famous Eye of Horus. Perhaps one of the best-known symbols to survive from ancient Egypt was never simply an eye. To the Egyptians, it represented protection, wholeness, healing, and the ability to see beyond appearances. According to Egyptian mythology, Horus lost his eye during his struggle with Seth. The eye was later restored, and its healing became a symbol of renewal, of becoming complete once again after suffering. Carl Gustav Jung believed that true psychological growth never comes from avoiding wounds. It comes from integrating them. Perhaps the Eye of Horus quietly tells the same story. Not that life leaves us untouched, but that what has been broken can become whole again. If Horus represents the sky and the living world, then Osiris guides us toward another mystery, the mystery of death and rebirth. To many modern readers, death feels like an ending. To the ancient Egyptians, it was a doorway. Osiris was not worshipped because he ruled over death. He was revered because he represented life continuing beyond it. His story begins with betrayal. His brother, Seth, driven by jealousy, killed him and scattered his body across the land. But Isis, through unwavering devotion, gathered the scattered pieces, restored him, and gave him new life. Osiris did not return to rule the world of the living. Instead, he became the king of the Duat, the eternal guardian of the afterlife. Perhaps the story was never simply about resurrection. It was about hope, hope that what appears lost forever may still carry meaning. Jung often observed that myths survive because they express psychological truths rather than historical facts. Perhaps the story of Osiris reminds us that every human life will eventually experience loss, failure, grief, or change, yet from those moments, something new can quietly emerge. No one understood devotion more deeply than Isis. She was not only a queen or a goddess, she became one of history's greatest symbols of love, healing, wisdom, and steadfast care. She crossed the land, searching patiently for every fragment of Osiris. Piece by piece, she restored what had been broken. Perhaps that image still speaks to us today, because our own lives are often scattered in similar ways. A disappointment here, a painful memory there, a forgotten dream somewhere else. Perhaps healing is not finding something entirely new. Perhaps healing is patiently gathering ourselves until we become whole again. Jung believed that individuation, the journey toward becoming one's true self, requires us to reclaim the forgotten parts of our own soul. Perhaps Isis had already been telling that story, thousands of years before modern psychology gave it a name. Standing beside these great figures is another unforgettable presence, Anubis, the jackal-headed guardian of the dead. To modern eyes, he may appear frightening, yet the ancient Egyptians did not fear him. They trusted him. Anubis guided souls, protected tombs, and watched over the sacred dells of mummification. He was not a god of destruction. He was a guide through uncertainty. Perhaps every human being eventually needs an Anubis, not necessarily a god, but someone or something that helps us cross difficult thresholds. A teacher, a friend, a parent, a quiet inner voice, leading us through moments when we cannot yet see the path ahead. Jung often described psychological transformation as a journey through darkness, not around it. Perhaps that is why Anubis never appears merely as a frightening figure. He reminds us that some roads can only be walked with courage and trust. Then there is Thoth, the ibis-headed god, guardian of writing, wisdom, knowledge, and measurement. The Egyptians believed that writing itself possessed sacred power. To record a name was to preserve existence. To write a story was to resist forgetting. Thoth therefore became not merely the patron of scribes, but the protector of memory itself. Perhaps every civilization survives because someone, somewhere, chooses to write, to remember, and to pass knowledge onward. Jung devoted much of his life to interpreting symbols, dreams, and forgotten stories. Perhaps he would have recognized Thoth as another timeless archetype, the wise guide, who preserves understanding so that future generations may continue the conversation. One remarkable aspect of Egyptian religion is that their gods were rarely perfect. They possessed distinct personalities, relationships, conflicts, strengths, and limitations. Their stories unfolded like mirrors of human experience. Perhaps that is why they have remained meaningful. For thousands of years, they do not merely describe divine beings, they describe ourselves, our courage, our fear, our love, our ambition, our grief, our hope. Jung believed that the great myths of humanity are expressions of the collective unconscious, a shared symbolic language living beneath every culture. Perhaps that explains why these ancient figures still feel strangely familiar, even to those who have never visited Egypt. They speak not only to history, but to something much deeper within the human heart. Tonight, as your breathing grows softer, imagine yourself walking slowly through an ancient temple. The first light of dawn filters gently between towering columns. The scent of incense lingers in the cool morning air. Sacred hymns drift quietly through the halls. Above you, golden sunlight slowly reaches the carved images of Ra, Horus, Isis, Osiris, Anubis, and Thoth. No voices ask you to believe. Nothing demands certainty. The temple simply invites you to pause, to observe, and to wonder. Perhaps that is the greatest gift these ancient gods still offer. Not unquestioning faith, but imagination. The imagination to see meaning within the rhythms of nature, within human relationships, within suffering, within hope, and within ourselves. As we leave the temple, the sun rises fully above the horizon. The statues remain still. The carvings remain silent. Yet somehow, their stories continue. Not because the ancient Egyptians still speak, but because the questions they asked remain our own. Who are we? What gives life meaning? How should we live? And what part of us will continue long after we are gone? In the next chapter, we will journey beyond the temples into one of the most fascinating practices of ancient Egypt, the sacred art of mummification, a tradition that was never merely about preserving a body, but about preserving identity, memory, and the hope that the soul's journey would continue beyond death. Were never meant to suggest that the gods literally looked like animals. Rather, they were a symbolic language, a way of expressing qualities that words alone could never fully capture. Carl Gustav Jung devoted much of his life to understanding symbols. He believed that symbols speak not to the logical mind alone, but to the deepest layers of the psyche. Perhaps the animal-headed gods of Egypt belong to that language, not a language of biology, but a language of meaning. When the ancient Egyptians imagined Horus with the head of a falcon, they were not simply describing a bird. They were describing vision, perspective, the ability to rise above confusion and to see farther than ordinary eyes could reach. A falcon circles high above the earth, patient, focused, watching everything below. Perhaps that was exactly the quality the Egyptians hoped a ruler would possess: to see beyond the present moment, to protect, to guide, to understand. When they portrayed Anubis with the head of a jackal, they were not glorifying a wild animal. Jackals often wandered near cemeteries, quietly moving through the boundary between the world of the living and the land of the dead. To the Egyptians, that made the jackal a fitting companion for the god who guided souls, not because it inspired fear, but because it belonged to the threshold between one journey and another. Bastard appears with the graceful face of a cat. Anyone who has lived beside a cat knows its curious nature: gentle one moment, alert the next, independent, yet deeply protective, especially toward its young. Perhaps the Egyptians recognized that true gentleness is never weakness. It carries quiet strength, hidden beneath calm. Jung often suggested that maturity comes when seemingly opposite qualities can exist together: strength alongside tenderness, wisdom alongside humility, courage alongside compassion. Perhaps Bastet embodies that harmony. Then there is Sobek, the crocodile god. At first glance, a crocodile seems an unlikely symbol of divinity. Yet to those living beside the Nile, it represented something very real: immense power, patience, and complete mastery of its environment. The crocodile does not rush. It waits, silent, almost invisible, until the precise moment arrives. Perhaps the Egyptians were not worshipping danger. They were acknowledging that nature contains forces far greater than ourselves. For them, respect was wiser than arrogance. Jung believed that every human being carries powerful instincts deep beneath consciousness. Ignoring them does not make them disappear. Understanding them allows them to become allies. Perhaps Sobek speaks to that hidden dimension of the soul. Another unforgettable figure is Sekhmet, the lioness goddess, guardian of fierce protection, justice, and overwhelming strength. A lioness hunts, not from cruelty, but from necessity. She protects her family, defends her territory, and acts with unwavering determination. Perhaps the Egyptians understood that compassion alone cannot always preserve harmony. Sometimes courage, discipline, and firm action become equally necessary. Jung frequently reminded us that psychological wholeness requires integrating both gentleness and strength. Perhaps Sekhmet represents that difficult balance. The remarkable thing is that no Egyptian deity exists in isolation. H1 represents only part of a much larger whole. Light needs darkness. Order needs renewal. Wisdom needs compassion. Strength needs restraint. Life needs death. Again and again, Egyptian mythology returns to one central truth. Everything belongs within a greater harmony. Perhaps that is why their gods continue to feel meaningful. Even today, they are less like distant supernatural beings and more like mirrors, reflecting different aspects of human nature. Jung called these recurring patterns archetypes, universal forms shared across civilizations. Perhaps the Egyptians discovered them not inside psychology textbooks, but through centuries of observing rivers, animals, stars, dreams, and the human heart. When we encounter these ancient gods, we may think we are learning about Egypt, yet perhaps we are also learning about ourselves. Sometimes we need the vision of Horus, sometimes the wisdom of Thoth, sometimes the healing devotion of Isis, sometimes the courage of Sekhmet, the patience of Sobek, the gentleness of Bastet, or the quiet guidance of Anubis. Perhaps that is why these stories have never truly disappeared. They continue because the people who first told them were asking questions. We still ask today, how should we live? How should we love? How should we face fear? How should we carry power? How should we endure loss? Tonight, as your thoughts become quieter, imagine yourself walking through the cool courtyard of an ancient Egyptian temple. Moonlight rests softly upon the carved stone walls. A falcon glides silently across the evening sky. Somewhere nearby, a cat stretches lazily before curling into peaceful sleep. The Nile flows quietly beyond the temple gardens, its waters reflecting countless stars. The statues around you do not seem distant or mysterious. They simply wait, as though reminding every traveler that wisdom often speaks, not through explanations, but through symbols. Perhaps that is the quiet gift the ancient Egyptians have offered across more than 5,000 years. Not certainty, but imagination. The imagination to see courage in a falcon, patience in a crocodile, healing in a mother's love, hope in the sunrise, and the sacred within the ordinary rhythms of life. As we gently leave the world of Egypt's gods, another doorway begins to open before us. Beyond the temples, beyond the myths, beyond the sacred animals, lies one of the civilization's greatest mysteries: the remarkable art of preserving the human body, not out of fear, but out of hope. In the next chapter, we will discover the fascinating world of mummification, the 70-day journey, the sacred rituals, the canopic jars, the linen wrappings, and the profound belief that memory, identity, and the soul could continue long after the final breath had faded away. Perhaps that was also the question every temple in ancient Egypt quietly invited people to ask. Not, which god do you believe in? But rather, do you feel that you belong to something greater than yourself? For the ancient Egyptians, a temple was never just a place where rituals were performed. It was a miniature image of the universe itself. Every wall, every gateway, every towering column was arranged with purpose. To pass through the temple gates was not simply to enter a stone building. It was to begin a journey from the human world toward the realm of the divine. Perhaps that is why so many Egyptian temples were built along a carefully planned axis, from the broad courtyards filled with sunlight, through immense columned halls, and gradually into smaller chambers. Darker, quieter, the light changed with every step. At first, the sunlight flooded every corner, but the farther one walked, the softer the light became, until reaching the sanctuary, at the very heart of the temple, where only a few delicate rays of sunlight quietly touched the statue of the god. Perhaps this was more than an architectural choice. It was a symbol. The journey into the temple mirrored the journey into the human soul. Outside, there was noise, daily responsibilities, a world forever in motion. But the deeper one traveled. The more silence was required. Carl Gustav Jung spent many years exploring what he called the inward journey. He believed that what is most precious rarely exists on the surface. It always lies deeper, beneath layers of thought, layers of emotion, and symbols that, at times, even we do not fully understand. Perhaps the temples of Egypt were telling that very story through stone, not so that people would search for a god outside themselves, but to remind them that to encounter the sacred, one must first learn to enter the stillness within. One fascinating detail is that every morning, before the sun had fully risen, the priests had already begun their work. They did not simply pray, they cared for the statue of the god. They opened the sanctuary, lit incense, offered water, fresh bread, lotus flowers, fragrant oils, and dressed the divine image in clean garments, as though welcoming a deeply honored guest. Today, from the outside, these actions might appear to be nothing more than ritual, but to the ancient Egyptians, they helped preserve Ma'at, the harmony between humanity, nature, and the gods. Perhaps there is a gentle lesson hidden there. The things that matter most are rarely sustained by extraordinary acts, but by small ones, repeated faithfully every day. A word of gratitude, a quiet moment, a shared meal, a simple act of kindness. Just as the priests opened the temple doors each morning, not because the gods had forgotten the way, but because people themselves needed to remember what they cherished. Jung once wrote, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart." Perhaps that also explains why the Egyptians insisted on purification before entering sacred rituals. The priests bathed, wore clean linen garments, and prepared both body and mind, not because the gods demanded perfection, but because people themselves needed to prepare before entering a sacred space. Perhaps the sacred does not begin with a place. It begins with the way we choose to be present. Another remarkable detail is that many Egyptian temples were not built in random locations. They were carefully aligned with the rising sun, important stars, or the course of the Nile. At dawn, sunlight would pass through the gateways, travel along the great halls, and reach the sanctuary at precisely the right moment, as though the heavens themselves were participating in the ceremony. Perhaps, to the Egyptians, architecture, astronomy, religion, and nature were never separate disciplines. They were all expressions of the same cosmic order, just like the Nile, the annual floods, the stars, the gods, and human life all move together within a single rhythm. Tonight, as your body slowly relaxes, perhaps imagine walking quietly through the halls of an ancient temple at sunrise. The first rays of sunlight glide gently across the towering stone columns. The fragrance of incense and lotus flowers drifts softly through the air. The footsteps of a priest echo faintly in the distance. Beyond the temple walls, the Nile continues its timeless flow. Everything is still, as though the entire world has paused to take one slow, deep breath before welcoming a new day. Perhaps that is what these Egyptian temples have preserved for thousands of years. Not merely walls of stone, but a feeling that in a world constantly changing, human beings will always need a place to pause, to listen, and to remember that they belong to something far greater than themselves. And in the next chapter, we will explore the sacred rituals performed within these temples, the morning ceremonies offered at sunrise, the grand processions carrying the statues of the gods along avenues lined with sphinxes, the magnificent festivals that lasted for days, and how the ancient Egyptians believed that every ritual was not only an offering to the gods, but also a way of keeping the entire universe in harmony with Ma'at. Perhaps that was the very question every Egyptian temple sought to answer. A human being can live without a palace, without wealth, without fame, but it is far more difficult to live without feeling that one belongs to something greater than oneself. The ancient Egyptians expressed that feeling through their temples, not because the gods needed a place to dwell, but because people needed a place to remember that humanity is not the center of the universe. Perhaps it was precisely that humility that gave their civilization such enduring strength. If you look closely, you will notice Egyptian temples were not designed to overwhelm at first glance. Quite the opposite. The farther you walked inside, the darker the space became, the quieter and the smaller, from vast open courtyards to towering columns like a forest of stone, then long passageways, until finally a small sanctuary where the statue of the deity rested. This was more than architecture. It was a journey from the outer world into the inner one. Perhaps it reminds us of the very journey Carl Gustav Jung spent his life exploring. He believed that a person truly matures only by daring to descend into the depths of the soul, not to find quick answers, but to listen, to observe, and to encounter the deepest part of oneself. Perhaps the architecture of Egyptian temples was telling exactly the same story. Every doorway you passed through left another layer of noise behind. Every step brought you closer to stillness. It was no coincidence that the holiest place in the temple was also the smallest. Perhaps the Egyptians understood that what is most sacred does not need to be displayed. It simply needs to be present. There is another fascinating detail. The Egyptians did not believe that the sacred statue inside the sanctuary was merely a work of sculpture. To them, it was a place where the divine could become present, not constantly, but potentially. For that reason, the statue was treated as a deeply honored guest. No one touched it carelessly. No one entered the sanctuary with dusty feet. The priests purified themselves, put on ceremonial linen garments, maintained silence, and only then crossed the threshold. Perhaps the most important part was not the ritual itself, but the attitude behind it. For whenever people truly revere something, they naturally become more careful, more deliberate, more aware of every action they take. Jung often observed that rituals do not exist merely to please the gods. They transform the people who perform them. Perhaps that is a thought worth reflecting upon. Every morning, the priests repeated nearly the same sequence, not because the gods would become angry if they forgot, but because that repetition itself trained the human mind, teaching focus, reverence, and complete presence in every moment. Perhaps our modern lives sometimes lack rituals like these. We wake up quickly, eat quickly, work quickly, even rest quickly. So quickly that we sometimes forget what it feels like to truly be present. In our own lives, the ancient Egyptians seemed to whisper a gentle reminder that there are some things which do not need to be done quickly. They simply need to be done with complete attention. Tonight, as you listen to this story, perhaps imagine standing before the entrance of an ancient temple. There are no crowds, no conversation, only a soft breeze, moving quietly through the great stone columns. The first light of dawn slowly spreads across the spacious courtyard. The fragrance of resin and incense drifts gently through the air. In the distance, a priest silently enters the sanctuary. The door closes. Everything becomes still. And in that moment, you suddenly understand. This temple was never built to astonish people. It was built to help them remember that deep within the human soul, there is always a place of profound silence, a place where only peace and presence remain. Perhaps that is the most enduring temple of all. Not the temple built of stone, but the one built within every human heart. And in the next chapter, as dawn fills the temple corridors with light, we will witness a ceremony, repeated faithfully for thousands of years, where the priests gently awaken the deity believed to dwell within the sanctuary, bathe the sacred statue, dress it in fresh garments, offer incense, bread, wine, lotus flowers, and fragrant oils, discovering that, for the ancient Egyptians, to care for the gods was also to care for the sacred presence within their own souls. If, in the previous chapter, we walked through the temple gates together and discovered that, for the ancient Egyptians, a temple was not a place where people came to search for the gods, but rather the house where the gods were believed to dwell, then now let us venture even deeper into that quiet, sacred space. The sun still hangs low above the horizon. Its first rays have only just begun to touch the immense stone columns. Most of the temple remains wrapped in cool shadow. The air carries the gentle fragrance of aromatic resin. Soft footsteps echo across the stone floor. A priest walks slowly toward the small doorway leading to the innermost sanctuary. No one speaks. No one hurries. Every movement is deliberate, as though even time itself has chosen to move more gently. For the ancient Egyptians, this was not simply the beginning of another day. It was the moment when the gods were awakened. Today, when we look at a statue, we recognize stone, wood, or métal, but the ancient Egyptians did not see sacred statues in that way. They did not believe that the statue itself was the god. Rather, they believed it was a place where the divine presence could dwell, a bridge between the visible world and the invisible one. That is why the sacred image was never treated as decoration. Each morning, the priests carried out a series of careful rituals. First, they purified themselves, bathing, putting on clean linen garments, quieting both body and mind. Only then did they enter the sanctuary. Perhaps the very first thing they did was not to pray, but to open the door to the chamber where the sacred image rested, as though opening the room of a deeply honored guest. Perhaps there is something profoundly beautiful in that, because true reverence always begins with small gestures. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, Bidden or not bidden, God is present. It was a phrase Jung famously inscribed above the entrance to his own home, borrowed from an ancient Latin tradition. Perhaps it reflects the spirit of ancient Egypt remarkably well. The divine does not become present because people summon it. The divine is present when people learn to recognize that presence. After opening the sanctuary, the priests gently cleansed the sacred statue, washed it with pure water, anointed it with precious oils, and clothed it in fresh ceremonial garments. To modern eyes, such rituals may seem surprising. Why dress a statue? Why care so tenderly for stone? But perhaps the ancient Egyptians never believed they were caring for stone. They were caring for the relationship between humanity and the sacred. Every gesture was a quiet reminder that whatever deserves reverence must be sustained with mindful attention. Jung believed that rituals rarely transform the outer world as much as they transform the inner one. A simple act, repeated each day with awareness, gradually reshapes the soul. Perhaps that is what the priests understood so well. They did not perform these ceremonies out of habit. They performed them to keep their own hearts awake. Once the statue had been clothed, the first offerings of the new day were presented: bread, fruit, wine, milk, lotus flowers, and many other foods. The Egyptians did not believe that the gods consumed food as human beings do. They believed the divine received its spiritual essence. After the ritual, the food itself was often distributed among the priests and those who served in the temple. Nothing was wasted. Perhaps that too is a beautiful way of seeing life. What is offered with gratitude ultimately returns to nourish humanity. Then incense was lit. Thin streams of fragrant smoke rose slowly within the sanctuary. Its scent spread gently, never overpowering, not too strong, just enough to make the space feel different from the world outside. Today, science has shown that scent has an extraordinary power to awaken memory. A single familiar fragrance can carry us back many years into the past. Perhaps the ancient Egyptians knew nothing of neuroscience, yet they understood through experience that fragrance could quiet the mind, could guide a person into another state of being, a state of presence. Jung believed that human beings do not think through reason alone. We experience the world through all our senses. Perhaps that is why Egyptian rituals engaged every one of them. Light, sound, fragrance, movement, and silence. No sense was neglected. Perhaps a true ritual is not simply meant to be observed. It is meant to be experienced. One fascinating detail is that these rituals were performed almost exactly the same way, every single day, for hundreds, even thousands of years. Many people might ask, wouldn't such repetition become monotonous? Perhaps the ancient Egyptians believed the opposite. They believed that repetition itself helped preserve the order of the world. Every sunrise, every prayer, every offering of incense was like the beating of a heart, not because the heart needs something new each day, but because life itself is sustained by steady rhythms. Perhaps modern life teaches us to chase constant novelty, while the soul may simply long for familiar things. A cup of tea each morning, a book before sleep, a quiet word of gratitude, a single minute of silence. Small rituals can become an anchor for the mind in a world that never stops moving. Tonight, as you listen to these stories, perhaps imagine standing quietly behind one of the great stone columns. Inside an ancient temple, the first rays of sunlight slip gently through the doorway. Incense smoke rises softly. A priest carefully places a single lotus flower before the sacred statue. No one speaks. There is no grand music, only silence, and within that silence, every small gesture feels deeply meaningful. Perhaps that is what the ancient Egyptians wished to preserve, not merely the ritual itself, but the ability to slow down enough to recognize the sacred in every moment. Perhaps we can learn something from them without building a temple of stone, without becoming priests, simply by setting aside a brief moment each day to care for our own souls with mindful attention, with gratitude, and with complete presence. In the next chapter, we will explore the extraordinary space of the Egyptian temples themselves, where every column, every ray of sunlight, every fragrance, and every melody was arranged as a miniature reflection of the universe. And we will discover that for the ancient Egyptians, a temple was not merely the dwelling place of the gods, it was an image of the entire cosmos. If in the previous chapter we quietly witnessed the gentle rituals of dawn as the priests opened the sanctuary, bathed the sacred statue, dressed it in fresh garments, and offered bread, lotus flowers, and fragrant incense, as though caring for a revered guest, then now, let us slowly raise our eyes and look around, for the temple itself is also a story, not a story written in words, but one written in stone, in light, in sound, and in silence. Perhaps that is what continues to amaze us about the temples of ancient Egypt. Even today, they are not merely architectural monuments. They are experiences, journeys, entire worlds. In miniature, today, when we enter a building, we usually think of its function, a place to live, a place to work, a place to learn. But the ancient Egyptians thought differently. To them, a temple was never just a place for ritual. It was an image of the universe itself. Every wall, every column, every courtyard carried meaning. No detail existed, simply for decoration. The Egyptians believed that in the beginning, the world emerged from the endless primordial waters. Out of that vast chaos, the first land appeared, the first light was born, and life began. When they built a temple, they sought to recreate that very story. The open courtyard, flooded with sunlight, represented the visible world. The corridors, growing darker as one moved inward, echoed the journey into the hidden mysteries of existence. And the smallest sanctuary, where the divine statue rested, was seen as the very place where creation itself began. Perhaps there is something profoundly beautiful about a building of stone being able to tell the story of the birth of the universe. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "In all chaos, there is a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret order." Perhaps not only the Egyptians, but every civilization has searched for the hidden order behind a world that often appears chaotic. The temple was their expression of that belief, that behind every change, there remains a balance, a pattern, a rhythm. There is another remarkable detail. Many Egyptian temples were carefully aligned so that their central axis faced the rising sun. On particular days of the year, this was no coincidence. It was the result of generations of patient astronomical observation. When the sun rose at exactly the right point, its first rays would travel straight through the temple corridors until they reached the innermost sanctuary. Light was never used simply to illuminate. It became part of the ritual itself. Perhaps the Egyptians wished to say, That light does not come from humanity. Human beings simply learn to open the door at the right moment so that light may enter. Jung often regarded light as one of the great symbols of consciousness. He believed that the journey of growth is not about creating light, but about gradually recognizing the light that has always existed. Perhaps Egyptian temples tell exactly the same story. A doorway does not create the dawn, it simply opens at the proper moment. Perhaps life is much the same. Sometimes what we truly need is not greater effort, but the wisdom to open our hearts at the right time. Light was not the only element. Sound played an equally important role. During temple ceremonies, the priests used simple instruments, metal instruments, small drums, sacred chants, prayers recited in slow, measured rhythms, not as performances, but to create a different kind of space, a space where the human mind could gradually become still. Today, science tells us that sound can influence the heartbeat, the breath, and emotional states. Perhaps the ancient Egyptians never knew those scientific terms, yet through experience, they understood that a gentle melody could soothe the soul, that a steady rhythm could guide a person into deeper concentration. Then there was fragrance, resins, myrrh, frankincense, sacred incense, burned each day. The rising smoke did more than fill the air with perfume. It made the sunlight visible as golden rays passed through the delicate veil of smoke. The entire sanctuary seemed wrapped in a soft golden mist. Perhaps it was one of the most beautiful scenes the Egyptians ever created, not to impress, but to help people feel that they had entered another world. Jung believed that human beings do not live by thought alone. We live through experience. The most powerful symbols do not move us because they explain. They move us because they allow us to feel. Perhaps that is why the Egyptians brought together stone, light, sound, fragrance, and silence to create a complete experience. No human sense was forgotten. There is one small detail that invites quiet reflection. The deeper one walked into the temple, the lower the ceilings became. The darker the rooms, the softer the sounds. Everything seemed to invite people to speak less, walk more slowly, breathe more gently. Perhaps the sacred has never required noise. It asks only for presence. Today, we spend countless hours looking at screens, listening to endless sounds, responding to constant notifications. Perhaps what leaves so many people exhausted is not simply that they do too much, but that they rarely spend time in a place that is truly quiet. The ancient Egyptians spent thousands of years creating spaces where silence itself was part of the architecture. Perhaps that is also what Jung always reminded us of. A person can only encounter the deepest part of themselves when the noise begins to fade. Tonight, as you listen to this story, perhaps imagine walking alone through the long corridor of an ancient temple. On either side, towering columns covered with hieroglyphs. Sunlight slowly shifts across the stone floor. Incense smoke drifts gently through the air. In the distance, the soft chime of a sistrum rings like the whisper of the wind. You no longer feel as though you are visiting an archaeological site. Instead, you feel as though you are walking into the very soul of an entire civilization, a place where every stone was laid with reverence, where every ray of light had its appointed moment. and where every silence held meaning. Perhaps that is the greatest wonder of the temples of ancient Egypt. They did not simply change the way people saw the world, they changed the way people listened to themselves. And in the next chapter, we will leave these sacred sanctuaries and return to the everyday lives of ordinary Egyptians to discover that the sacred never existed only behind walls of stone. It was also present in humble homes, at family shrines, in a mother's whispered prayer, and in the quiet faith of those who lived beside the Nile thousands of years ago. If in the previous chapter we walked together through temple halls filled with sunlight and fragrant incense, where every column, every beam of light, and every moment of silence formed a miniature image of the universe, then now, before closing our exploration of ancient Egyptian spirituality, let us leave behind those sandstone walls. Let us return to the small homes lining the banks of the Nile, where children laugh, fresh bread fills the air with its aroma, date palms grow in quiet gardens, and ordinary people go about their daily lives. For perhaps what made Egyptian civilization truly extraordinary was not simply that it built magnificent temples, but that it carried the sacred into everyday life. Today, when we think about religion, we often imagine great festivals, solemn ceremonies, or monumental buildings. But for the ancient Egyptians, spiritual life did not begin when they entered a temple. It began the moment they awoke. In many households, there were small family shrines, protective deities, amulets, or sacred symbols placed within the home, not because they lived in fear, but because they wished to begin each day with gratitude. Perhaps that is a beautiful habit, for when people take even a single moment to turn their hearts toward what is good, the entire day becomes a little gentler. Many families prayed to Bastet for peace within the home. Mothers entrusted their hopes to Isis, the symbol of love and protection. Scribes quietly honored Thoth. Before taking up their writing reeds, travelers sought Horus for wisdom and clear vision. And when someone they loved departed this life, families placed their trust in Anubis and Osiris. This reminds us that the gods never belonged only to priests. They were present in every stage of life, from birth to childhood, to work, to love, and finally, to the end of one's earthly journey. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it." Perhaps that is exactly what the Egyptians practiced for thousands of years. A lotus flower placed upon a household shrine, a small oil lamp quietly lit, a whispered prayer, tiny acts carrying immense meaning. They did not change the course of the Nile, nor make the sun rise earlier, but they changed the person who performed them. Perhaps that is the true power of ritual, not to transform the world, but to restore balance within the human soul. Jung devoted many years to studying symbols that appeared again and again. Throughout human life, he discovered that we all need symbolic actions, because people do not live by reason alone. We also live by meaning. Perhaps the Egyptians did not pray because they believed the gods needed praise. They prayed because they themselves needed to remember the sacred. There is another fascinating discovery. When archaeologists excavated the homes of ordinary Egyptians, they found small statues, protective amulets, simple carved symbols. All of this suggests that spiritual life did not exist only in royal palaces or magnifiques temples. It lived in kitchens, in quiet corners of the home, in the simplest of places. Perhaps that helps us realize that sacredness does not depend on the size of a building. It depends on the way people see the world. A temple may be enormous, but if the heart is empty, it is only stone. On the other hand, a very small home, filled with gratitude, love, and sincerity, may itself become a sacred place. Jung once wrote, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." Perhaps the Egyptians spent so much time building temples, not only to lift their eyes toward the gods, but to learn how to look inward. For every ritual ultimately led people back to their own souls. Perhaps that is why, after thousands of years, the temples still stand. Yet what has endured, even longer than stone, are the questions they continue to ask. What is truly sacred to us? What deserves to be cared for every day? What allows our hearts to remain peaceful amid constant change? Perhaps every age will answer differently, but the search itself remains the same. Tonight, as you listen to the final words of this chapter, perhaps imagine sitting outside a small house along the Nile. Twilight has settled softly. Smoke rises gently. From the evening fire, a mother lights a small oil lamp. At the family shrine, a child quietly places a lotus flower into a clay vase. Far away, the bells of a temple drift across the evening breeze. No one speaks loudly. Nothing appears magnificent. Yet there is a profound sense of peace, as though the sacred lives quietly within these ordinary moments. Perhaps that is the gentlest lesson ancient Egyptian spiritual life has left for us. The sacred is not something distant. It does not exist only behind massive stone gates, nor does it belong only to priests. It may be found in the way we treat others, in our gratitude for a new morning, in the care we offer our families, and in our ability to keep our hearts turned toward what is good. Jung believed that a person becomes truly whole only by connecting with the deepest part of themselves. Perhaps the ancient Egyptians would have expressed that thought in another way. They might have said that every human being carries a temple within, not built of stone, without towering columns or golden statues. Yet if it is nurtured with sincerity, kindness, and an awareness of life's deeper meaning, that inner temple may endure longer than any monument upon the earth. Now, as the lights in the homes along the Nile gradually fade and the temple gates close after another day, our journey will move into a new chapter, one that has fascinated humanity for thousands of years. What happens after we close our eyes for the final time? Where does the soul travel? Who guides it? And is death truly the end? In the next chapter, we will enter one of the most profound and awe-inspiring belief systems ever created, the ancient Egyptian afterlife, where every soul begins its final journey, not in despair, but in hope that every ending may simply be the doorway to another beginning, the afterlife and the journey of the soul. If in the previous chapter we left behind the ancient temples that stood along the banks of the Nile and discovered that the sacred did not exist only behind towering stone walls, but also within humble homes, quiet prayers, and the human heart itself, then now our journey leads us through the most mysterious doorway in all of ancient Egyptian civilization, a doorway before which every generation has stood, a doorway that even the mightiest pharaohs could never escape, a doorway that remains humanity's greatest question. Even today, what happens after we close our eyes? For the last time, perhaps, no civilization spent more time reflecting upon that question than the ancient Egyptians. Yet, what is most remarkable is that they did not see death with despair. They did not regard it as an ending, but as the beginning of another journey, a journey far longer than life itself. If earthly life was only a single day, then death, in the Egyptian imagination, was like the moment when the sun set in the western sky, to find the sun rising once again in the east. It had not disappeared. It had simply begun another cycle. Perhaps it was the rhythm of nature itself that taught them this truth. They watched the Nile overflow each year, then gently return to its banks. They saw seeds that seemed long dead burst into life again. After the flood waters receded, they watched the sun vanish every evening, yet never fail to return with the dawn. And they wondered, if nature is forever reborn, could human beings be reborn as well? Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Death is psychologically as important as birth, and, like it, is an integral part of life." Perhaps that is one of Jung's most beautiful reflections. He did not ask us to love death, nor did he tell us to stop fearing it. He simply reminded us that death belongs to life, just as sunset belongs to the day, and winter belongs to the year. Perhaps the ancient Egyptians had already sensed this truth thousands of years earlier. To them, a human being did not possess only a single soul, but several dimensions of existence. Today, scholars often speak of three essential concepts: Ka, Ba, and Ah. At first, they may seem complicated, but through the language of symbols, perhaps they are surprisingly familiar. Ka was understood as the life force, the vital energy that accompanies each person from birth, because the Ka was believed to require nourishment. Even after death, the Egyptians placed food and offerings inside their tombs, not because they imagined the dead would eat as they had in life, but because they believed life does not simply end, it merely changes its form. Ba was often depicted Asabirt, with a human head able to travel freely between the world of the living and the world of the dead. The Ba represented individuality, memory, personality, the unique qualities that made each person who they truly were. Perhaps, if the Ka was the flame, then the Ba was the wind, something you cannot hold, yet always know is there. And finally, Ah, the state the soul attained after completing its journey, no longer bound by death, no longer limited by time, but transformed into a radiant being, a new way of existing. Perhaps the Egyptians were not speaking only about the soul, they were also speaking about transformation. Carl Gustav Jung devoted much of his life to what he called the process of individuation, the journey toward becoming one's true self. According to Jung, no one is born complete. We grow, we face our fears, we confront the darker parts of ourselves, and little by little, we become more whole. Perhaps the journey from K to Ba to Ah tells a similar story. Not only after death, but while we are still alive. There is another fascinating detail. The Egyptians did not begin preparing for death only in old age. They began very early. Their tombs, sacred texts, prayers, protective amulets, were prepared throughout their lives, not because they were obsessed with death, but because they valued life so deeply. If death was a journey, they wished to begin it well prepared. Today, we prepare for vacations, for careers, for the future, yet very few of us prepare to live a life without regret. Perhaps that is what the Egyptians were truly teaching. The important question is not how we die, but how we live, so that when the final doorway opens, we may enter it with peace. Along that journey, there was a remarkable companion, the Book of the Dead. Today, that title often makes people imagine a mysterious book filled with magic spells. Yet that name was given by modern scholars to the ancient Egyptians. It was a collection of prayers, sacred hymns, and guidance designed to help the soul travel safely through the afterlife. It was like a map, not for roads upon the earth, but for the journey of the soul. Within those papyrus scrolls were prayers, sacred utterances, instructions, and gentle reminders about honesty, courage, and awareness. Perhaps that helps us realize this book was never meant only for the dead. It was also written for the living, because everything it teaches is ultimately about preparing for a meaningful life. Jung once wrote, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Perhaps the journey of the soul that the Egyptians described does not occur only after death. It also unfolds whenever we dare to look within. Every time we face our fears, our grief, or the wounds that remain unhealed, we step through an invisible doorway and become a little wiser, a little stronger than before. Tonight, as you listen to these stories, perhaps imagine standing beside the Nile. As the sun slips below the horizon, the sky glows with amber and gold. The water lies perfectly still, reflecting the evening light. A white bird crosses slowly above the distant horizon. Far away, oil lamps begin to glow. Inside the villages, you no longer feel that sunset marks an ending. You simply see one day gently giving way to the night. Just as the Egyptians believed, every ending carries within it the seed of another beginning. Perhaps that is the gentlest gift this civilization has left behind, not a promise of immortality, but a quiet faith that no journey ever truly ends. It merely continues in another form, and in the next chapter we will follow Anubis into the great hall of judgment, where the heart of every soul is placed upon a golden scale, opposite the feather of Ma'at, to discover one of the most profound symbols ever created in human history, that in the end, a person's destiny is determined not by power nor by wealth, but by the weight of their heart. If in the previous chapter we crossed the first threshold of the afterlife and discovered that, for the ancient Egyptians, death was not an ending, but the beginning of a new journey, then now let us venture even deeper. Ahead of us, there is no longer the Nile, no longer green fields, no longer temples bathed in the morning sun. Instead, there stands a vast hall, silent, solemn, and filled with symbols. According to Egyptian belief, every soul, whether a mighty pharaoh or an ordinary farmer, must pass through this place. No one is exempt. No one receives special privilege. Only one thing remains: the truth. Imagine it, stepping into a great chamber, its towering stone columns bathed in soft light. There are no arguments, no accusation, only a silence so profound that it seems to embrace everything. At the center stands a great scale. On one side, the heart of the deceased. On the other, the feather of Maat. It is one of the most famous images from ancient Egypt and one of the deepest symbols ever created by human civilization. Today, when we speak of the heart, we usually think of emotion, but for the Egyptians, the heart was also the keeper of memory, will, character, choice, and the story of an entire life. That is why, during mummification, they preserved the heart, while the brain was usually removed, not because they dismissed the importance of intellect, but because they believed the heart revealed who a person truly was. Perhaps it is a beautiful way of seeing humanity, for in the end, what people remember is rarely how much we knew, but how we lived, standing beside the scales. According to myth, was Anubis, the jackal-headed god, who had guided the soul ever since it departed the world of the living. Anubis did not condemn, he did not accuse, he simply placed the heart upon the scales, carefully, calmly, with perfect precision, as though truth required no emotion, only to be seen. Beside him stood Thoth, god of wisdom, and writing, recording the result, without adding or subtracting, without bias. Everything was preserved exactly as it was. Perhaps that helps us understand the Egyptians did not imagine a courtroom of punishment. They imagined a courtroom of truth. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." Perhaps no sentence better captures the meaning of those scales. According to Jung, we do not mature by denying our darkness. We mature by having the courage to face it. Perhaps the judgment hall is not the place where the gods discover who we are. It is the place where we ourselves can no longer hide from the truth. The feather upon the scales belonged to Maat. Maat was not only a goddess, she was truth, justice, balance, and the cosmic order. A single feather, so light it scarcely seemed to weigh anything at all, yet it became the measure of an entire life. At first, that seems a strange idea, but the longer we reflect upon it, the more beautiful it becomes. Perhaps the Egyptians were telling us that truth is never heavy. Only the things we hide within ourselves make the heart heavy. Jung believed that the shadow, the hidden part of the human psyche, is not evil. What becomes dangerous is pretending it does not exist. Perhaps the scales of Maat do not measure how perfect someone has been. They measure how honestly that person lived with themselves. If the heart was light, the soul continued its journey. If the heart was too heavy, a fearsome creature waited nearby, Amit, with the head of a crocodile, the body of a lion, and the hindquarters of a hippopotamus, three of the most terrifying animals known to the ancient Egyptians. Today, many people imagine Ammit as a demon, but in truth, she did not torture, she did not punish. If the heart was too heavy, she simply consumed it, and with it, the soul would journey. No farther, no paradise, no rebirth, only oblivion. Perhaps what the Egyptians feared most was not suffering, but losing the opportunity to continue growing. There is one final detail that is especially moving. In Egyptian funerary texts, the deceased recites what modern scholars call the negative confession. Honor be on. They declare, I have not stolen, I have not deceived, I have not caused needless suffering, I have not dishonored the sacred. These are not excuse, they are an honest reckoning with oneself. Perhaps the Egyptians understood that the hardest task is never convincing others, it is being truthful with ourselves. Jung devoted many years to the process he called individuation. He believed that we become who we truly are only when we dare to face everything we have hidden. Perhaps the Great Hall of Judgment is the symbolic image of that very journey, for no one will ever judge us more honestly than our own conscience. Tonight, as you listen to these ancient stories, perhaps imagine standing quietly at the far end of that sacred hall. Light falls softly from above onto the golden scales. There are no cries, no fear, only Anubis, silently carrying out his sacred task, Thoth, patiently recording every truth. The feather of Maat moves almost imperceptibly. Everything feels strangely peaceful, and suddenly you realize to continue walking, to continue learning, to be reunited with those they loved. Perhaps that is why the ancient Egyptians did not see death as a wall, but as a doorway. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Life really does begin at 40. Up until then, you are just doing research." Although this reflection speaks about life rather than death, it carries a gentle reminder that every stage has its purpose. Perhaps the Egyptians would have understood, for they believed life itself was preparation, not for an ending, but for another beginning. There is something deeply moving about this perspective. They did not build great tombs because they worshipped death. They built them because they believed that every life was worthy of being remembered. Every painted wall, every carved inscription, every carefully chosen object was part of a conversation across time, a way of saying, I was here, I loved, I struggled, I hoped, and my story does not end here. Perhaps that is why their tombs were filled with scenes of ordinary life, fields of grain, boats sailing, families gathered together, musicians, garden ponds, children playing, not because they wished to escape the world, but because they cherished it so deeply that they imagined its beauty continuing forever. Jung believed that symbols allow us to express what words alone cannot contain. Perhaps the Egyptian tomb was never meant to celebrate death. It celebrated life. There is another detail that often surprises people. The objects placed inside tombs were not only gold or jewels. There were combs, walking sticks, jewelry, furniture, clothing, games, food, musical instruments, things that had once belonged to everyday life. Perhaps this tells us something remarkably human. The Egyptians did not imagine eternity as a world completely different from their own. They imagined a life made whole, a life without fear, without illness, without separation. Perhaps every civilization dreams, in its own way, of preserving whatever it loves most. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Perhaps that sentence captures the heart of the Egyptian journey. The purpose was never simply to survive death. It was to become the person whose heart could pass lightly across the scales, not because they had lived a perfect life, but because they had lived an honest one. Perhaps that is why the Egyptians spent so much time preparing for the afterlife. Preparing for death was also preparing to live with greater awareness. Every choice, every act of kindness, every promise kept, every truth spoken became part of the journey long before the final breath. Today, we often prepare for careers, for retirement, for tomorrow, but perhaps we rarely ask what kind of heart we are shaping day by day. The Egyptians might have answered that question with remarkable simplicity. Live so that, when the journey comes, you have nothing to heed. There is something beautifully hopeful about that idea, because it means the most important work is not done at the end of life, it is done in the quiet moments of ordinary days, in how we speak to one another, in how we forgive, in how we face our fears, in how we care for those entrusted to us. Jung believed that meaning is not discovered by escaping life, but by living it more consciously. Perhaps that is also the deepest lesson the Egyptians leave behind. Not that death should occupy our thoughts, but that life should. Tonight, as these stories draw gently toward their close, perhaps imagine standing once more upon the banks of the Nile. The evening sky glows softly with shades of gold and violet. The river moves quietly toward the horizon. Palm trees sway gently in the evening breeze. Somewhere, a family shares its final meal of the day. A temple bell sounds faintly. In the distance, the stars appear on their biwan. Above the desert, you realize that nothing seems hurried. The river does not rush. The stars do not hurry. The seasons do not compete. Everything arrive in its own time. Perhaps that is what the ancient Egyptians understood so well, that a meaningful life cannot be forced. Like the Nile, it must be lived patiently, faithfully, and with gratitude. Perhaps that is the greatest gift this remarkable civilization has left us. Not the pyramids, not the temples, not even the golden treasures, but a quiet invitation to remember that every ending belongs to a larger story, that every life can become a work of meaning, and that the heart may ultimately matter more than anything we possess. As our journey through ancient Egypt continues, the desert grows quiet, the temples fade into the night, the Nile reflects the stars, just as it has for thousands of years, and perhaps as sleep slowly finds you, you can carry one gentle thought into your dreams, that the most enduring monuments are not always built from stone. Sometimes they are built from kindness, wisdom, courage, and the quiet choices we make every single day to continue sowing seeds across endless fields, to continue living beneath the light of the sun. To the ancient Egyptians, death was not an abyss, but a doorway, and just like every important journey, one must prepare. They prepared clothing, prepared food, prepared familiar possessions, prepared prayers, prepared knowledge, prepared courage, not because they knew exactly what awaited them, but because that preparation allowed them to live more peacefully in the present. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Life really does begin at 40. Up until then, you are just doing research." Although those words were written in a different context, they still suggest an idea remarkably close to the Egyptian spirit, that life is a journey of continual learning. No one is born complete. No one arrives immediately at wisdom. We mature through every choice, every loss, every encounter with ourselves. Perhaps that is why the Egyptians did not wait until the end of life to think about death. They carried that question with them like a quiet companion, gently asking, "How have you lived today? How have you treated others? If tomorrow you had to depart, what would remain?" Perhaps those are not questions about death, they are questions about life. When the pharaohs built magnificent tombs, or when an ordinary person carefully prepared a modeste grave, what they were truly doing was not merely preparing for the future, they were preserving the story of their lives. Upon the tomb walls, the Egyptians carved images of themselves, plowing fields, fishing, baking bread, playing with their children, offering flowers, or sitting quietly beside their families. At first glance, that seems unusual. If they were preparing for the next world, why not carve something more miraculous? Perhaps because to them, heaven was not a completely unfamiliar place. Heaven was where the finest moments of life continued. They did not hope to become gods, they simply hoped to remain themselves in a world without suffering. Carl Gustav Jung spent many years studying human dreams. He discovered that deep within the unconscious, people are not driven only by success or power. What we truly seek is wholeness, the feeling that our lives have meaning. Perhaps the tombs of Egypt are symbols of that longing, not the longing for the body's immortality, but the longing for a life meaningful enough to outlast time. There is one detail especially touching. Many objects buried with the dead were not gold or jewels, but simple things. A comb, a mirror, a musical instrument, a toy, a small chair, everyday possessions that had shared life's ordinary moments. This tells us the Egyptians did not wish to carry only wealth. They wished to carry memories, to carry the feeling of having lived. Perhaps people in every age are alike. In this way, the most precious things are not what we own, but what we have loved. Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Perhaps no sentence could close this chapter more beautifully, for after everything, the journey of the soul in Egyptian mythology is also the journey toward becoming one's truest self. Not after death, but while still alive, the Egyptians believed that every choice, every action, every word added its own weight to the heart. And perhaps Jung would have agreed, for in his view, no true growth can occur as long as we continue running away from ourselves. Tonight, as you listen to these final words of this chapter, perhaps imagine standing upon a sandy ridge, looking toward the Nile. As evening falls, the crimson sun slowly sinks below the horizon. Flocks of birds glide homeward across the sky. The desert breeze moves gently. The silence is so complete you can hear the distant sound of flowing water, and suddenly you understand what the Egyptians tried to preserve for thousands of years was not a secret for conquering death, but a way of seeing, a way of living, that if today we live with sincerity, with gratitude, with kindness, then when the sunset of our own lives arrives, we too might smile as the sun smiles each evening, because it knows that beyond the darkness, another dawn is already waiting. Perhaps that is the greatest gift the civilization of Egypt has left behind. Not the pyramids, not the treasures, not the mysteries of the mummies, but a gentle reminder that the value of a human life is not measured by how long it lasts, but by how deeply that heart has loved, has learned, has grown, and has lived. In truth, no, the doorway to the afterlife closes quietly, but our journey is not yet over, for another mystery has fascinated humanity for thousands of years. How can a human body endure the passage of time? What is natron? What did the canopic jars protect? And why was the heart preserved while the brain was removed? In the next chapter, we will step into an ancient embalming chamber to explore one of the most refined and deeply moving rituals of ancient Egypt, a ritual where beneath every layer of linen lies not only remarkable skill, but also love, reverence, and the hope that the finest part of a human being may continue to live through time. Mummies, the secret of immortality. If in the previous chapter we stood within the great hall of judgment, watched each soul's heart weighed against the feather of Ma'at, journeyed through the gates of the afterlife, and discovered that, for the ancient Egyptians, true immortality belonged not to power, but to a heart that had lived in harmony with truth, then now, our journey leads us to one of the most famous mysteries of this remarkable civilization, a mystery that has fascinated humanity for centuries, a mystery hidden beneath layers of linen, golden coffins, sealed stone chambers, and faces still preserved after thousands of years. The mummies. Today, the very word mummy immediately brings to mind ancien cours, sealed tombs, mysterious legends, and dramatic films. Yet, if we set aside those modern images and quietly look through the eyes of the ancient Egyptians, we discover something very different. Mummies were never created to frighten anyone. They were created out of love, out of hope, and out of a deeply gentle belief that life does not end with the final breath. Perhaps the first thing we must understand is that the Egyptians were not trying to conquer death. They knew that no one could escape it, not even the pharaohs, who were believed to embody Horus upon the earth, would eventually begin the journey of Osiris. What they desired was not to keep living inside the body forever, but to ensure that the soul could recognize its earthly home. According to ancient Egyptian belief, after death, the soul's aspects, Zuh as the Ka and the Ba, still required a place to which they could return. If the body were completely destroyed, that sacred journey would remain incomplete. For that reason, preserving the body was never about preserving life itself. It was about preserving the memory of life. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The shoe that fits one person pinches another. There is no recipe for living that suits all cases." At first, those words may seem unrelated to mummification, but upon reflection, they remind us that every civilization finds its own way to answer life's greatest questions. The Egyptians chose mummification, not because they misunderstood death, but because it expressed their belief that a human being is more than the years they have lived. We are also our relationships, our memories, and the traces we leave behind. Perhaps that is why the process of mummification never took place in a single day, nor even within a single week. It lasted roughly 70 days. 70 days, a remarkably long time, long enough for loved ones to grieve, long enough to accept their loss, and long enough to complete every stage of a ritual performed with extraordinary care. Today, that number often surprises us, but to the Egyptians, nothing sacred should ever be rushed. Perhaps they understood a profound truth. Some journeys can only be completed with patience. Some farewells can only begin to heal when people allow themselves to move slowly. Jung repeatedly emphasized that inner transformation never happens instantly. A seed cannot become a great tree in a single night. Neither can a human soul accept its deepest changes without time. Perhaps those 70 days were not only for the deceased, they were also for those who remained behind. A quiet space where love could gradually learn how to let go. The first stage of mummification was drying the body, and for this, the Egyptians relied upon one of nature's most remarkable gifts, natron. Natron was not a magical substance. It was a naturally occurring mixture of mineral salts found in Egypt's dry salt lakes. Its extraordinary ability to absorb moisture allowed the body to dry naturally. The Egyptians covered the body with natron so that the water would slowly leave its tissues. This process lasted for many weeks. There was nothing fast, nothing dramatic, only the quiet patience of time. Perhaps it reminds us of the desert itself. The desert never changes everything in a single day. It works silently, patiently, allowing the wind, the sun, and time. The linen continued to wrap around the body. There, the embalmers carefully placed sacred amulets, each one in a precise position. None of them were chosen at random. There was the Eye of Horus, a symbol of protection, healing, and wholeness. There was the scarab beetle, representing renewal, transformation, and rebirth. There was the jade pillar, a symbol of stability, strength, and endurance. And there was the Tiet knot of Isis, representing love, protection, and the gentle embrace of the divine feminine. To modern eyes, these may seem like ornaments or ancient charms, but to the Egyptians, Eich, amulet, was a silent prayer, a visible reminder that hope could accompany the soul beyond death. Perhaps what mattered was never the object itself, but the meaning placed within it. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Man and his symbols are inseparable." Perhaps that truth can be felt here more clearly than anywhere else. Human beings have always needed symbols, not because symbols possess magical power, but because they help us express what words alone cannot contain: love, grief, hope, faith, memory. Perhaps the Egyptians understood this thousands of years ago. Every amulet placed beneath the linen was not only for the deceased, it also comforted those who remained. It gently whispered, "We have done everything we could. Now, may peace continue the journey." As the wrapping drew closer to completion, the face was covered with extraordinary care, for the face was the place where loved ones recognized the person they had known. In some royal burials, a magnificent golden funerary mask was placed over the mummy. The most famous is the mask of Tutankhamun. Its calm expression, peaceful eyes, and gentle smile have become one of humanity's most enduring images. Perhaps the mask was never meant to hide the face, but to preserve identity, to proclaim, even after death, this person still matters, still belongs, still has an armor, a story, and a place within memory. Jung believed that identity is not created in a single moment. It is formed throughout an entire lifetime by every choice, every relationship, every challenge, and every act of courage. Perhaps the Egyptian mask reflects that same understanding. A human life should never disappear without remembrance. When all the wrapping was complete, the mummy was placed within its coffin, sometimes within several nested coffins, one inside another, until finally the entire resting place was sealed inside the tomb. To modern people, that sealed chamber may appear to be a place of endings, but to the Egyptians, it marked a beginning, a quiet departure toward another stage of existence. Perhaps that is why so many tomb walls were filled not with scenes of death, but with images of harvests, music, family, festivals, boats upon the Nile, gardens, birds, and flowers. They did not wish to remember only the moment of dying. They wished to remember the beauty of living. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." Perhaps the same is true of love. No life leaves ours without changing us. No farewell leaves the heart exactly as it was before. Perhaps that is why the ritual of mummification was never only for the dead. It gently transformed the living as well, helping grief become remembrance, helping loss become gratitude, helping sorrow become love. Tonight, as you listen, perhaps imagine standing quietly inside the ancient embalming chamber. The final strip of linen has just been tied. The fragrance of cedar oil, frankincense, and myrrh lingers softly in the air. The embalmers lower their hands. No one speaks. No one rushes. The silence feels complete. Outside, the evening sun bathes the desert in warm gold. A gentle wind moves across the sand, and somewhere far beyond the Nile, a flock of birds begins its journey home. In that moment, you realize the Egyptians were never trying to preserve a body forever. They were trying to preserve something far more fragile: love, memory, gratitude, and dignity. Perhaps that is the true secret of the mummy, not immortality of flesh, but the enduring power of remembrance. Perhaps that is also what Carl Gustav Jung spent his lifetime trying to understand, that human beings are shaped not only by what happens to them, but by the meaning they discover within those experiences. And perhaps that is the quiet gift Ancient Egypt still offers us today. Not instruction for defeating death, but wisdom for honoring life, so that when our own journey one day comes to its gentle close, those who remember us will not think first of what we possessed or how long we lived, but of the kindness we shared, the love we gave, the courage we found, and the light we left behind. In the next chapter, we will step beyond the burial chamber to discover how these magnificent tombs were designed, hidden, protected, and finally rediscovered. Thousands of years later, together, we will explore the Valley of the Kings, the treasures that slept beneath the desert, the remarkable discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb, and the enduring question: why do these ancient places still capture the imagination of the modern world? Perhaps because beneath every stone, every inscription, and every silent chamber lies the same timeless story, the story of human beings searching for meaning across the ages. The priests carefully placed a variety of protective amulets. Each amulet carried a blessing, a hope, a form of protection. Some were placed upon the chest, some near the neck, some beside the hands, others between the layers of linen around the abdomen. Every position was chosen with great care. Among them, perhaps the most famous, was the Eye of Horus. The Eye of Horus, a symbol of healing, protection, and wholeness. The Egyptians believed it would accompany the soul on the journey that lay ahead. Alongside it, the Ankh, the key of life, often appeared as well, not to grant immortality in the sense that the body would never die, but as a quiet prayer that life itself would continue. In another form, there were also amulets, shaped like the scarab beetle, a tiny creature, often seen rolling balls of dung across the desert sand. To the Egyptians, the scarab symbolized the rising sun, rebirth, and the promise that every dawn would always return. Perhaps that thought brings a gentle smile. A creature so ordinary could become a symbol of hope. Perhaps nature has always known how to tell its greatest stories through the smallest things. Throughout the wrapping ritual, the priests quietly recited prayers. Many of them were later preserved in the Book of the Dead. They were not magical spells meant to perform miracles. They were gentle wishes that the soul would find peace, recognize its path, overcome its fears, and discover the light. Carl Gustav Jung devoted many years to studying the power of ritual. He came to understand that the true value of a ritual does not depend on whether it changes the outer world, but on how deeply it transforms. The people who take part in it, perhaps. The careful wrapping of each layer of linen was never intended only for the deceased. It also helped those who remained behind, little by little, learn to accept their farewell. Every layer was another expression of gratitude, another goodbye, another gentle lesson in letting go. Perhaps that is why the ceremony lasted so long. No one wished to turn farewell into something that simply had to be finished. There is something deeply moving about what archaeologists have found when opening tombs that remained untouched. For thousands of years, they did not discover only mummies. They also found dried flowers, strings of beads, carefully tied bands of linen, and sometimes the faint trace of a final touch. Those small discoveries do not speak about technique, they speak about love. After thousands of years, the flowers have long since faded, yet human tenderness somehow still remains. Jung believed that human beings are creatures who create meaning. We do not merely live, we continually seek to give meaning to everything we experience. Perhaps that is what makes Egyptian mummification so extraordinary. It never denied death. It simply gave farewell a deeper meaning. Tonight, as you listen, perhaps imagine standing inside the final chamber of the ceremony. The glow of oil lamps falls softly across the white linen wrappings. A priest gently places the final amulet upon the chest of the departed. Incense drifts slowly upward. The prayers continue in calm, steady voices. No one weeps aloud. No one falls into despair. Only a profound sense of peace, as though everyone present believes this is not an ending, but simply a quiet farewell. Perhaps that is the most beautiful story those linen wrappings ever wish to tell. They do not hide death. They embrace it with love, like a mother pulling a blanket over her sleeping child, like sunset gently spreading across the waters of the Nile, without haste, without resistance, simply accepting the rhythm of time. Perhaps that is also what Jung always sought to remind us. We do not mature by denying loss. We mature when we transform pain into gratitude, separation into memory, and love into something that continues to live, even after those we cherish have gone far away. In the next chapter, we will explore something even more surprising. Not only people, but also cats, birds, crocodile, sacred bulls, baboons, and many other animals were mummified by the ancient Egyptians. Together, we will discover why the desert itself, rather than human hands, was the first great embalmer in history, and why what the Egyptians truly wished to preserve was perhaps never merely a body, but the memory of life itself, entrusted to time. If in the previous chapter we watched the final linen wrappings gently embrace the body of the departed, saw sacred amulets placed in their proper positions like blessings for the journey ahead, and discovered that mummification was not merely a method of preservation, but a ritual of love and farewell, then before we close this remarkable chapter, there is one more astonishing story waiting to be told. The Egyptians did not mummify only human beings. They also mummified animals. Today, as we walk through museums, we may encounter mummified cats, falcons, jackals, crocodile, baboons, sacred bulls, even tiny fish. At first glance, it seems rather strange. Why devote so much time and care to preserving an animal? Perhaps, to understand, we need to remember something we discovered earlier in the chapter about the Egyptian gods. To the ancient Egyptians, animals were never simply animals. They were living symbols. The cat evoked the gentle protection of Bastard. The falcon reflected the vision of Horus. The jackal was forever linked with Anubis. The crocodile reminded people of Sobek, and the baboon was closely associated with Thoth. That does not mean the Egyptians believed every cat was the goddess Bastet, or every crocodile was the god Sobek. Rather, they believed nature itself could reflect sacred qualities. Perhaps it was a remarkably humble way of seeing the world. Instead of placing humanity at the center of all life, they recognized meaning in every living creature sharing the earth. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it." Perhaps that is why even a small cat or a simple bird could become an object of reverence, not because of their size, not because of their strength, but because of the meaning they carried. There is another fascinating detail. Long before human beings learned the art of mummification, nature had already mastered it. Thousands of years ago, when the earliest inhabitants of Egypt buried their loved ones directly beneath the desert sand, there were no coffins, no tombs, no natron. The dry heat of the desert itself, the fine grains of sand, drew the moisture from the body, preserving the contours of the face, the hair, even the skin. Perhaps that was the moment when the Egyptians first began to observe. They realized nature had revealed a secret, not through words, but through patience. Across countless generations, they learned from the desert. Natron was not an accident. It was the result of humanity learning from nature. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Nature is not matter only, she is also spirit." Perhaps, to the ancient Egyptians, the desert was more than a landscape. It was a teacher. The Nile taught them about renewal. The sun taught them about the cycles of time. And the desert sands taught them how to preserve memory. Perhaps that is why their civilization lived in remarkable harmony with the natural world. They did not try to force nature to serve them. They observed, they listened, and then they learned. Today, when we look at a mummy in a museum, we often see only an ancient body. But perhaps what lies before us is not merely a mummy, it is a letter sent from the past, a human being who once laughed, who once cried, who once loved, who once hoped, who once lived beneath the same sky as we do today. The only distance between us is a few thousand years. Perhaps that is the feeling every archaeologist has known. When opening an ancient coffin, they are not simply uncovering history. They are meeting another human being. Carl Gustav Jung devoted his life to exploring humanity's shared memory. He called it the collective unconscious. According to Jung, there are symbols, stories, fears, and hopes that are passed from one generation to the next, not through genetics, but through culture, myth, and symbolism. Perhaps the mummies of ancient Egypt have become part of that collective memory. They remind us that every generation has asked the very same questions. How do we keep what we love from disappearing completely? How do memories continue to live? Perhaps the Egyptians were never truly seeking the immortality. of the body. If they were, they ultimately failed, for every body must eventually surrender to time. But if what they wished to preserve was the memory of a human life, then perhaps they succeeded. Because today, more than 3,000 years later, we are still telling their stories, still gazing into their faces, still trying to understand the dreams they once carried. Jung once wrote, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Perhaps the mummies are inviting us not to look at death, but to look at our own lives. If one day only stories remain, what will others remember about us? Not our faces, not our possessions. Perhaps what will endure is the way we treated others, the love we shared, and the quiet marks we left upon the hearts of those who crossed our path. Tonight, as you listen to the final words of this chapter, perhaps imagine standing upon a high desert dune. The setting sun bathes the distant pyramids in golden light. A gentle wind moves across the sands, carrying grains that have witnessed thousands of years of history. You bend down and pick up a single grain of sand. Perhaps it has rested here since long before the first pharaohs were born, long before the pyramids were built, and it will remain here long after we ourselves have gone. In that quiet moment, you suddenly understand. Perhaps what is truly immortal is not the body, but the meaning human beings leave behind for the world. Perhaps that is the deepest secret of the Egyptian mummy. Not how to conquer time, but how to live a life that time itself will remember. And perhaps that is also what Carl Gustav Jung spent his life trying to show us, that the most important journey is not to prolong our existence, but to complete the growth of the soul. Now, the golden coffins will gently close, the linen wrappings will rest in silence beside time itself. Yet our journey continues, because ahead of us lies an invention even more extraordinary than the pyramids, an invention that allowed the thoughts of ancient Egypt to cross thousands of years. It is writing, symbols carved into stone, words written upon papyrus, patient scribes, and the belief that once words are written down, they continue to live even after their author has become part of history. In the next chapter, we will explore the world of hieroglyphs, knowledge, and perhaps the greatest magic humanity has ever created. Not miracles, but the power to allow a single thought to travel across thousands of years and touch the heart of another human being on a quiet night like this one. Writing, knowledge, and magic. If, in the previous chapter, we gently closed the doors of the ancient embalming chambers and discovered that what the Egyptians truly sought to preserve was not merely a body, but the memory of a life once lived, then now our journey brings us to an invention even more extraordinary than linen wrappings or canopic jars. For eventually, the Egyptians realized there was one thing that not even a mummy could preserve forever. A human voice. A person might be preserved. A face might survive for thousands of years. But if no one remembered their story, if no one understood what they had once believed, what they had once dreamed, then time would quietly erase their presence. Perhaps from that longing, another miracle was born. Not the miracle of the gods, but the miracle of writing. Today, We send a text message, write a letter, publish a book, and rarely stop to wonder what extraordinary thing is actually happening. How can a thought, invisible inside the mind, become tiny symbols on a page, so that hundreds or even thousands of years later, a complete stranger can still understand it? To the ancient Egyptians, that was never ordinary. It was a miracle. They called their writing system Medonecher, meaning the words of the gods. Even in that name, we can already see that the Egyptians never regarded writing as merely a tool for communication. They believed every symbol carried its own power, not only to describe the world, but to connect humanity with the sacred order of the universe. Perhaps that is what makes Egyptian hieroglyphs one of the most beautiful, symbolic systems ever created. Arbirt was never only Arbirt, flowing water, was never only water. An-ei was never only an-ei. Every image was at once an object, an idea, and a story. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The symbol is not a sign for something known. It is an attempt to elucidate by means of analogy something that is still completely unknown." Perhaps no words describe Egyptian hieroglyphs more beautifully. According to Jung, a symbol is different from a sign. A sign simply represents something already understood, but a symbol always opens many layers of meaning. It invites us to reflect, to explore, and to enter into dialogue with ourselves. Perhaps the Egyptians understood that truth long before anyone else. They did not create writing merely to record events. They created symbols capable of living for longer than those who first carved them. In Egyptian mythology, the gift of writing was given to humanity by Thoth, the ibis-headed god. Thoth was not only the god of writing, he was also the god of wisdom, mathematics, astronomy, time, and memory. According to legend, Thoth recorded everything that happened throughout the universe without bias, without addition, without omission. He recorded only the truth. Perhaps it is a beautiful image because the Egyptians believed that before we can write, we must first learn to listen. Today, when we think of a writer or a storyteller, we usually think of creativity, but perhaps the Egyptians would have said that the finest writer is first someone who knows how to observe, how to remain silent, and how to record what is true. Carl Gustav Jung spent many years studying symbols that appear again and again across different cultures. He called them expressions of the collective unconscious. According to Jung, there are symbols that emerge throughout the world, even among civilizations that never met. The eye, the bird, the sun, flowing water, the tree of life, the serpent, all carry remarkably similar layers of meaning. Perhaps Egyptian hieroglyphs are more than a language. They are a doorway into humanity's shared treasury of symbols. One especially fascinating belief was that a person's name possessed power. As long as a name continued to be spoken, that person continued to exist within memory. That is why the names of the pharaohs were carved upon temples, statues, sarcophagi, and towering obelisks, not simply to be remembered, but to allow their presence to continue. Perhaps that is a deeply moving idea. For perhaps what we truly fear is not death, but being forgotten. Jung once wrote, "Man needs difficulties. They are necessary for health." At first, those words may seem unrelated to writing, yet perhaps because human beings know we will forget, because we know time will slowly erase our memories, we created writing to resist that forgetting, not through force, but through meaning. Perhaps every written line is a bridge connecting two people who lived in different ages. Today, when we read the inscriptions carved in Egyptian stone, the greatest miracle is not that they survived for more than 3,000 years. The true miracle is that a single thought from an ancien soul can still reach our hearts. Tonight, on the same stone, the very same decree was written 3 different times, using 3 different scripts. At the top, hieroglyphs, the sacred writing used in temples and for religious inscriptions. In the middle, demotic, the everyday script used by ordinary Egyptians. At the bottom, ancient Greek, a language that scholars of the time could still read. Perhaps the stone itself did not reveal the secret. It simply offered a bridge between a forgotten language and one that was still alive. For many years, scholars studied it, compared every line, every symbol, every repeated name, until finally the silence began to break. In 1822, a young French scholar named Jean-François Champollion made the breakthrough. He realized that hieroglyphs were not merely mystical pictures, nor simple decorations. They represented sounds, words, ideas, and symbols working together within one writing system. It was as though a locked door that had remained closed for nearly 2,000 years had quietly opened. Perhaps one of the most moving moments in the history of archaeology was not the discovery of a golden treasure, nor the opening of a royal tomb. It was the moment humanity heard Ancient Egypte speak again. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The meeting of 2 personalities is like the contact of 2 chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." Perhaps the rediscovery of hieroglyphs was something similar. It was a meeting across thousands of years between 2 civilizations. The ancient Egyptians did not change, but we did. For the first time, we could read their prayers, their poems, their letters, their hopes, their fears, not through imagination, but through their own words. Perhaps that is one of the greatest gifts writing can offer. It allows us to hear the voice of someone long after their own voice has fallen silent. Think about it. Without the Rosetta Stone, the pyramids would still stand. The temples would still inspire awe. The statues would still be magnificent, but they would remain silent, beautiful, yet silent. Perhaps architecture can preserve a civilization's body, but writing preserves its soul. Jung devoted much of his life to understanding symbols because he believed symbols carry meanings that can survive far beyond the people who first created them. Perhaps hieroglyphs are among humanity's greatest examples of that truth. A carved bird, an aye, a lotus flower, a reed, a falcon. They are not merely ancient drawings. They are invitations to remember how another people once understood life, death, love, time, and the human soul, there is something else, deeply moving, about the Rosetta Stone. It reminds us that understanding rarely arrives all at once. For centuries, people looked at hieroglyphs without understanding them. The symbols never changed. Only our ability to understand them did. Perhaps life itself works the same way. Sometimes the answer has been before us all along. What changes is not the world, but the eyes with which we learn to see it. Jung often suggested that the deepest truths cannot be forced. They reveal themselves only when we are ready. Perhaps the Rosetta Stone is more than an archaeological discovery. It is also a symbol of patience, of curiosity, and of the quiet belief that no voice should remain forgotten. Tonight, as you continue listening, perhaps imagine standing inside a museum before the Rosetta Stone. It is smaller than you expected. Its surface worn by centuries, its edges broken, its letters crowded together. At first glance, it appears to be only a stone, but then you remember that this single object returned an entire civilization. Its voice, you realize that the greatest discoveries are not always the largest. Sometimes one stone can reopen thousands of years of human memory. Perhaps that is the quiet miracle the ancient Egyptians left behind. Not merely monuments that defied time, but words that waited patiently for someone to listen again. And perhaps that is also what Carl Gustav Jung believed. Every genuine symbol waits patiently for the moment when another human soul is finally ready to understand it. In the next chapter, we will leave the scribes' workshops and the carved inscriptions to discover how Egyptian knowledge extended far beyond writing into mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and engineering. We will explore how a civilization more than 4,000 years ago measured the stars, predicted the Nile's floods, healed the sick, and raised monuments that still stand today. Perhaps the greatest mystery of ancient Egypt was never magic alone. It was the extraordinary power of careful observation, patient learning, and the timeless human desire to understand the world. Perhaps that is the most beautiful form of immortality. Not that the body endures, but that an idea continues to be heard. Tonight, as you listen to this story, perhaps imagine that you are sitting in the courtyard of an Egyptian temple. As evening falls, beside you, a young scribe holds a blank roll of papyrus. Slowly, he dips his reed pen into ink, then writes the very first symbol. The pen glides softly, almost silently, yet in that moment, a single thought has escaped the fragility of memory and entered the current of time. Perhaps there is no magic more extraordinary than that a single stroke of ink can outlive an entire lifetime. Perhaps that is what the Egyptians wished to leave behind. Immortality need not belong to the body. It can also belong to a story, an idea, a symbol, or simply a sincere word offered with all one's heart. And perhaps that is also what Carl Gustav Jung always believed, that authentic symbols never truly die, for they do not live only in books. They live within the souls of those who continue to listen. In the next chapter, we will meet the quiet yet indispensable people of ancient Egypt, the scribes. Their reed pens their rolls of papyrus, their red and black inks, and discover why, to the ancient Egyptians, a person who could write was also someone entrusted with preserving the memory of an entire civilization. If, in the previous chapter, we discovered that the ancient Egyptians regarded writing not merely as a tool for recording information, but as the sacred gift of Thoth, a bridge connecting humanity with memory and with the gods, then now let us quietly step into a small room beside the temple. There are no towering statues, no colossal stone columns reaching toward the sky, only a few low wooden desks, carefully rolled papyrus scrolls, small jars of ink, and the soft whisper of a reed pen moving across the page. Perhaps this was not the most famous place in ancient Egypt, yet it was surely one of the most important, because here the memory of an entire civilization was preserved. The people seated within that room were the scribes. Today, if you ask a child what profession they dream of, they might answer doctor, astronaut, or engineer. But in ancient Egypt, to become a scribe was the dream of countless families, for it was more than a profession. It was a path toward knowledge, toward respect, and often toward influential positions. Within the royal court, not everyone could read, not everyone could write. Hieroglyphs were extraordinarily complex, with hundreds of different signs. To master them required many years of study, observation, memory, and practice. Perhaps that is what made knowledge such a treasure, not because it was hidden, but because it demanded patience. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Knowledge rests not upon truth alone, but upon error also." Perhaps no one understood that better than a scribe. Each day, they learned, they wrote, they made mistakes, they corrected them, and then they continued. Knowledge did not arrive in a single moment. It grew, like the Nile, quietly, yet steadily. The first thing a young scribe learned was not great literary works, but how to make paper. The Egyptians developed an extraordinary writing material from the papyrus plant growing along the banks of the Nile. They sliced its stalk into thin strips, layered them crosswise, pressed them together, allowed them to dry, then polished the surface until a sheet was born. Today, we still call it papyrus, and from that ancient word came the English word paper. Perhaps there is something beautiful about that. Our humble plant, growing beside the Nile, became the ancestor of books throughout the world. To write upon papyrus, the Egyptians used pens made from reeds. The tip was carefully sharpened, then softened. With only a few simple steps, a tool capable of recording history came into being. Perhaps the greatest inventions are not always the most complicated. Sometimes they begin with a single reed, a simple idea, and an abundance of patience. There is another remarkable detail. The Egyptians usually wrote with only two colors, black and red. Black ink was used for most texts to record events, tell stories, and preserve knowledge. Red ink was reserved for headings, the names of gods, warnings, or especially important passages. Today, we do much the same. We underline, highlight, or print in bold to emphasize meaning. Perhaps some habits have remained with humanity for thousands of years. Carl Gustav Jung spent many years studying recurring symbols. Throughout history, he realized that every generation attempts to create order within a changing world. Perhaps the neat rows upon papyrus, the careful arrangement of black and red ink, were the Egyptians' way of bringing that order into life. Scribes were respected, not simply because they could write. They were the guardians of memory. They recorded the Nile floods, peace treaties, poems, religious texts, stories, letters, lessons. Without them, much of what we know about ancient Egypt would have vanished long ago. Perhaps that is worth remembering. Throughout history, the people who preserve civilization are not always its kings. Sometimes they are the quiet ones who spend day after day patiently writing one line at a time. Jung once wrote, "The creation of something new is not accomplished by the intellect, but by the play instinct, acting from inner necessity." Perhaps scribes did more than merely copy words. They created, not by inventing something new, but by ensuring that precious things would never be forgotten. Perhaps that is also the work of every storyteller, to keep memory alive, to allow old voices to continue speaking across thousands of years. Tonight, as you listen, perhaps imagine sitting inside a small room overlooking the Nile. Outside, the wind gently sways. The papyrus reads. Inside, an elderly scribe slowly dips his reed pen into black ink. He pauses for a few moments, as though listening to his own thoughts, then carefully writes one symbol after another. Not a single unnecessary stroke, not a single hurried movement. He knows he may never meet the person who will one day read these words, but that does not matter, because he believes that if a thought is sincere enough, it will eventually find the one who needs it. Perhaps that is the true magic of writing, not turning speech into ink, but transforming a fleeting human moment into something capable of crossing time itself. Perhaps that is also what Carl Gustav Jung tried. Throughout his life, he wrote not only for his contemporaries, but for souls who might discover his books. Many years later, like the Egyptian scribes, he entrusted his reflections to the endless current of humanity's memory. In the next chapter, we will encounter a single stone that transformed the history of archaeology, a stone that allowed the modern world to hear again a language silent for nearly 2,000 years, the Rosetta Stone, the key that unlocked the soul of ancient Egypt. If, in the previous chapter, we stood before the Rosetta Stone and witnessed the moment when a civilization, long thought silent forever, found its voice again after nearly 2,000 years, then now, before we close our chapter on writing, knowledge, and magic, one final story remains. A story of great beauty, yet touched by a quiet sadness, for even those things that seem eternal must one day change. Perhaps no language lives forever, no civilization remains forever. At its peak, no empire escapes its final chapter. The ancient Egyptians believed that as long as a person's name continued to be spoken, that person continued to live. Yet there came a time when even those living upon Egyptian soil could no longer read the hieroglyphs of their own ancestors, the symbols that once covered temples, pyramids, sarcophagi, obelisks, and papyrus scrolls gradually became beautiful images without a voice. No one could understand them. No one could read them. No one could write them. History tells us that the final known hieroglyphic inscription was carved at the Temple of Philae in AD 394. After more than 3,000 years, the language that had once been the soul of an entire civilization quietly fell silent. There was no farewell ceremony, no final goodbye, only time patiently doing what time always does. At first, that seems heartbreaking, yet perhaps, if we reflect more deeply, it was not a disappearance, only a transformation, because although hieroglyphs were no longer written, the spirit of ancient Egypt continued to live in art, architecture, philosophy, storytelling, and the imagination of humanity. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The living spirit grows and even outgrows its earlier forms of expression." Perhaps no quotation describes the fate of hieroglyphs more beautifully. According to Jung, spirit does not perish. When old forms disappear, it simply continues in new ones. Perhaps the Egyptians no longer wrote in hieroglyphs, yet their symbols, the eye of Horus, the Ankh, the lotus, the scarab, the sun, the Nile, still appear in literature, art, cinema, and within the minds of millions. That reminds us of something profound. A true symbol does not require complete understanding to touch the human heart. Today, when we look at an Egyptian symbol, we may not know how it was pronounced, yet we still feel its beauty, its dignity, its depth. Perhaps that is the power of symbolism. Jung devoted nearly his entire life to studying what he called the collective unconscious. He believed that certain images, certain symbols, never truly disappear. They simply change the way they appear. An ancient god may return as a figure within a dream. A temple carving may become a painting. A myth may continue living inside a novel. Perhaps what is truly immortal is never the form, but the meaning. There is something else deeply remarkable. When we look back across the Egyptian journey, we discover that they were always searching for a way to resist forgetfulness. The pyramids were memory written in stone. Mummies were memory preserved in the body. Writing was memory preserved in thought. Stories were memory preserved in the soul. Each path was different, yet each reached toward the same hope that beauty could remain even after human beings had departed. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Perhaps, after everything, what the Egyptians wished to preserve was never merely their names, their power, or their fame. They wished to preserve what made them who they were, their values, their beliefs, their symbols, and their stories. Perhaps that is why, more than 5,000 years later, we still sit here on a quiet night, listening to them, not because they were wealthy, not because they were powerful, but because they left us questions that never grow old. Who are we? What truly endures? How should we live a meaningful life? Those are also The questions Carl Gustav Jung pursued throughout his life, not through archaeology, but by exploring the deepest layers of the human soul. Perhaps history and psychology have always been telling the very same story, the story of humanity's search for itself. Tonight, as you hear the closing words of this chapter, perhaps imagine standing before an ancient stone wall covered with hieroglyphs. Moonlight falls gently across each carved symbol. No priest remains to read them aloud. No scribe remains to explain their meaning. Only the wind and time. Yet somehow the place does not feel dead. Instead, it feels as though the symbols are still waiting, not waiting to be translated, but waiting for someone who knows how to pause, how to listen, and how to feel. Perhaps that is the greatest gift Egyptian writing has left behind, not answers, but the ability to awaken curiosity, reverence, and the longing to discover what lies beneath the surface of life. Perhaps that is also what Carl Gustav Jung always hoped for, that we would learn not only to read words upon a page, but also to read the symbols within ourselves. For there are books written in ink, there are books written in stone, and there is one book written across the course of every human life. Only we can complete its final pages. Now, the papyrus scrolls will be rolled closed. The reed pens will be set aside. The scribes will quietly leave their peaceful room. Yet our journey continues, because ahead awaits another aspect of ancient Egypt, just as extraordinary. Not only did they build pyramids, not only did they write, they also observed the heavens, practiced medicine, measured time, created perfumes, and explored nature with remarkable patience. In the next chapter, we will step into the world of science and everyday life in ancient Egypt and discover that perhaps the greatest miracle has never been the mysterious, but the extraordinary human ability to observe. The user's message ends with dicting un, so they are asking for a translation of the provided Vietnamese text into English. If, in the previous chapter, we stepped into the room of the physicians beside the Nile and discovered that ancient Egyptian medicine began not with the ambition to conquer death, but with compassion for those who were suffering, then now our journey brings us closer to a fascinating question. How could a civilization that lived more than 4,000 years ago understand the human body so remarkably well? Curiously, part of the answer lies within the very mummification rituals we have just explored. For thousands of years, the priests and the embalmers observed the human body. After death, they saw the heart, the lungs, the liver, the stomach, the intestines, the blood vessels, the bones, the muscles. Of course, they had no microscopes. They knew nothing of cells or bacteria, but they knew how to observe, how to remember, and how to pass on what they had learned, just as the farmer learned from the annual flood of the Nile. The Egyptian physician learned from the human body itself. One of the most remarkable medical texts, the Edwin Smith Papyrus, does not merely describe disease, it carefully records cases involving injuries to the head, the skull, the neck, the shoulders, the spine, the chest, and the bones. What is truly astonishing is that throughout many passages, the author does not appeal to magic. Instead, He carefully describes the observations, the diagnosis, the prognosis, and only then, the recommended treatment. Some cases are marked, "This is an ailment I will treat." Others, "This is an ailment I will fight with." And still others, "This is an ailment that cannot be treated." Today, reading those words, we are struck by their honesty. The Egyptians did not believe they could cure everything. They understood that limits exist, that there are things human beings must simply accept. Perhaps that is where true wisdom begins, not in believing we know everything, but in recognizing what lies beyond our power. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "We cannot change anything unless we accept it." Perhaps that truth belongs not only to psychology, but also to medicine. A physician must first see a disease as it truly is, without false hope, without despair, without denial. Only then can they respond calmly, using every skill they possess. Perhaps that is precisely what the ancient Egyptians did. They used splints to stabilize broken bones. They stitched certain wounds, wrapped injuries with clean linen bandages, and applied honey along with certain plant resins to help support healing. Not every method they used would meet the standards of modern medicine, yet many of their approaches reveal a remarkably empirical spirit. Each experience was carefully recorded and passed on to the next generation, like countless drops of the Nile, quietly joining together to form a great river of knowledge. There is something especially fascinating about the Egyptian view of illness. They did not see disease from only one perspective. They understood that there are illnesses of the body, but there are also forms of suffering that cannot be seen with the eyes. Today, we call these mental health conditions. Of course, the ancient Egyptians did not use the term depression in the modern medical sense, yet in several ancient texts, there are descriptions of people overwhelmed by prolonged sadness, who seemed to lose their vitality, who withdrew from others, or collapsed emotionally after great personal tragedies. Their explanation was different from modern science. Even so, what is remarkable is that they did not simply abandon those who were suffering. Alongside medicine, music, fragrance, prayer, and the presence of the community all played a role in the process of healing. Perhaps they understood something profound. Some wounds cannot be healed by medicine alone. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darknesses of other people." According to Jung, if we wish to help another person, we must first learn to face the darkness within ourselves. Perhaps the same is true for every physician. Someone who sees only the symptoms may treat the disease, but someone who sees the suffering may help heal the person. Perhaps that is why, from a very early time, Egyptian medicine concerned itself not only with the body, but also with the state of the mind. Sometimes, a patient simply needed rest, the comfort of family, gentle music, or the soothing fragrance of resins and flowers. Today, we know that our environment, our social connections, and our emotional well-being all influence our health. Perhaps the Egyptians could not explain this through modern science, but they recognized it through lived experience. Jung spent nearly his entire life reminding us that human beings are not machines. We cannot separate the body from the soul. We cannot heal one part while neglecting the other. Perhaps this is one of the most beautiful meeting points between Jung's thought and the world. of ancient Egypt. Both believed that balance is the true foundation of health, not only balance within the body, but harmony between humanity and nature, between reason and emotion, between work and rest, between material life and spiritual life. Tonight, as you listen to this story, perhaps imagine that you are sitting in a small garden behind the home of an elderly physician. The sun is sinking toward the horizon. Palm trees sway gently. In the evening breeze, the fragrance of herbs drifts softly through the air. In one corner of the courtyard, a woman quietly tends to her elderly father, whose leg is hurting. A child brings him a bowl of cool water. No one is rushing. No one seems helpless. They simply remain together with care and patience. Perhaps that is the most beautiful image of healing, not a miracle, but the quiet assurance that when we suffer, there is still a hunt ready to hold our own. Perhaps that is also what Carl Gustav Jung wished to remind us, that what truly heals people is not knowledge alone, but connection, compassion, and the ability to be fully present with another person's pain. In the next chapter, we will lift our eyes toward the skies of ancient Egypt to discover why the stars helped people measure time, how water clocks and sundials were created, why the Egyptians developed a 365-day calendar, and why they believed that understanding the rhythms of the universe was itself a way of living in greater harmony with life. If, in the previous chapter, we explored how the ancient Egyptians studied the human body, treated wounds, and understood that health was not merely the condition of the body but the harmony of the soul, now let us lift our eyes, leaving behind the healing chambers, the fragrance of herbs, the sound of stone mortars, grinding medicines, and step beneath the vast desert sky, where every night thousands of stars quietly appear, and every dawn the sun slowly rises above the horizon. Perhaps there is no book older than the sky, no clock more faithful than the sun, no teacher more patient than nature. The ancient Egyptians learned to read this great book not through words, but through careful observation, passed down across countless generations. Today, if we want to know the time, we glance at a phone, a wristwatch, or a digital screen. But imagine living 4,000 years ago with no clocks, no calendars, no electricity. How would you know when to sow your crops, when the floodwaters would arrive, when harvest season would begin? For the Egyptians, this was not merely a question of time, it was a question of survival. If seeds were planted too early or too late, an entire harvest could be lost. So they learned to look upward to the heavens, and the first celestial object to capture their attention was an exceptionally bright star, Sirius. Each year, after disappearing for a period of time, Sirius would rise again just before dawn, and, remarkably, its return coincided almost exactly with the annual flooding of the Nile. Generation after generation, the Egyptians observed and gradually realized that the heavens were telling them the story of the river. Perhaps that is one of humanity's most beautiful discoveries, not because it was complicated, but because it was born from patience. No one could recognize such a pattern in a single year or two. It required many generations quietly watching, quietly remembering, and quietly passing on what they had learned. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, In all chaos, there is a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret order. Perhaps no words better describe the Egyptian sky. At first glance, the stars seem scattered, without pattern, but watch long enough, and a hidden order begins to emerge. A rhythm, a design, a quiet law. Jung believed the same is true of the human soul. Some emotions appear chaotic, some dreams seem meaningless, yet with patience we begin to see that they too are telling a single story. From observing the heavens, the Egyptians gradually created one of the earliest and most accurate calendars of the ancient world. They divided the year into 3 great seasons: the season of inundation, the season of planting, and the season of harvest. Each season contained 4 months, each month 30 days. At the end of the year, they added 5 sacred festival days, creating a calendar of 365 days, a number that feels familiar to us today. Yet more than 3,000 years ago, it was a remarkable achievement. Perhaps it reminds us that human beings do not need modern technology to understand nature. What matters even more is the patience to observe. Alongside their study of the stars, the Egyptians also invented practical instruments for measuring time. One of them was the sundial. As sunlight struck a simple upright stick, its shadow shifted. Throughout the day, people began to understand that time itself could be seen through the movement of shadow. Perhaps that is a beautiful image. Light helping us understand time by means of darkness. But what about night or cloudy days? Then the Egyptians turned to another invention, the water clock of Eshel, with a tiny opening, allowing water to drip away, drop by drop, steadily, reliably. As the water level fell, time could be measured. Today, a single drop of water seems ordinary, yet thousands of years ago, it became the heartbeat of time itself. Carl Gustav Jung believed that human beings do not truly live by clocks. We live by cycles. The cycle of waking and sleeping. The cycle of growing, of loving, of loss, of renewal. Perhaps the Egyptians understood this as well. They did not merely count days. They watched the recurring rhythms of nature and learned to live in harmony with them. Perhaps that is why, in their civilization, time was never the enemy. It was a faithful companion. No one tried to outrun the sun. No one forced the Nile to flow faster. They allowed nature to lead and adjusted their lives to its rhythm. Perhaps that is a lesson the modern world has sometimes forgotten. We possess countless clocks, yet so little time. We measure every minute, yet rarely look up at the sky. Jung often reminded us of the importance of living according to the natural rhythm of the soul. Not every life unfolds at the same pace. Some things require years to mature, like a tree or a river. Perhaps that is also what the Egyptians learned from the heavens. No one can hurry the dawn, yet dawn has never failed to return. Tonight, as you listen to this story, perhaps imagine that you are lying on a sandy ridge beside the Nile. The night has settled. The sky is filled with stars. In the east, Sirius has quietly appeared. Far away, a priest records the positions of the stars on a sheet of papyrus. The river flows softly. The evening breeze carries the scent of reeds and damp earth. After the flood, no one is rushing, no one is anxious, for everyone knows our star will appear at its appointed time. Each flood will return, and every sunrise will bring a new beginning. Perhaps that is the greatest lesson ancient Egyptian science still offers us today. Science did not begin by conquering nature. It began by listening to it, by observing, by waiting, and by learning to live in harmony with the rhythm of the universe. Perhaps that is also what Carl Gustav Jung hoped we would remember, not merely to measure time with clocks, but to experience it through the quiet growth of the soul, not only during great religious ceremonies, but also in everyday life, and sometimes simply to help people feel a little more at peace. Perhaps the ancient Egyptians understood something that modern science is still exploring today. That fragrance can awaken memories, can soothe emotions, can gently carry the mind back to places long forgotten. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it." Perhaps a single drop of essential oil cannot change the whole world, but if it helps one person find a moment of peace, its meaning is already great enough. There is something else that surprises many people today. The Egyptians wore makeup not only to enhance their appearance, they lined their eyes with a black mineral powder known as kohl. Today, those distinctive dark eyes have become one of the most recognizable symbols of ancient Egypt. But archaeological and chemical research suggests that kohl served more than a cosmetic purpose. Under the harsh desert sun and amid constant blowing sand, the dark lining may have helped reduce the glare of intense sunlight. Some mineral compounds found in ancient formulas may also have contributed to protecting the eyes against certain infections. Of course, its effectiveness depended upon the specific ingredients, and not every ancient formula would meet modern safety standards. Perhaps that is what makes it so fascinating. What we call cosmetics was, for them, also a form of healthcare. Once again, the Egyptians did not divide the world with rigid boundaries. Beauty could also be healing. Fragrance could also bring comfort. Knowledge could also become a way of expressing gratitude toward nature. Carl Gustav Jung devoted many years to studying symbols of beauty across different cultures. To him, true beauty was never perfection, it was harmony. Perhaps that was also the ideal toward which the Egyptians always aspired. They did not seek to change human nature. They simply tried to help people live in greater harmony with themselves. Perhaps that is also the deeper meaning of Ma'at, a word we have encountered many times throughout this journey. Balance, harmony, right order, not only in law, not only in spiritual life, but even in the way people cared for their bodies each day. If we step back and look again at this entire chapter en science, we notice something remarkable. The Egyptians did not develop science to dominate nature. They observed nature, then learned from it. They learned from the Nile to create a calendar. They learned from the stars to measure time. They learned from plants To make medicine, they learned from the desert sands to preserve the human body. They learned from flowers to create fragrance. Perhaps their entire civilization was built upon a simple attitude. Listen before acting, observe before concluding, be patient before changing. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Perhaps, seen more broadly, the Egyptians did both. They looked outward to understand nature, then looked inward to understand themselves. Science and spiritual life were never two separate paths. They were two rivers flowing toward the same ocean. Understanding there is something else worth reflecting upon. Today, we possess advanced technology, laboratories, powerful telescopes, sophisticated medicines. We know far more than the Egyptians did, yet sometimes we forget what they always remembered. Knowledge has real value only when it makes life more humane. Perhaps that is why, more than 4,000 years later, we still gather to listen to their stories, not because everything they believed was correct, but because there was something deeply beautiful in the humility with which they observed the world. Tonight, as you listen to these final words of this chapter, perhaps imagine walking along the banks of the Nile on a quiet afternoon. The fragrance of lotus blossoms drifts gently on the breeze. A woman carefully crushes flowers to prepare a fragrant oil. A physician collects branches for tomorrow's remedies. Far away, a child uses sa sundial to watch the movement of shadows. Everyone is busy, yet no one is hurried. They live according to the rhythm of the river, the journey of the sun, and the cycle of the seasons. Perhaps it was this rhythm that nourished one of the most enduring civilizations in human history. Perhaps that is the greatest lesson ancient Egyptian science still offers us. Knowledge should never make us proud. It should make us more grateful. Grateful for nature, for time, for the generations who quietly observed, recorded, experimented, so that we might understand the world a little better. And perhaps that is also what Carl Gustav Jung always hoped, that after all we have learned, we would still preserve the curiosity of a child and the humility of someone standing beneath a sky filled with stars. Now we leave behind the temples, the healing chambers, the astronomical observatories, and step into a world far more familiar, the world of simple meals, bustling riverside markets, mud brick homes, children's laughter, letters exchanged between loved ones, and the everyday lives of the people who built the civilization of ancient Egypt. For in the end, history is not shaped only by pharaohs, but also by millions of ordinary people who loved, worked, dreamed, and lived each day beneath the sunlight of the Nile. Everyday life in ancient Egypt. If, in the previous chapter, we explored the scientific achievements of ancient Egypt, from compassionate physicians to patient observers of the stars who learned to read the rhythms of the heavens, now it is time to leave behind the temples, the healing rooms, and the astronomical observatories. Instead, let us enter a quieter place, a small village along the Nile, where there are no pharaohs, no towering pyramids, no grand ceremonies, only ordinary people People who awaken as the first rays touch the horizon, who begin baking bread at dawn, who row their boats onto the river, and children running barefoot across cool earth, still chilled by the night. Perhaps this is the real Egypt, for while kings wrote history's great chapters, it was these countless ordinary people who wrote life itself. Today, when we think of ancient Egypt, we often imagine stone monuments, yet most Egyptians never lived in stone houses. Their homes were built from mud bricks, clay gathered from the banks of the Nile, mixed with straw, pressed into molds, dried beneath the desert sun, then stacked into sturdy walls. At first glance, a mud brick house seems simple, yet it was designed perfectly for Egypt's climate. Its thick walls kept the interior cool during the blazing heat of the day. Its small windows reduced direct sunlight. Its flat roof became a place to rest after sunset. Perhaps the Egyptians did not build homes to impress others. They built them to live in harmony with nature. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it." Perhaps a small house may not appear magnificent, but if inside there is laughter, the aroma of freshly baked bread, and stories shared each evening, then that place has already become an entire world. As dawn breaks, a familiar rhythm begins. A woman kindles the fire. A man prepares his tools. Children carry water from the river. There are no alarm clocks. Birdsong, sunlight, and the steady flow of the Nile are the clocks of everyday life. The first fragrance to fill the village is not perfume, but fresh bread. Bread was the foundation of the Egyptian diet. Archaeological discoveries show that bread appeared in every level of society, from the meals of laborers to offerings in temples and tombs. Wheat was ground with stone mills, mixed with water, allowed to ferment, then baked in simple clay ovens. Every loaf represented the work of countless hands: the floodwaters, the farmer, the miller, the baker, the keeper of the fire. Perhaps nothing is ever truly small once we see how many lives have come together to create it. Alongside bread was beer. Today, beer often reminds us of celebrations, but in ancient Egypt, it formed part of everyday meals made from grain. Its alcohol content was generally much lower than that of many modern beers, and it served as an important source of nourishment. Adults drank it. Laborers received it as part of their daily rations. Even the workers who built the pyramids were paid, in part, with bread and beer. Perhaps that reminds us that great monuments are never built with stone alone. They are built upon simple meals shared day after day. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "You are what you do, not what you say you'll do." Perhaps history works the same way. Time may change. Languages, it may change. Clothing, houses, kingdoms, and even entire civilizations. But it has never changed the human heart. Not completely. A mother's concern for her child, a husband longing for his wife, a friend waiting for good news. These feelings remain familiar across thousands of years. Perhaps that is why those ancient letters still move us today, not because they are extraordinary, but because they are so deeply human. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Where love rules, there is no will to power." Perhaps the people who wrote those simple letters never imagined that thousands of years later, someone would still read their words. Yet because they wrote with sincerity, their voices have continued to travel through time. There is something quietly beautiful about that. History is not only preserved in monuments, it is also preserved in conversation, in greetings, in laughter, in apologies, and in the ordinary words people leave behind. Perhaps the true heart of a civilization cannot be measured only by its monuments. It can also be found in the kindness people show one another. As evening approached, the marketplace gradually grew quieter. Boats returned to the riverbank. The day's work came to an end. Families gathered again around simple meals. Children shared stories of everything they had seen. Parents spoke softly about tomorrow's work. Outside, the Nile continued its patient journey toward the sea. Perhaps this was the rhythm that gave ancient Egypt its remarkable endurance, not only the brilliance of its kings, not only the wisdom of its priests, not only the skill of its architects, but also the steady rhythm of ordinary lives, lived with purpose day after day, year after year, generation after generation. Carl Gustav Jung spent much of his life exploring what gives a human life its deepest meaning. He believed wholeness is rarely discovered in dramatic moments. More often, it grows quietly through the repeated acts of everyday living. Perhaps the Egyptians understood this without ever using the same words. A loaf of bread shared with family, a neighbor offered help, a child learning from a parent, a farmer patiently sowing seeds. These were never small things. Together, they formed the foundation of an entire civilization. Tonight, as you listen to this story, perhaps imagine walking slowly through a quiet Egyptian village. As the sun begins to set, the warm light touches the mud brick walls. Smoke rises gently from evening fires. The smell of fresh bread mixes with the fragrance of herbs. A family sits together outside their home. A grandfather begins telling an old story. A child listens with wide eyes. Somewhere nearby, a musician plays a simple melody on a reed flute. No one knows that thousands of years later, people from another world will still wonder what life was like on evenings just like this. Perhaps that is the quiet miracle of history. It does not preserve only the great events. It also preserves the warmth of shared meals, the sound of familiar voices, the comfort of returning home, and the gentle hope that tomorrow will bring another sunrise. Perhaps that is also what Carl Gustav Jung wanted us to remember. The meaning of life is rarely hidden in extraordinary achievements. More often, it is found in the ordinary moments we choose to live with attention, with gratitude, and with love. In the next chapter, we will step beyond the homes, the markets, and the quiet villages to explore how ancient Egyptians celebrated life itself, their music, their festivals, their games, their dancing, their laughter, and the joyful gatherings that reminded them that even in a world where death was always acknowledged, life was still a gift to be celebrated, for perhaps that is the final lesson. The people who lived along the Nile have left us. A civilization is remembered not only for what it builds, but for how it teaches its people to live together, to care for one another, and to find beauty in the simple rhythm of every ordinary day. English translation. Tonight, as you listen to this story, perhaps imagine you are sitting in the courtyard of a small mud brick home along the Nile. The evening meal has just ended. A small oil lamp casts a warm golden glow. A father is telling his children a story about the river. A mother carefully folds fresh linen cloth. Outside, the breeze gently stirs the rows of palm trees. In the distance, the sounds of the marketplace have slowly faded away. A young boy takes out a small papyrus scroll, carefully writes a few lines to his older brother, who is working in another village. Perhaps he never imagined that thousands of years later, people from a world so far away would still be moved to learn that once upon a time, a letter like this had been written. Perhaps that is the true miracle of history. It preserves not only battles, but also words of concern, moments of longing, small hopes, and ordinary acts of love. Perhaps that is also what Carl Gustav Jung wanted to remind us, that if we wish to understand humanity, we do not always need to look at extraordinary moments. Sometimes we only need to notice how people love one another in everyday life, because it is there that human beings reveal their truest nature. And in the next part, we will gently conclude our journey through everyday life with a peaceful image: cats sleeping beneath the shade, dogs faithfully following their owners, the animals that became companions to human beings. And together we will discover that history was not created by pharaohs alone, but also by millions of ordinary people, and the small joys that quietly became the soul of ancient Egypt. If, in the previous chapter, we wandered through the marketplace beside the Nile, listened to ordinary conversations, read the simple letters exchanged between ancient Egyptian families, and realized that although they lived thousands of years before us, they loved, missed, and hoped, just as we do today, then now, before we close this chapter on everyday life, there is still one quiet corner waiting to be discovered. It is not a palace, not a temple, nor a marketplace, but a small courtyard in front of a mud brick house, where the light of the late afternoon has begun to soften. Our gut is quietly curled up. Beside the doorway, a doll lies peacefully under the shade of a date palm. In the distance, geese slowly make their way back to their pen. The cooing of pigeons drifts down from the rooftops. Everything is so peaceful that even time itself seems to move a little more slowly. Perhaps this was the scene that most ancient Egyptians saw every single day. Today, when we think about Egypt, we usually remember the Sphinx, the pharaohs, the mummies, yet few of us imagine that they also stroked a cat, played with a dog, or smiled at the sound of birds singing. Each morning, archaeologists have uncovered countless images of animals painted on tomb walls, not only the sacred creatures connected with mythology, but also the companions who shared everyday life: cats, dogs, monkeys, geese, ducks, pigeons, and many other animals. In particular, cats held a very special place in ancient Egyptian society, not only because they protected, stored grain from rats and mice, but also because they were associated with Bastard, the goddess of protection, gentleness, and the warmth of the family home. Perhaps whenever an Egyptian saw a cat sleeping peacefully beside the doorway, they saw more than an animal. They saw the feeling of home. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The creation of something new is not accomplished by the intellect, but by the play instinct acting from inner necessity." Perhaps we often believe that growing up means becoming more serious. Yet Jung reminds us that the ability to play, to connect naturally with life, is one of the deepest expressions of the human spirit. Perhaps a child running after a dog or smiling at a cat is learning far more than we realize, learning compassion, learning care, learning to love creatures smaller than themselves. There is another fascinating detail. When archaeologists excavate ancient tombs, they do not discover only jewelry, household objects, or food offerings. In many cases, they have also found the remains of beloved pets buried beside their owners. This does not mean that every Egyptian did so, but it reminds us that the bond between people and animals ran deep even thousands of years ago. Perhaps friendship does not require the same language, only a shared life. Carl Gustav Jung spent much of his life exploring the relationship between human beings and nature. He believed that when people completely lose their connection with the natural world, they also lose a part of themselves. Perhaps the ancient Egyptians never forgot that connection. They lived with the Nile, with the annual floods, with birds, with plants, with the animals around them. Nature was never separate from life. Nature was part of the family. If we look back at the entire journey we have shared together, perhaps the greatest achievement of ancient Egypt was not only its pyramids, not its treasures of gold, nor its magnificent tombs, but the millions of ordinary people, the farmers who woke before sunrise, the potters patiently working at their wheels, the mothers baking bread, the fathers steering boats along the Nile, the children growing up to the sounds of birds and flowing water, the scribes carefully writing line after line, the physicians quietly caring for the sick, and the small families who simply lived one ordinary day together. Perhaps history loves to tell stories about kings, but life itself has always been built by ordinary people. Jung once wrote, "The shoe that fits one person pinches another." There is no recipe for living that suits all cases. Perhaps there is no single formula for happiness. The Egyptians did not live as we do. They ate differently, dressed differently, believed differently, worked differently. Yet what allows us to feel close to them is not our differences, But what we share, they loved, their families. They worried about their children. They grieved when loved ones died. They hoped for tomorrow. They searched for meaning in their work, and they wished to live in peace. After more than 4,000 years, those desires have never changed. Perhaps that is exactly what Jung meant by the shared depths of the human psyche. Beneath every culture, beneath every language, human beings carry the same longings to be loved, to belong, and to live a life filled with meaning. Tonight, English translation. Tonight, as you listen to the final moments of this chapter, perhaps imagine that you are sitting on the porch of a small house beside the Nile. The sky is slowly turning the warm orange of sunset. A cat quietly jumps up and curls beside you. Children's laughter echoes at the end of the dusty road. The aroma of freshly baked bread stilling us in the evening air. A mother calls her children inside. A father has just returned from a long day's work. In the distance, the sun slowly disappears behind the rows of palm trees. Nothing extraordinary is happening, yet suddenly you feel, perhaps, this is exactly what people have continued searching for across thousands of years: a shared meal, a home, someone to wait for, a place to return to. Perhaps that was the greatest treasure of ancient Egypt. Not gold nor silver, but the ability to turn ordinary days into a life filled with meaning. And perhaps that is also what Carl Gustav Jung hoped we would discover, that the journey of self-discovery does not always begin with great upheavals. Sometimes it begins by appreciating a peaceful morning, a simple greeting, a gentle glance, or the quiet meow of a cat beside the doorway. Now, we will leave behind the small villages along the Nile and enter the next chapter, where names that have become legends will gradually appear. Cleopatra, Hatshepsut, Akhenaten, Tutankhamun, Ramses II, Thutmose III. But when we meet them, perhaps we will see them with different eyes, not only as kings or queens, but as human beings who once lived beneath the same sky, breathed the same desert air, and carried within their hearts dreams very much like our own famous figures of history. If, in the previous chapter, we left behind the small villages along the Nile, sat outside humble mud brick homes, listened to the laughter of children, and realized that history is shaped not only by magnificent monuments, but also by millions of ordinary lives, then now our journey brings us face to face with the names that have echoed through history: the pharaohs, the queens, the people who changed the destiny of an empire. But before we begin, perhaps let us do one very simple thing. Let us set aside the crown. Let us forget, for a moment, the stone statues, the chariots, the armies, and the titles, so that we may see them simply as human beings. Because whether someone was a pharaoh or a farmer, every one of them had once been a child. Every one of them knew worry, knew hope, and stood before difficult choices. Perhaps that is also what Carl Gustav Jung wanted us always to remember. He did not judge people by their titles. He looked instead at the journey of the soul. Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Perhaps no one understood those words more deeply than those who carried the fate of an entire nation upon their shoulders. For the higher a personne rise, the easier it becomes to lose oneself inside the roles others expect, and sometimes the hardest challenge is simply to remain true to oneself. The first person we meet tonight is a woman, a name that has survived more than 3,000 years, Hatshepsut. Today, when people think of pharaohs, they usually imagine Aimé le ruler wearing the royal crown, holding the scepter, leading armies into battle. But Hatshepsut did something few people of her time could have imagined. She became pharaoh, not merely a queen, but the ruling pharaoh of Egypt, in a society where supreme authority almost always belonged to men. It was an extraordinary challenge to strengthen the legitimacy of her reign. Hatshepsut commissioned statues depicting herself with the traditional symbols of a pharaoh. In many sculptures, she wore the royal garments and the ceremonial false beard, not because she wished to become a man, but because, within the symbolic language of ancient Egypt, those images represented the office of Pharaoh itself. Perhaps that invites us to reflect how many times in our own lives have we also put on certain rôles in order to fulfill the responsibilities life entrusted to us. Carl Gustav Jung spent many years studying what he called the persona. According to Jung, the persona is the social mask, the image we present to the world. He once wrote, "The persona is a complicated system of relations between individual consciousness and society." For Jung, the persona was not something evil. We all need it. A teacher, a physician, a father, a leader. Each carries a role to fulfill. The danger begins when people forget that the mask is not their whole self. Perhaps Hatshepsut understood this. She accepted the traditional symbols of Pharaoh, not because she wished to erase who she truly was, but because she sought to preserve the stability of her kingdom during a difficult period. What makes Hatshepsut remarkable is not the number of lands she conquered, but the fact that most of her reign was an era of peace rather than expanding her empire through war. She invested in trade, architecture, and public works. Among her greatest legacies is the magnificent mortuary temple of Hatshepsut, built against the towering cliffs of Deir el-Bahari. Even today, when the first light of dawn falls across its graceful colonnades, the temple possesses a quiet serenity, unlike many of Egypt's other monumental structures. Perhaps it reflects the very way Hatshepsut chose to rule, not loudly, but steadily, not merely seeking victory, but creating something that would endure. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Perhaps a true leader must do more than observe the outside world. They must also have the courage to look within, to understand their own fears, their ambitions, their limitations, for only then Can power avoid becoming arrogance? There is something deeply moving to consider after Hatshepsut deed. Many images and inscriptions bearing her name were deliberately erased from monuments, perhaps because of later political struggles, perhaps because her successors wanted to strengthen their own legitimacy. For a long time, the world almost forgot the woman who had ruled as pharaoh. Yet history has a remarkable patience. What has once been hidden sometimes finds its way back into the light, through excavations, through inscriptions, through statues, long buried beneath the desert sand. Today, the name Hatshepsut is spoken once again, not merely as a legend, but as a real human being with achievements, challenges, and remarkable courage. Perhaps that is also what Jung wished to remind us. People may conceal many things, but truth eventually finds its way into the light. Tonight, as you listen to this story, perhaps imagine standing before the temple of Hatshepsut at sunrise. The first light douche, its stone columns, the broad terraces, still rise quietly toward the cliffs. The ceremonial processions are gone. The music has faded. The royal officials have long since disappeared. Only the desert wind, the birds crossing the sky, and the silence of time remain. And suddenly you realize what endures after thousands of years is not power nor the throne, but what a human being has chosen to build, the gifts they leave behind for generations they will never meet. Perhaps that is the truest legacy, not only of Hatshepsut, English translation, but of every human life. Carl Gustav Jung often reminded us that the most important journey a person can undertake is not becoming great in the eyes of others, but becoming whole within one's own soul. Perhaps that was the path Hatshepsut chose. Not perfect, not easy, but enough that, more than 3,000 years later, we still pause, quietly tell her story, with respect. And in the next part, we will meet another pharaoh, a man who tried to change not only his kingdom, but also the way people understood the gods themselves. His name was Akhenaten, a man who pursued a dream so immense that it shook the entire civilization of ancient Egypt and left behind one of the deepest tragedies in human history. If, in the previous chapter, we stood before the temple of Hatshepsut and realized that a person's greatest legacy is not the crown they once wore, but what they leave behind in the current of time, then now our journey brings us to an even more extraordinary figure, a pharaoh who dared to question what almost no one else dared to doubt. His name was Akhenaten. Perhaps throughout history, the people who change the world rarely live easy lives, because every truly new idea inevitably shakes the old foundations. Before Akhenaten's reign, the Egyptians worshipped many gods. Each region, each city, each community had its own patron deities. It was a rich religious world, built gradually across thousands of years. Then, Akhenaten made a remarkably bold decision. He placed the god Aten, represented by the solar disk, at the center of the kingdom's religious life. He founded a new capital, known today as Amarna. He transformed art, religious ritual, and the way people turned toward the divine. Even today, historians continue to debate the exact nature and extent of these reforms. Yet one fact remains clear. They marked one of the greatest transformations in the history of ancient Egypt. Perhaps what deserves reflection is not whether Akhenaten was right or wrong, but that he dared to think differently. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "No tree, it is said, can grow to heaven unless its roots reach down to hell." Perhaps every great transformation carries its own price. To reach something new, one must often face opposition, loneliness, and even failure. Akhenaten did exactly that. He changed not only religion, but also the artistic image of humanity. Many works from the Amarna period depict the king and his family in remarkably human ways. Some reliefs show the pharaoh, the queen, and their daughters beneath the rays of Aten, holding their children, talking together, simply existing. As a family, it was a striking departure from the solemn style that had dominated Egyptian art for centuries. Perhaps because of that, these historical figures suddenly become more familiar, not merely symbols, but people. Carl Gustav Jung devoted much of his life to understanding the transformation of consciousness. He believed that every time human beings change the way they see the world, they also change themselves. Yet such transformation rarely happens without conflict. It is usually accompanied by profound inner struggle. Perhaps that was exactly what Akhenaten experienced. After his death, most of his reforms did not survive. His new capital gradually fell into ruin. Many of its monuments were dismantled or reused elsewhere. For a time, his name was deliberately diminished in the official memory of later dynasties. At first glance, it appears he failed, yet history sometimes extends beyond a single generation. Some questions must wait thousands of years before they are asked again. Some people can only be understood when enough time has passed. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." Perhaps not only individuals, but entire civilizations must pass through suffering before genuine transformation can occur. After Akhenaten, the throne passed to a very young pharaoh, Tutankhamun. Today, his name is known around the world. Yet what makes his story remarkable is that his fame did not arise from military triumphs. He became king as a child and died while still very young. His reign was brief. He left behind no vast conquests, no monumental building projects like those of Ramesses II, and yet history reserved a unique place for him, because in 1922, when archaeologist Howard Carter discovered the nearly intact tomb of Tutankhamun in the Valley of the Kings, the world held its breath. For the first time, modern humanity saw, almost untouched, the treasures of an Egyptian pharaoh, the golden funerary mask, the chariots, the jewelry, the everyday possessions. Everything seemed as though it had been placed there only yesterday. Perhaps it was one of archaeology's most extraordinary moments. Yet, upon reflection, the most moving part is not the gold, but the realization that a young man, after more than 3,000 years, was suddenly remembered by the entire world. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The decisive question for man is he related to something infinite or not?" Perhaps Tutankhamun never imagined that his name would one day be spoken by millions. He could never have known that people from distant ages would stand silently before his golden mask. Perhaps it reminds us that a person's legacy is not always determined by what they accomplish while alive. Sometimes it is shaped by the way time itself chooses to tell their story. Tonight, as you listen, perhaps imagine standing among the ruins of Amena as the sun slowly sets. A gentle wind moves across the fallen columns. There is no music, no royal procession, no ceremonies. Beneath the rays of Aten, only the fading light quietly resting upon ancient stone. Then you continue your walk toward the Valley of the Kings, where a small chamber slept in darkness for more than 3,000 years. Within that silence, a golden mask waited patiently, not to display wealth, but to tell the story of someone who once lived, once hoped, and once belonged to history. Perhaps that is the most beautiful gift these two pharaohs leave behind. One teaches us that the courage to embrace change always comes with the price of loneliness. The other reminds us that the worth of a human life cannot be measured only by its length or its power. Some lives are very short, yet still reach the immortality of memory. And perhaps that is also what Carl Gustav Jung wanted us to understand, that what truly matters is not how long we live, but how honestly we walk the journey of our own soul. In the next chapter, we will meet two of the greatest pharaohs of Egypt's imperial age, Thutmose III and Ramses II, two rulers who carried Egypt to the height of its power, yet also left behind profound questions about ambition, authority, and what remains after every victory has passed away. If, in the previous chapter, we walked through the city of Amarna, listened to the story of Akhenaten, the man who dared to reshape the faith of an entire civilization, and then stood quietly before the golden mask of Tutankhamun, realizing that some people become immortal not because they lived long lives, but because time itself chose to preserve their stories, then now our journey brings us to two names that have become enduring symbols of the power of ancient Egypt, Thutmose III and Ramses II. If Hatshepsut invites us to think about perseverance, if Akhenaten challenges us to reflect upon change, if Tutankhamun reminds us of the fragility of human destiny, then these two pharaohs lead us toward a very different question. What is power really? Today, the name Thutmose III is most often associated with successful military campaigns. Many historians consider him one of the greatest military commanders in ancient Egyptian history. Throughout his reign, he led numerous campaigns across the ancient Near East, expanded Egypt's influence, established important trade routes, and strengthened the kingdom's position. Yet, if we stop only at his victories, perhaps we overlook something even more important, because after every war, the future of a civilization is determined not by the number of lands conquered, but by the ability to preserve peace. The surviving records show that alongside his military campaigns, the reign of Thutmose III also witnessed the construction of temples, the encouragement of trade, and the introduction of many new plants, animals, and valuable goods from distant lands into Egypt. Perhaps he understood that an empire cannot grow by the sword alone. It also requires knowledge, exchange, and stability. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Thinking is difficult. That's why most people judge." Perhaps history works the same way. It is easy to measure a king by his battles, far more difficult to recognize the quiet achievements that allow a nation to endure a trade route, a successful harvest, a peace treaty, or a temple carefully built may sometimes shape history more deeply than a military victory. Centuries later, Egypt witnessed the rise of another pharaoh whose name became almost synonymous with greatness, Ramses II. He ruled for more than 60 years, an exceptionally long reign by ancient standards. During those decades, Egypt entered a period of extraordinary prosperity. Great monuments were constructed, colossal statues rose across the land, temples, obelisks, and cities all bore his unmistakable legacy. English translation. In history, today, when we stand before the colossal statues of Ramesses II, it is easy to feel that he wanted time itself to remember him, and perhaps he succeeded. One of his most famous legacies is Abu Simbel, a temple carved directly into the mountainside, with 4 colossal seated statues guarding its facade. Even today, when the first light of dawn falls across those stone faces, people still feel a sense of awe, not only because of their immense size, but because of the perseverance of the people who created them. And yet, perhaps what is most memorable about Ramesses II is not merely his monuments. After the famous Battle of Kadesh, he and his opponent reached a peace treaty. It is regarded as one of the earliest surviving peace treaties in human history. Perhaps that achievement deserves to be remembered just as much as any military victory, because war may expand borders, but only peace allows people to build a future. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Where wisdom reigns, there is no conflict between thinking and feeling." Perhaps a mature leader is not someone who always chooses to fight, but someone who knows when to stop, who understands that sometimes a bridge is worth more than a sword. There is something fascinating if we look back at every pharaoh we have met. Each one represents a different aspect of the human spirit. Hatshepsut represents courage. Akhenaten represents the longing for change. Tutankhamun represents the fragility of fate. Thutmose III represents determination. Ramses II represents the strength of long-term vision. Yet Carl Gustav Jung would probably remind us not to idolize anyone, because every human being carries within both light and shadow. He once wrote, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." Perhaps even the most powerful pharaohs experienced fear, mistakes, sleepless nights, and decisions that haunted them. History carves them into stone, but stone cannot tell us how they felt. Only time allows us to see them as human beings rather than mere symbols. Perhaps that is also the greatest beauty of studying history. We no longer search for flawless heroes. Instead, we learn that every person, no matter how great, walks their own journey toward maturity. Tonight, as you listen, perhaps imagine standing before the temple of Abu Simbel as the sun begins to set. The colossal statues glow softly in golden evening light. A desert breeze moves gently across the ancient stone steps. Far away, the Nile still flows in silence, and suddenly you realize those statues, no matter how enormous, cannot preserve a person forever. But the choices they made, the decisions they embraced, and the things they built continue to influence generation after generation. Perhaps that is true power, not making others fear you, but leaving behind something useful, beautiful, and more enduring than your own lifetime. Perhaps that is also what Carl Gustav Jung hoped we would understand, that we should seek not merely success, but maturity, because only when the soul matures does power avoid becoming domination, knowledge avoid becoming arrogance, and victory preserve its humanity. Now we arrive at the final figure of this chapter, a woman whose name has reached far beyond the borders of history, Cleopatra. But perhaps tonight we will not meet her as a legend, but as a human being who loved, who chose, who sacrificed, and who left behind one of the deepest legacies of ancient Egypt. If, in the previous chapter, we stood before the colossal statues of Ramesses II, reflected upon the victories of Thutmose III, and realized that even the greatest power must eventually yield to time, then, now, before we close this chapter on the most famous figures of ancient Egypt, one final name still awaits us. A name recognized almost everywhere in the world, a name that has crossed the boundary between history and legend, Cleopatra. Today, when people hear the name Cleopatra, they often think first of beauty, of romance, of famous films, ancient legends, and romantic paintings. But perhaps, if we stop there, we miss the real woman. Cleopatra was not a pharaoh in the traditional Egyptian sense. She was the last queen of the Ptolemaic dynasty, a royal house descended from the Greeks who ruled Egypt after Alexander the Great. Yet, what makes Cleopatra remarkable is the effort she made to embrace the land she governs. Unlike many earlier Ptolemaic rulers, she learned the Egyptian language, something ancient historical sources frequently emphasize as one of her most distinctive qualities. She met with the priests, participated in religious ceremonies, and presented herself to her people in association with the goddess Isis. Perhaps she understood that to lead a people, one must first learn to listen to them. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Perhaps Cleopatra herself had to look deep within, because she lived in an age when Egypt was no longer the dominant empire it had once been. To the west, a new power was rising day by day. That power was Rome. Every decision she made concerned not only her throne, but the survival of an entire civilization. History often remembers Cleopatra's relationships with Julius Caesar and later, Mark Antony. Those relationships have inspired countless works of literature and art, but behind those famous romances, perhaps, lay extraordinarily complex political calculations and a determined effort to preserve Egypt's independence during an age of enormous upheaval. Perhaps that allows us to see Cleopatra in a different light, not merely as a symbol of beauty, but as a ruler, a woman carrying the weight of history. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The greatest and most important problems of life are all fundamentally insoluble. They can never be solved, but only outgrown." Perhaps some moments in history offer no perfect choice, only decisions made under extraordinarily difficult circumstances. Cleopatra was no exception. Whatever choice she made, she still faced force far beyond her control, eventually following her defeat in the conflict with Rome. A long chapter of ancient Egyptian history gradually came to its end. Cleopatra's death has long been surrounded by legend. The most famous story involves an asp, yet modern historians still debate the exact cause, and no definitive consensus has been reached. Perhaps that detail is no longer the most important thing. What remains is memory, the story, and the image of a woman who struggled to preserve her country until the very end. If we look back across the entire journey of this chapter, we discover that every historical figure leaves behind a different lesson. Hatshepsut teaches us the courage to overcome prejudice. Akhenaten shows us the cost of innovation. Tutankhamun reminds us that even a brief life can leave a profound legacy. Tutmosetritse demonstrates the power of determination and vision. Ramses II shows us that great achievements require decades of perseverance, and Cleopatra leaves us a lesson in resilience during adversity. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." Perhaps history works the same way. If we look only at the outcome, it is easy to call everything fate. But if we look more deeply, we discover that behind every outcome stand countless choices, countless fears, countless hopes, and countless decisions that these people had to bear alone. Perhaps that is exactly what makes history feel so close. The people we call great faced many of the same questions. We ask ourselves, what should I choose? What is right? What is worth sacrificing? What will remain after I am gone? Jung believed that every human life is a journey toward the maturity of the soul. Not everyone reaches the end of that journey. Not everyone succeeds, but the journey itself creates meaning. Perhaps that is also true of every figure we have met. None was perfect. None won every battle. None escaped time. Yet each one left behind a portion of their light. In history, English translation, no one explains their meaning with words, and yet, somehow, you still understand that these symbols are speaking not to your intellect, but to something much older, much quieter within you. Perhaps that is the greatest power of a true symbol. It does not force an answer. It invites a conversation. Carl Gustav Jung believed that the deepest truths about human life cannot always be taught through definitions. Sometimes they can only be experienced through symbols that continue to unfold new meanings throughout an entire lifetime. Perhaps that is why the Ankh and the Eye of Horus still move us today, not because they belong to the past, but because they still speak to the present, and perhaps that is also the greatest gift Ancient Egypt has left to humanity. Not merely monuments, not merely treasures, but symbols that continue to remind us of life, healing, hope, and the quiet courage to become whole, even after we have been broken. Now, our journey continues toward another symbol, one that seems far more ordinary. At first glance, a tiny creature rolling a small ball across the desert sand, the scarab. Yet for the ancient Egyptians, it carried one of the greatest mysteries of existence, the mystery of renewal, of rebirth, and of the sun that never fails to rise again. Perhaps by the end of the next chapter, you will never look at this small beetle in quite the same way again. English translation. No one explains anything. There are only the images quietly present, and yet, strangely, you still feel that you understand something, not through reason, but through intuition. Perhaps that is exactly what Carl Gustav Jung meant. A symbol is not only seen with the eyes, it is also felt with the soul, and perhaps that is why the symbols of ancient Egypt continue to live, not only in museums, but in the deepest layers of the human mind. In the next chapter, we will explore two more symbols, the scarab beetle and the lotus flower, two images that seem remarkably small, yet contain one of the most beautiful messages the Egyptians ever offered to humanity, that after every night, there is always a dawn. After every ending, there is always a new beginning. And after every soul has walked through darkness, the possibility of rebirth always remains. If, in the previous chapter, we explored the Ankh, the symbol of life, and the Eye of Horus, the symbol of protection and healing, our journey now leads us to two much humbler images, a beetle and a flower. At first glance, they seem far too ordinary to become symbols of an entire civilization. But perhaps the smallest things often preserve the greatest mysteries. Carl Gustav Jung repeatedly emphasized that symbols are never created at random. They emerge from humanity's deepest experiences of living alongside nature. Human beings do not invent symbols. We discover them in the sunrise, in the river, in the changing seasons, in plants, and even in the smallest creatures that most people walk past without noticing. One of them is the scarab. The scarab, if you have ever watched a dung beetle, perhaps the first thing you noticed was the way it patiently rolls a small ball across the ground. To many people, that is simply the behavior of an insect, but to the ancient Egyptians, it suggested something sacred. They watched day after day. They saw the beetle rolling its sphere across the earth, just as the sun appeared to travel across the sky each day. After some time, new life would emerge from that sphere, and they sensed within that cycle a story of rebirth. For that reason, The scarab gradually became a symbol of renewal, resurrection, and the endless cycle of life. The Egyptians often carried scarab amulets, placed them inside tombs, or carved them into jewelry, not because they worshipped an insect, but because within that tiny creature they recognized a great law of the universe. Perhaps there is something beautiful about that. We do not need to climb the highest mountains to learn about life. Sometimes simply looking down at the earth is enough. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." Perhaps the same is true of nature. Every creature, every leaf, every river can become a teacher if we are patient enough to observe. Jung believed that rebirth is not only a religious idea, it is also a psychological process. There are seasons when people feel as though they have lost themselves. There are moments when everything familiar seems to collapse, yet from those very ruins, a new self can slowly emerge. Perhaps that is why the scarab still speaks to us today, because every one of us has had, at least once, to begin again. If the scarab tells the story of rebirth upon the earth, then the next symbol tells the story of water, the lotus. In ancient Egypt, the lotus was far more than a flower. It became part of the way the Egyptians understood the universe. Every morning, the blossom opened with the rising sun. By evening, its petals gradually closed. That rhythm repeated itself every day. To the Egyptians, it reflected the journey of the sun itself, being born, shining brightly, then descending, only to rise again the following morning. Perhaps no symbol is gentler than this, a flower telling the story of time, hope, and the belief that no night lasts forever. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." Perhaps that is precisely the spirit of the lotus. It does not choose where it grows, yet every morning it chooses to bloom, not because the world is always perfect, but because that is its nature. Perhaps human beings are the same. We cannot choose everything that happens to us, but we can choose who we become because of it. Jung called that journey individuation, the gradual process of becoming who we truly are, not by eliminating our darkness, but by learning to live with it. Perhaps the lotus does not bloom in spite of the water, it blooms with it. The scarab does not find renewal by denying the old, it transforms it. That too was one of Jung's deepest insights. Maturity does not mean forgetting the past, it means transforming the past into wisdom. There is something especially beautiful about this, the scarab and the lotus. One belongs to the earth, the other blooms upon the water, yet both tell the very same story. Nothing truly ends. Everything is transforming. Day follows night. The flood season follows the dry season. The sun follows darkness. Each generation follows the one before it. Perhaps that is why the ancient Egyptians did not fear change as deeply as many people do today. They saw that nature was always changing, yet the order of the universe remained intact. Tonight, as you listen, perhaps imagine sitting beside a quiet pool near the Nile. The sun has just set. The lotus blossoms slowly close. In the distance, a scarab patiently rolls its little sphere across the sand. No one speaks. There is only the wind, the water, and a sky gradually filling with stars. Suddenly, you realize that all of nature seems to be telling the same story. Nothing remains still, yet nothing is ever truly lost. Everything is becoming something new. Perhaps that is exactly what Carl Gustav Jung wanted us to understand. The human soul is like nature. There are seasons of blooming. There are seasons of quiet rest. There are times of darkness, and there are dawns. What matters is not trying to keep everything unchanged forever, but believing that after every journey through darkness, we are still capable of blooming once again. And in the next chapter, we will continue exploring the symbols of authority and protection: the crook and flail, the cobra, the vulture, protective amulet, and ornaments that seem merely decorative, yet actually reveal how the ancient Egyptians understood responsibility and power. English translation: and the sacred connection between humanity and the universe. If, in the previous chapter, we followed the journey of the scarab beetle and the lotus flower, discovering that the ancient Egyptians saw rebirth even in the smallest wonders of nature, our journey now leads us to an entirely different group of symbols. No longer the beginning, no longer the dawn, but power, protection, and responsibility. Today, when we look at statues of pharaohs, the first things that usually catch our attention are the objects they hold: the curved crook, the flail, the cobra upon the royal crown, the wings of the vulture, the jeweled ornaments covering the chest. At first glance, they seem like decorations, but to the ancient Egyptians, no detail appeared by accident. Every image was a symbol. Every symbol told a story, and every story reflected the way they understood human nature. The first symbol is the crook and flail. The crook and flail. These two objects are typically shown crossed over the pharaoh's chest. The crook resembles a shepherd's staff. The flail, a ceremonial implement representing royal authority and responsibility. At first glance, modern people may assume they simply symbolize power. But if we look more carefully, we discover that these two emblems speak of two different duties. A shepherd does not merely lead the flock, he also protects it. He does not simply give commands, he provides care. Meanwhile, the flail laments of the responsibility to preserve order. Perhaps the ancient Egyptians wanted to say that a true leader needs more than strength. They also need compassion, not only the ability to protect, but also the wisdom to uphold justice. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The pendulum of the mind oscillates between sense and nonsense, not between right and wrong." Perhaps the same is true of power. A mature leader does not live in extremes, neither always gentle nor always severe, but seeks balance. Perhaps that is the deeper meaning of the crook and the flail, not two opposing forces, but two essential aspects of the same responsibility. Upon the pharaoh's crown, there is often a very small image, yet one impossible to overlook. The cobra, the Egyptian cobra, its hood raised, ready to strike. In Egyptian belief, it represents the goddess Wadjet, protector of the king. Today, many people see snakes with fear, but the Egyptians saw something different. They saw vigilance, awareness, and protection. Perhaps it is no coincidence that so many cultures around the world give the serpent such a special place. Carl Gustav Jung studied the serpent extensively. He regarded it as one of humanity's oldest archetypes. The snake represents danger, yet also transformation, because it sheds its old skin in order to continue living. Perhaps that is why this image has endured for thousands of years, not only in Egypt, but across many civilizations. Beside the cobra stands another symbol, less familiar, yet equally important: the vulture, the Egyptian vulture. In many modern cultures, vultures are associated with death, but for the Egyptians, they represented protection. The goddess Nekhbet, guardian of Upper Egypt, was often depicted as a vulture stretching out its wings as though embracing the entire land. Perhaps it reminds us that symbols never possess only one meaning. Their meaning depends on the way human beings understand them. Jung believed that symbols remain alive because every age and every individual discovers a new layer within them. Perhaps that is why the symbols of Egypt have never grown old. There is another fascinating detail. The ancient Egyptians loved protective amulets, small charms made of stone, precious gems, faience, omitel, bearing images of the scarab, the ankh, the Eye of Horus, and many other symbols, not because they believed a tiny object could change fate, but because an amulet served as a reminder of what they wished to preserve: hope, peace, life, protection. Perhaps modern people are not so different. A wedding ring, an old photograph, or gift from one's parents, a beloved book kept for years, all of them are symbols, not because of material value, but because of meaning. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The shoe that fits one person pinches another. There is no recipe for living that suits all cases." Perhaps the same is true of symbols. No image carries exactly the same meaning for everyone. What gives a symbol its life is the connection between it and the soul of the person who beholds it. Egyptian jewelry reflected that same spirit. A necklace was not only an ornament, a ring was not merely something to wear. Every line, every color, every stone could carry a blessing, a belief, or a memory. Perhaps the ancient Egyptians never truly separated art, religion, and everyday life. For them, everything flowed together as naturally as the Nile flows through the desert. Tonight, as you listen, perhaps imagine walking slowly through a chamber inside an ancient temple. Upon the pharaoh's statue, the crook and the flail rest quietly, crossed over his chest. The golden cobra reflects the flickering light of nearby torches around the neck. of a priest hangs a small amulet of the Eye of Horus. In one corner, a jeweler carefully sets each precious stone into a pendant. No one speaks, yet somehow everything seems to tell the same story. That strength does not begin with power, but with responsibility. That protection does not begin with weapons, but with compassion. And that what people choose to carry with them is not ultimately to prove who they are, but to remind themselves who they hope to become. Perhaps that is also what Carl Gustav Jung wanted us to understand. A true symbol should not exist only in stone or gold. It must also live within the life of the person who carries it. And in the next chapter, we will conclude our exploration of the sacred symbols of ancient Egypt by turning to the statues of the gods, images that have stood silent for thousands of years, and asking why, even today, they still make people pause, look upward, and quietly reflect upon their own souls. If in the previous chapter we explored the crook and flail, the royal cobra, the wings of the vulture, and the protective amulets, discovering that power in ancient Egypt was never merely about authority, but also about responsibility, protection, and devotion, we now arrive at the final question of our journey through Egypt's sacred symbols. Why, after more than 3,000 years, do Egypt's symbols still live? Why does an eye carved into stone, an ankh, a scarab, or the statue of a goat still cause millions of people across the world to stop and gaze in silence? Perhaps the answer does not lie within the statues themselves, but within the human heart. Carl Gustav Jung devoted much of his life to studying what he called the living symbol. According to Jung, a true symbol never belongs only to the past. It continues to live whenever someone looks upon it and discovers a part of themselves. He once wrote, "A symbol is the best possible expression for something that is as yet unknown." Perhaps that is exactly what happened to the symbols of ancient Egypt. The Egyptians did not create them as decoration. They created them to express what words alone could never fully say. How do you describe life? How do you speak of death without speaking only of an ending? How do you describe hope? How do you explain the feeling that human beings belong to something greater than themselves? Perhaps they chose image instead of words. That is also why the temples of ancient Egypt were filled with statues of the gods. Today, when we enter a museum, we often see those statues standing perfectly still, carved from granite, limestone, or basalt, their faces almost expressionless, their eyes looking forward, their bodies balanced and timeless. English translation: image, stories, and archetypes. Perhaps that is also how civilizations continue to live, not only in books, but in the deepest layers of the human mind. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Every human life contains a potential. If that potential is not fulfilled, then that life was wasted." Perhaps the same is true of civilizations. A civilization does not continue to exist simply because its monuments still stand. It endures because its potential continues to unfold through the generations that follow. After centuries of greatness, Egypt gradually passed through profound changes. Dynasties rose and fell. New powers appeared. Then came the Greeks to the land along the Nile. For many civilizations, conquest marks an ending, but Egypt tells a different story. The Greeks brought their language, their philosophy, their art, yet they also learned a great deal from Egypt. Many ancient Greek scholars traveled to this land to study mathematics, astronomy, and religious traditions. Although some stories about famous Greek philosophers receiving direct instruction in Egypt belong more to historical tradition than firmly established evidence. The cultural exchange between the two civilizations is well documented. Perhaps that reminds us of something important. A mature civilization does not merely create knowledge, it also inspires other civilizations. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Knowledge rests not upon truth alone, but upon error also." Perhaps history has never advanced in a straight line. Human beings learn from one another. They receive, they adapt, they create, then they pass their discoveries to those who come after. No civilization exists in complete isolation, nor does any civilization belong only to itself. When Greek culture met Egyptian culture, neither one disappeared. Instead, a new dialogue began. We can still see its trace in art, in architecture, in religion, in newly founded cities, and even in the way people came to understand the world. Perhaps that is the most beautiful part of history. Not wars, but encounters. Jung devoted many years to studying what he called the collective unconscious. According to him, humanity resembles a long river. Each generation receives part of the memory of those before it, not in the form of specific recollections, but as image, symbols, English translation, ways of seeing, ways of feeling. Perhaps that is also what happened to Egypt. Although its dynasties ended, its symbols continued to be used, its ideas continued to be told, its monuments continued to astonish the world. Some things do not need an army to protect them. They continue to live because humanity still needs them. There is something fascinating today when we walk through many of the world's great museums. We still encounter Egyptian artifacts, a tiny amulet, a papyrus scroll, a statue, a funerary mask, a fragment of carved relief. These objects have traveled far beyond the land where they were created, yet strangely, they still tell their story. Perhaps that is the power of culture. It does not need to speak the same language to be understood. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it." Perhaps a small stone carved with a symbol of the Ankh can carry more meaning than an enormous palace if it still inspires people to reflect on life. Perhaps that is also why Egypt has never truly left humanity. We still speak of the ancient Egyptians, not because they were wealthy, not because they were powerful, but because they left behind questions, symbols, and ideas that are still alive today, tonight. As you listen, perhaps imagine standing On the ancient harbor of Alexandria, ships from Greece have just arrived. Merchants carry their goods, scholars carry their books, travelers carry their stories. In one corner, a Greek scholar studies a line of hieroglyphs. A short distance away, an Egyptian practices a few words of Greek. Neither of them knows that together they are helping create a cultural encounter that will influence the world for centuries. Perhaps history is not written only by battles. It is also written by ordinary conversations. A single question, a lesson, a journey, a meeting, and perhaps that is what Carl Gustav Jung always hoped we would understand. Human beings do not grow by closing themselves off. We grow by entering into dialogue, by learning, by receiving, and by allowing what is good to continue living through generation after generation. Now, our journey continues to explore something even more remarkable. When Egypt entered the Roman world, the gods of the Nile did not disappear. Instead, they began a new journey, crossing the Mediterranean, entering the heart of another empire, and proving that sometimes a symbol can outlive even the mightiest empires. If, in the previous chapter, we stood together upon the harbor of Alexandria, witnessing the meeting of the Greek and Egyptian worlds, and discovering that a civilization does not truly end when its walls collapse, but instead begins a new journey within humanity's memory, we now continue following that journey, not along the Nile, but across the Mediterranean Sea, where ships carried not only wheat, precious stones, and papyrus, they also carried stories, symbols, and even the gods. Perhaps that is the greatest miracle of culture. It can cross boundaries that armies never can. After Egypt became part of the Roman world, many believed its gods would gradually disappear, but history tells a different story. Among the many gods of Egypt, one name continued to echo for centuries: Isis. Originally, Isis was the goddess of motherhood, protection, magic, and faithful devotion. In Egyptian mythology, she never ceased searching for Osiris, patiently gathering the scattered parts of his body so that life could continue. It is a story of love, but also a story of healing. Perhaps that alone explains why Isis journeyed far beyond the borders of Egypt. When the Greeks, and later the Romans, encountered Egyptian civilization, they did not merely see the foreign goddess. They saw an image that human hearts in every age could understand. A mother, a protector, a symbol of hope. Temples dedicated to Isis gradually appeared across the Mediterranean world, from Egypt to Greece, Italy, and many other regions of the Roman Empire, demonstrating the remarkable reach of her cult throughout the ancient world. Perhaps that is no accident. Our symbol, life's longest, when it speaks about what is most deeply human. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The decisive question for man is he related to something infinite or not?" According to Jung, human beings always seek something beyond everyday existence, not necessarily a religion, but meaning, a sense of connection, something that allows us to believe that life is more than what the eyes can see. Perhaps that is what Isis offered to countless people, not merely faith, but the feeling that love, kari, and devotion can endure even beyond death. There is something fascinating. Empire expand through armies, but culture spreads through empathy. No one forced the Romans to embrace Isis. No one compelled merchants to carry her image to distant lands. It happened because those stories possessed a life of their own. Carl Gustav Jung spent many years studying mother figures in the mythologies of many civilizations. According to him, they belong to one of humanity's deepest archetypes. Whether Isis or any other sacred mother figure from another culture, they all touch the same ancien place within the human soul, where people long for protection, gentleness, and the feeling of being loved. Perhaps that is why such symbols never grow old. Nor was it only the gods. Egyptian art, Egyptian architecture, and Egyptian imagery gradually appeared across many lands. Columns, reliefs, symbols like the Ankh and the Eye of Horus continued to inspire generations of artists and scholars. Even today, we easily recognize the influence of ancient Egypt in painting, sculpture, design, literature, cinema, and countless other fields. Perhaps a civilization does not need political power to continue living within humanity's imagination. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The creation of something new is not accomplished by the intellect, but by the play instinct acting from inner necessity." Perhaps every new culture does not merely toppe the old one. People receive, transform, create, and give birth to something new, like a river that always carries water from its source, yet never stops flowing. Seen this way, Egypt never stood still. It has continued to move across centuries, across civilizations, across people. Perhaps that is what Jung meant when speaking of the collective, unconscious ideas that are truly profound, belong to no single person. They are passed from one generation to another, like seeds quietly taking root in lands far away from where they first began. Tonight, as you listen, perhaps imagine standing on a small ship crossing the Mediterranean. Behind you lies Egypt. Ahead, the cities of Greece and Rome. Inside the ship are papyrus scrolls, small statues, amulets, bearing the Eye of Horus, stories of Isis. Those carrying them probably have no idea that they are helping a civilization travel farther than any army ever could. Perhaps that is the greatest power of culture. It conquers, not through force, but by touching the human heart with meaning. And perhaps that is also what Carl Gustav Jung wanted us to understand. The things that endure longest are not the strongest, but those that reach the deepest layers of the human soul. Now, our journey continues, no longer following the footsteps of gods, but those of archaeologists, men and women who patiently removed one layer of desert sand after another to listen to the stories, Egypt has continued to whisper after thousands of silent years, because it turns out the desert has never stopped telling stories, and Egypt has never finished telling its own. If, in the previous chapter, we crossed the Mediterranean alongside the symbols and stories of ancient Egypt, discovering that a civilization can travel far beyond its own borders, we now return to the land along the Nile, but this time not to meet the pharaohs, not to witness the rituals inside ancient temples, but to listen to someone even more extraordinary, the desert. For perhaps no one has guarded Egypt's memory longer than the endless sands. By day, the desert appears silent, only wind, only sunlight, only dunes, stretching toward the horizon, yet beneath those sands sleeps an entire world, temples, cities, roads, markets, homes, necropolises, and countless stories, waiting for thousands of years to be told again. Perhaps nowhere else on earth allows us to feel the patience of time as deeply as Egypt. Every gust of wind might add another layer of sand or carry one away, revealing what had been forgotten for dozens of centuries. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "In all chaos there is a cosmos, in all disorder a secret order." Perhaps the desert is like that too. At first glance, only a house of sand, yet beneath it exists a hidden order. Time does not destroy everything. Sometimes it simply keeps it safe until humanity is ready to find it again. For more than 2 centuries, archaeologists have continued to explore Egypt. And what is remarkable is that each year the world still learns something new. Tombs, undisturbed for thousands of years, are discovered. Embalming workshops, residential quarters, cemeteries, statues, papyrus scrolls continue to emerge from beneath the earth. Perhaps Egypt is one of the few places where history is still being written. Cities that were once full of life today remain only as layers of soil and stone. Yet when archaeologists patiently remove the sand, old streets reappear, rooms, storage jars, footprints, children's toys, even loaves of bread never eaten, all of it as though an ordinary day 3,000 years ago had suddenly resumed. Perhaps the most moving part of archaeology is not the gold, but the ordinary things. A comb, a pair of sandals, a litter, a bowl, a toy. These remind us that those people once lived, once loved, once hoped, just as we do. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The meeting of 2 personalities is like the contact of 2 chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." Perhaps archaeology is also a meeting, not between 2 people, but between the present and the past. Each time an artifact is uncovered, history does not merely change. The way we understand ourselves changes too, because the more we understand those who came before us, the more we discover that human beings have always carried the same joys, the same fears, and the same hopes. There is one more fascinating thought. Archaeologists often say It looks like the text was cut off at Kolair. Below is a faithful, natural American English translation of everything provided up to that point, while preserving the calm, documentary-style narration and short rhythmic sentences. Eternal legacy. If, in the previous chapter, we stood together before Abu Simbel as the sun slowly disappeared behind the cliffs of Nubia, quietly witnessing how humanity joined together to preserve a monument that had endured for more than 3,000 years, and realized that there are some things time cannot erase, then now we arrive at the final stage of our journey. A journey that has not only carried us through ancient Egypt, but also through the deepest layers of the human soul. Perhaps, when you first began this video, you thought you were about to explore an ancient civilization. You expected to meet the pharaohs, the pyramids, the mummies, the gods with falcon heads and jackal heads. You expected to hear about magnificent temples, ancient rituals, and secrets buried beneath the desert sand. But the farther we traveled, perhaps, the more we realized that what Egypt has left behind is not merely history, but questions. That humanity, even after thousands of years, has never stopped asking, where does life begin? What happens after death? What gives a human life its meaning? Why do human beings create symbols? And what truly remains after time has passed? Perhaps those were also the questions that stayed with Carl Gustav Jung. Throughout his life, he did not turn to mythology to escape reality. He turned to mythology because he believed that within it, human beings were telling the story of themselves. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The dream is a little hidden door in the innermost and most secret recesses of the soul." Perhaps, if dreams are a doorway into the soul of one individual, then history is a doorway into the soul of all humanity, and Egypt may well be one of the oldest of those doorways. Throughout this journey, we have traveled together along the Nile, the river that nourished an entire civilization. We stood before the pyramids, immense structures of stone, still standing calmly against the wind and the sand. We walked through ancient temples, where towering columns still rise like trees turned to stone. We listened to the stories of Horus, of Osiris, of Isis, and of Anubis. We followed the journey of the soul, read the hieroglyphs, explored the mummies, admired the sacred symbols, and met the people who shaped history. At first glance, these seem like very different stories, but if we look a little more closely, they are all telling the very same story, the journey of humanity searching for meaning. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Perhaps they are all there, quietly, walking once again along the banks of the Nile, not because they have returned, but because, for a brief moment, memory has brought them back to life. Perhaps that is the true power of history. It does not bring the past back. It brings understanding. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." Perhaps the same is true of civilizations. Ancient Egypt did not become immortal because it never changed, or because it escaped time. It became immortal because it continued to inspire, to question, and to awaken, generation after generation. Perhaps that is what truly remains. After every empire has fallen, not its armies, not its treasures, not even its monuments, but the wisdom that continues to illuminate human hearts. And perhaps that is the greatest legacy ancient Egypt has left to all of us. Not a perfect civilization, not a civilization without mistakes, but a civilization that never stopped searching for meaning. Tonight, as you listen to these final words, perhaps take one last moment to imagine you are standing before the great pyramids of Giza. The desert has grown completely still. The moon hangs quietly above the plateau. The stars stretch endlessly across the sky. A gentle breeze moves softly across the sand. There are no crowds, no voices, no footsteps, only silence. The kind of silence that seems to hold thousands of years. Within it, you look one last time at the ancient stones, and suddenly you realize the pyramids were never asking us to admire their size. They were asking us to remember that every generation builds something that may outlive itself, that every life leaves behind a trace, whether it is carved into stone or into another human heart. Perhaps that is the lesson ancient Egypt has been whispering across the centuries, not to chase immortality, but to live in such a way that kindness, wisdom, curiosity, and compassion continue long after we are gone. Carl Gustav Jung believed that the greatest journey is not the journey across the world, but the journey toward wholeness, toward becoming who we truly are. Perhaps that has been the real destination of this entire journey. Not Egypt alone, but ourselves. Because every temple, every symbol, every pharaoh, every story has quietly asked us the very same question. What kind of legacy will you leave behind? Will it be something built of stone or something built of character? Will people remember what you owned or how you made them feel? Will your life become another forgotten name or a quiet light that helps someone else find their way? Perhaps no civilization can answer those questions for us, but ancient Egypt has shown us that they are worth asking, and perhaps that is enough. As our journey comes to its end, may you carry with you not only memories of pyramids, temples, pharaohs, and sacred symbols, but also a renewed sense of wonder, the patience to observe, the courage to keep asking questions, the humility to keep learning, and the wisdom to recognize that every ending is also the beginning of something new. Thank you for walking this long road along the Nile, for listening, for wondering, and for allowing the story of one of humanity's greatest civilizations to become, for a little while, a part of your own story. Until our paths cross again, may your nights be peaceful, your heart remain curious, and your journey always lead you a little closer to who you truly are. Good night, and thank you for being here. Now, our journey has truly reached its final steps. Perhaps there is nothing more to explain, no more ancient mysteries waiting to be uncovered, no more pharaohs to meet, no more temples to walk through, no more hieroglyphs to decipher, only the quiet, only the night, only the gentle rhythm of the Nile flowing as it has flowed for thousands of years. Perhaps that is how every meaningful journey ends, not with a grand conclusion, but with a moment of stillness. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Silence is the great teacher." and to learn its lessons you must pay attention to it. Perhaps ancient Egypt has been teaching us the same lesson all along: to pause before speaking, to observe before judging, to wonder before believing, and to remember that wisdom rarely arrives in a hurry. Tonight, as the desert breeze moves softly across the sand and the stars shine above the pyramids, just as they did for countless generations before us, perhaps you no longer feel like a visitor to an ancient civilization. Perhaps you feel as though you have simply spent a quiet evening listening to old friends who have been waiting a very long time to tell their stories. The pharaohs, Aragon, the temples have weathered the great kingdoms, have risen and fallen. Yet the questions remain: how should we live? What deserves our love? What is worth protecting? What kind of legacy will we leave behind? Perhaps every generation must answer those questions for itself, and perhaps there are no final answers, only wiser ways of asking. Throughout this journey, ancient Egypt never asked us to become like the people who lived there. Instead, it quietly invited us to become more thoughtful, more patient, more curious, more grateful, and perhaps a little more aware of the extraordinary beauty hidden inside ordinary days. The Nile continues to flow, the desert continues to breathe, the stars continue their endless journey, and tomorrow morning the sun will rise again, just as it has for thousands of years. Perhaps that is the gentlest reminder nature can offer us. No night lasts forever. Every ending carries within it the promise of another beginning. Carl Gustav Jung believed that the greatest discoveries are not made in distant lands, but within the human soul. Perhaps that has been the true destination of every step we have taken together, not simply to understand ancient Egypt, but to understand ourselves a little better. So tonight, as you close your eyes, may the pyramids stand quietly in your dreams. May the Nile carry away every worry that no longer needs to be held. May the lotus remind you that every dawn brings another chance to bloom. May the scarab remind you that every ending can become a new beginning. May the Eye of Horus watch over your journey, and may the Ankh quietly remind you to cherish the precious gift of being alive. Thank you for walking beside me through the temples, across the desert, along the banks of the Nile, and through the stories of one of humanity's most extraordinary civilizations. If this journey has brought you a little peace, a little wonder, or a new way of seeing the world, then perhaps its purpose has already been fulfilled. And if you have enjoyed traveling through history together, I hope you'll join us again on our next journey by subscribing to the channel. There are many more civilizations, ideas, and timeless stories waiting to be explored slowly, thoughtfully, and together. For now, there is nothing more to do, nothing more to understand, only to rest. May your heart be peaceful, may your dreams be gentle, and may tomorrow greet you with quiet hope. Good night, sleep well, and thank you for sharing this journey. Perhaps when tonight began, you simply wanted to hear a story about ancient Egypt. But then, chapter by chapter, we traveled much farther. Together, we walked along the banks of the Nile, watched the flooded fields glow beneath the first light of dawn, stood before the pyramids that have quietly endured For thousands of years, we wandered through ancient temples, where the fragrance of incense once drifted, together with the songs of the priests. We quietly followed the souls on their journey into the next world. We explored symbols that have outlived time itself and met the people who wrote one of the most extraordinary chapters in human history. But perhaps the greatest gift ancient Egypt has left behind is not its monuments of stone, not its treasures of gold, not even its mysteries that remain unsolved. It is the gentle reminder that every human life is a journey in search of meaning. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Perhaps throughout this journey, we have done both. We looked into the past to understand an ancient civilization, and we looked within ourselves to understand life a little more deeply. Perhaps, if the people of ancient Egypt could send us one message across the thousands of years, it would not be a celebration of power, nor a boast about the pyramids. Instead, it would be a quiet reminder: live each day as though it matters. Love while you still can. Keep learning while time is still yours. Be grateful for ordinary moments, and never forget to look up at the night sky, because the stars that the ancient Egyptians once gazed upon are still there, quietly shining. Tonight, the desert has grown more peaceful than ever. A gentle breeze moves softly across the dunes. The Nile continues to flow, just as it has for thousands of years. Far away, the three pyramids of Giza have become only faint silhouettes. Beneath the silver moonlight, there are no footsteps, no travelers, no archaeological expeditions, only silence. A silence deep enough to embrace every thought, every memory, and every dream. Perhaps this is the moment. The ancient Egyptians believed human beings were closest to the heavens. Now, let your eyes slowly close. Let your breathing become calmer, gentler, steadier. Imagine that you are lying upon warm desert sand, still holding a little of the day's warmth. Above you, the night sky is filled with countless stars, each one like a small lantern quietly illuminating the darkness. There is no need to hurry, no need to think about anything else, no need to remember every fact we discovered together, because what truly matters is not how many details you remember, but the sense of peace this journey has left within you. If one story tonight made you smile, if one symbol made you pause, if one thought from Carl Gustav Jung touched your heart, then perhaps this journey has already fulfilled its purpose. Thank you for sharing your precious time with me and walking this long road together in a world that is always rushing. The simple choice to slow down, to listen, and to let your mind rest is already something beautiful. If you enjoy gentle journeys like this one, where history meets psychology, where ancient civilizations help us understand ourselves a little better, please take just a moment to subscribe. Every subscription not only helps this channel continue to grow, it also helps more people discover stories that may bring them a little peace. At the end of a long day, in the videos ahead, we will continue to explore ancient civilizations, timeless myths, great philosophers, and the hidden depths of the human mind with the same slow, gentle, thoughtful rhythm. But for now, it is time to rest. Let the desert wind carry away the burdens of today. Let the Nile quietly wash away whatever worries remain. Let the star-filled sky watch over your sleep, and let the pyramids remain there, peaceful, steadfast, just as they have stood for thousands of years. I wish you a peaceful night, a deep, restful sleep, and beautiful dreams. Perhaps, in one of those dreams, you will find yourself walking once again along the Nile, watching the sun rise behind the pyramids, listening to the wind moving gently through the ancient stone columns, and continuing the endless journey to seek meaning, to discover beauty, and to find your true self. Perhaps the most beautiful gift history can offer us is not to help us remember more facts, but to help us see life with different eyes. Tonight, we have traveled across more than 5,000 years. We walked beside the Nile, entered ancient temples, stood before the majestic pyramids, quietly admired statues that have endured far longer than countless generations of human lives. We met pharaohs, gods, builders, farmers, scribes, mothers, and children who all grew up beneath the very same star-filled sky. At first glance, this seemed to be the story of an ancient civilization, but perhaps, at a deeper level, it has always been the story of all of us, because even though thousands of years separate us, human beings still carry the same questions within our hearts. How do we live a meaningful life? How do we face loss? What truly remains after time has passed? Carl Gustav Jung believed ancient stories do not exist simply to tell us about the past. They exist to help us understand the present, and perhaps that is why, after thousands of years, Egypt has never become a forgotten memory. It still lives in its symbols, in our dreams, in art, in archaeology, and in the imagination of everyone who gazes upon the pyramids beneath the night sky. Perhaps Egypt's greatest legacy is not its stones, but its longing to search for meaning, a longing that has never left the human heart. Each of us is building a life, just as those anonymous builders patiently placed one stone upon another to raise the Great Pyramid, not in a single day, but over thousands of days, not through extraordinary moments, but through countless small acts, repeated with patience. One kind word, one act of forgiveness, one embrace, one moment of truly listening, one wise decision, one honest day, one life lived with love. Perhaps those are the stones that build a human legacy. None of us may ever build the Great Pyramid of Giza, but every one of us can build a life worth remembering by being a little kinder than yesterday, loving a little more than yesterday, and understanding ourselves a little more deeply than yesterday. Below, the desert sky must surely be filled with stars. The night breeze moves gently across the dunes. The Nile continues to flow, just as it has since the first stones of the pyramids were laid. The temples still stand. The statues remain silent. The symbols continue telling their stories. And somewhere within that silence, perhaps you can feel your own mind growing quieter, lighter, more peaceful. If tonight's journey has brought you even a little calm, a new perspective, or simply a few peaceful moments at the end of a long day, then it has already been more meaningful than words can say. Thank you for choosing to travel with me through history and through the depths of the human soul. If you enjoy gentle stories like these, where history, philosophy, and psychology come together to help us understand ourselves, please subscribe and join me again on the peaceful journeys that still lie ahead. Together, we will continue exploring ancient civilizations, timeless myths, great philosophers, and stories that have endured the test of time. Each video will be a new journey, not only to learn more about history, but also to discover a little more peace, a little more wisdom, and a little more light for the soul. But now, it is time to close your eyes. Let your breathing slow and soften. Let every thought gently settle. Imagine yourself resting upon the soft desert sand. In the distance, the pyramids glow softly beneath the silver moon. The Nile reflects the endless stars above. There is nothing left to hurry toward, nothing left to worry about, only peace, only stillness, only the quiet comfort of being held within the endless flow of time. May your night be peaceful, may your sleep be deep, and may your dreams be beautiful. Perhaps within one of those dreams, you will walk again among the ancient stone columns. Hear the desert wind whisper softly, watch the sunrise behind the pyramids, and continue the extraordinary journey, not only to discover history, but to discover your own soul. Sleep well, and until we meet again on our next journey,